Hello friends, this is Odds in a metaphorical sense, and today we're going to be talking about every killer perk in the game. We'll start with the strongest ones and dedicate a bit more time towards them, but don't worry, we will be talking about each and every single one of them, even the ones that are not very popular. Maybe you'll have a reason to run them after you understand them better. This is most useful for killers that have to run this perk, but Survivor players will also benefit from watching this video, since they might learn a thing or two about the weakness of each perk and how to play around it. And we're going to start with the perk that has been consistently number one, or very close to number one for a while now, Corrupt Intervention. This perk blocks the 3 furthest gens from your point of spawn. Most of the time, this means 3 gens next to each other, next to all of the survivors. In some unusual spawn patterns, you could get 3 gens that are all around you. But for the most part, this perk will delay survivors at the start. Do not pay attention to the downside of this perk. This perk does deactivate if you get a down. And some people look at this. This was a nerf that was introduced some time ago, and they see it as a massive flaw. They think, well, if I'm getting a down really early and I'm getting a down before the 2-minute mark, I'm not getting the full value of this perk. That is simply not true. As long as survivors spawn and they can't immediately jump on a gen and they are forced to go around the map a little bit, even if you get a down really quickly, this perk has still done its job. There's another thing to be said about how brutal this perk is for beginners to play against. Beginners do not always understand spawn patterns. They might often spawn on a generator, then go to the next one that's also blocked, then go to the next one that's also blocked, and this happens even more so in indoor maps. Corrupt Intervention is an amazing perk to have in indoor maps because in most of them, survivors already struggle to find generators, even more so if they have to go room to room, and then find out that each of them is blocked. So this perk passively just buys you an unbelievable amount of time, and it could arguably be run on every killer. Don't think too much about it. There are some killers where I don't love it, and it doesn't always have the best synergy with other perks. I don't always need this perk, but if I ever got it in a randomizer, or if I ever had a build with this perk, I would almost never be unhappy. An incredible perk that is honestly really hard to replace. Another special consideration should be made for killers that need a bit of setup. For killers like Hag or Trapper, yes, it's true, having this kind of perk will mean that survivors run into you a little bit more and disrupt you a little bit more, but it's still an amazing thing to have. And even stealth killers benefit from this. If survivors are running towards you in the middle of the map and they don't hear a terror radius, you have a very good chance to, find them in the middle of the map. And you understand, right? This perk is just, it's almost honestly so simple. There's generally not that much else to be said. This perk is just unbelievably good. Next one is Pain Resonance. It's a Scourge hook perk, meaning that you only activate it when you hook on a white hook, and this does make it a little bit inconsistent, and some people don't like that, but if you can look past that small flaw, Pain Resonance is an incredible perk. Much like Corrupt Intervention, this is a perk that works on almost any killer. There are very few killers that cannot use this consistently, and if you run something like Agitation, you are very likely to find a Scourge hook no matter where you down a survivor in the map. So every time you hook a survivor for the first time, a generator will take a massive chunk of progress. And the nice thing is that after that, it will still continue to regress. It also has incredible synergies with perks like Deadman Switch or Grim Embrace. With Grim Embrace, the sequence will typically go something like this. A survivor is on a generator, the generator takes damage, the survivors try to undo the damage, but now the generator blocks itself, so they can't undo the regression. So now they have to wait 10 seconds, or more likely they'll have to go around and the generator will regress more. So even though it's 20%, in reality, it's more than that. It also kicks survivors out of the gen, which means that it goes really well with Deadman Switch, making one generator block for a long time. We'll get to that. Survivors also scream when they get this perk, which can give you information. And yeah, basically, as a killer, sometimes if a generator is at 99% and you hit him with a pain risk, you can now fight for that generator a lot. On the weaker killers, this helps you not lose 3 gens on your first chase, which would otherwise happen fairly consistently. On the strongest killers, this helps you not even lose a single gen by the time your first chase is up. And Pain Risk just also has a lot of synergies with other perks that we haven't talked about very much. such as Surveillance, Ruin. It also stacks really nicely with Surge. So basically, this is a slowdown that you can add on top of other slowdowns. And even though this perk encourages you to hook multiple people to get the full effect, the reality is you can still tunnel one survivor, like focus on that survivor a lot. And when that survivor is dead, the perk still works on the other three. So when you're in a 3v1, this perk becomes really, really powerful as well. So basically, this gives you a bit of a win-win, right? If you're tunneling a survivor, you are making big strides into getting that survivor out of the game, which is good for the killer. And if you're not tunneling because someone took a hit or you found someone else, you're at least delaying the gens until you can eventually get one survivor out of the game. So yeah, one thing that also can be talked about is that as a Scourge hook perk, it can be used in basement if you have Monster Shrine, even though it's not a very popular idea. More often than not, you will see Pain Resonance combined with Pop Goes the Weasel or Ruin or other slowdown perks because they compound a lot and they are quite strong. There really is not much else to be said about this. Grim Embrace is a fairly annoying perk that triggers very, very often. It has a similar trigger condition as Pain Resonance, but it does work on every single hook. It's not a Scourge hook perk. So anytime you hook a survivor for the first time and you walk out, it's kind of fun. You need to walk out, so you have some level of control. You block generators for about 10 seconds. And if you do this 4 times, the blockage lasts longer and the obsession aura is revealed to you. Now, the truth is, you often don't even get to the point where you activate this 4 times. If you do, that's great. And seeing the aura of the obsession can sometimes catch them off guard. But even if you don't get the 4 stacks, or even if you get them very, very late when the game's already pretty much decided, Grim Embrace is just incredible. Much like Corrupt Intervention earlier, even if it only lasts a few seconds, it still forces survivors to rotate and put themselves in a disadvantageous position. And it's also an incredible remedy, an incredible cure for the issue, for the malady of big maps, right? So in many situations where you hook one survivor, the other 3 survivors will all be on different gens, right? And one of them would come for the rescue, but the other 2 will be on gens. And if you don't find them or the map is too big and you can't get to them, that is continuous, non-interrupted gem progress for seconds and seconds and seconds. With Grim Embrace, what's going to end up happening is that all survivors are going to be pushed out of a gen. If they were not doing a gen, they can't do it anymore. And instead of having one survivor come for the rescue, especially if it's not a very coordinated team, what's going to end up happening is that all the survivors will come for the rescue. And all of them will be in the middle. And if you have a killer that has a bit of stealth or a little bit of mobility, you're going to end up hitting one survivor, finding another, hitting another survivor. So just kicking a survivor from a gen 10 seconds, even though sometimes it's best for the survivor to just sit there, they often won't. They often will go around, move on, you know. So it's encouraging survivors to waste a lot of time. And that is something that can rarely be achieved with other perks. That's what makes Grim Embrace so powerful. I also didn't mention that if you get kicked out of a gen with Grim Embrace, you also trigger Deadman Switch on that one gen, and Grim Embrace pairs extremely well with Pain Resonance because it prevents survivors mostly from being able to undo the regression that Pain Resonance inflicts. So again, what happens is a generator gets hit by Pain Resonance. You try to do a little bit of progress so that it doesn't regress anymore. You know you have to do a bit of progress, right? But then Grim Embrace kicks in. And now you have to wait the 10 seconds and then do more progress. And if you leave and decide to do something else, or if the killer chases you, that gen will be regressing, potentially lose even more progress, which is, you know, a bit scary. The regression is very slow, but it can still add up. Yeah, very strong effect. No Way Out has something of an effect that is honestly really difficult to replace, and the bang for the buck that you get for this perk is unbelievably good as well. Basically, at the end of the game, whenever a survivor touches a gate, that gate will be blocked for 12 seconds. You will get a notification of where that gate is, and after that, the gate becomes available again. Even if you have 0 stacks, No Way Out is a decent perk. First of all, it makes 1v1 scenarios where you've closed the hatch unbelievably impossible for the survivor to win. I personally don't care too much about winning the final 1v1. To me, getting 3 kills or 4 kills is basically the same. But if you do care, No Way Out is a very mean perk. If you find the hatch, and you're likely to sometimes, you will just basically guarantee that the survivor has no way. You could even wait at the hatch and body block it so they can't use a key, and still guarantee that when they touch a gate, you're going to find them. But what ends up happening that makes No Way Out more powerful is that the more you hook people, the longer the duration goes. Even if you don't go for the full duration, which is 60 seconds, which is really, really nice, even if you only get 2 or 3 hooks, having an extra 30 or 40 seconds-ish on the end game is unbelievably good. And it also acts as an information, right? So in many end game situations, you will be tunneling out one person, right? That's still resistant, and you will kill them, and in that situation, okay, the other 2 survivors or 3 survivors are out. With No Way Out, you can consistently turn 1 kill into 2 kills, 0 kills into 1 kill, 3 kills into 4 kills. You can consistently get 1 more kill, especially if you pair it with No It, especially if it's a killer that's already good in the end game, especially if you've gotten the full stacks, especially if the survivors make the horrible mistake of healing first and doing other things first and not touching the gates really quickly. Yeah, it can be pretty mean. It is also a perk that disproportionately affects solo players as well, since many times they won't be able to call it out and they will make misplays around it. So yeah, the fact that this can buy you time at the end game, and it's a very consistent, and it has a lot of other perks and add-ons and builds that it can synergize with, makes No Way Out a consistently very, very strong pick. Now, some people could argue that, oh, I win all of my games and I never get to endgame anyway. Well, if you're doing so well, then you could just have an empty perk slot. No Way Out will be a sort of insurance for you. Pop Goes the Weasel is a perk that activates when you hook a survivor, and the next time you kick a generator, you will do the normal 5%, yes, which always happens. When you kick a gen, it loses 5% of its progress immediately, but also an additional 20%. So you will basically remove about 25% of its progress, except not exactly 25, because it's not 25 of the maximum. It's 25 of the current progress. So basically, if a gen is 99.999, you will do about 25% and then continue to regress. And if it's at half, you will do a little bit less. You know, it basically correlates. The more generator progress, the more damage. Either way, even if you kick a gen that's at 50% and you don't get the full 20%, it's still really, really decent. Making a kick have more meat to it is really, really good. And the thing about Pop Goes the Weasel is it's like you know, just like bad times in life, it always comes with something else. It's never on its own. Pop Goes the Weasel often comes after a pain res, often comes with Nowhere to Hide, often comes with Eruption, which we'll talk about in a minute. So the fact that you can apply this perk right after other really good perks or right along with other really strong perks makes it really, really good. Now, compared to some of the other perks that we've been talking about, Pop Goes the Weasel starts to be a bit less universal. For Pop Goes the Weasel to work, you need a killer that can go to a gen and kick it. Some killers don't have amazing mobility, or they have to set up a little bit too much. Think like Hunters or Hag, right? They have stuff to do. They have to reload. They have to set up traps. They cannot go around the map and quickly be nimble and kick gens when they have to. So for killers like that, Pop Goes the Weasel becomes a little bit less appealing. But for killers that have a teleport, for killers that have great information gathering, for killers that have just great mobility overall, Pop Goes the Weasel is an amazing perk. And it is a bit of a wombo combo with Pain Res. Both Pain Res and Pop have been nerfed a little bit in the last few months, but they are still very, very good. The fact is, if you have a killer that has solid mobility, they often also have solid chases. So if you're playing something like Blight and you're getting downs every X time because you're very, very solid, and every down is a Pain Res and then a Pop, and then a pop, and then a pop, it does get overwhelming, and it really punishes survivors for going down too close to generators. Pain Res also has a really nice combination with Pop, because Pop can be the bridge while you're getting your Pain Reses. So as we explained earlier, Pain Res only triggers when you hook the first survivor, but you can still manage to really cripple survivor progress by using Pop in between. So what I mean by this, right? Let's say that you do the thing that often gets done, which is to focus on one survivor specifically. Let's say it's Dwight. So you hook Dwight, Pain Res happens. Now you go to the same gen, which they touch. Now you pop it. Now Dwight gets unhooked. You go back to Dwight. You hook him again. Now Dwight's dead unhooked. There's only been maybe 1 or 0 gens done. Now you still have a Pop. Pain Res doesn't activate, but Pop does. Pop doesn't care if you hook the same survivor twice or thrice. It will activate every single hook. And then you go back, you pop a gen. Maybe they do a gen or 2, sure. But that now Dwight is completely dead. And you still have Pain Res and you still have Pop every on your next hook, on your several hooks as well. So Pop is an incredible filler slowdown perk. Particularly good on killers that have mobility or that can gather information or that, you know, or that will bring perks that synergize with pop nicely. Next one is Eruption. And I think out of all of the perks that we've seen so far, this one is the least common one. You do not see a lot of people run Eruption. And for the most part, I understand it. This is a perk that it has the same downside, so to speak, as pop, where you need to kick gens and not every killer is willing or has the luxury of being able to go around kick gens. But unlike pop, it doesn't require you to get a hook first. Basically, Eruption is a kick on a generator, will activate a little trap on it, and anytime you get it down, that generator will regress. This is an unbelievably good 3-gen holder, and it's very popular in tournaments. It goes well with pop, it goes well with Nowhere to Hide, it goes well with any other generator kick related perk, right? And the idea behind it is that you're gonna play a bit more defensive, and you're gonna be kicking gens, and then you'll commit to a chase when you know you're gonna be able to get it down quickly. And even if the survivors were on the gen, they will now not be able to finish it because guess what? Minus 10% from Eruption, then maybe another pop coming afterwards, and so on. It also has the nice effect of showing you the auras of the people on the gen, even though this doesn't, you will hear them scream. So this isn't always super necessary or super useful, but 12 seconds of auto read every now and then can be pretty brutal. So yeah, very nice effect from Eruption. It's more of a defensive tool, and one downside that I will point out about Eruption is that when you hit a generator, that counts as one instance of damage, and when Eruption triggers, that counts as another instance of damage. And as you might remember, there is now a system in place where if a generator gets damaged 8 times, you will lose the ability to damage it further. The generator will be blocked by the entity. It will only go up. It cannot go down anymore. So Eruption is a little bit scary because with certain perks, you could block a gen extremely early, right? And then find out that the gen cannot be damaged anymore. So you can no longer play extremely defensively around a 3-gen. You used to be able to. You used to be able to hold 3 gens for minutes and minutes and minutes. That sort of gameplay does not work in the long term anymore, so you need to be a bit careful, but that rarely comes into play. Next up is Deadlock. Deadlock is arguably up there with Corp Intervention, one of the best slowdown sources, and the best part about Deadlock is its universality. This works on any killer. Its ease of use, you literally don't have to do anything for this perk to work, and the fact that, you know, it gives also very good bang for its buck. You no longer have 30-second blockage. This perk has been nerfed slightly, but much like Grim Embrace, much like Corrupt Intervention, when a generator gets blocked for 25 seconds, a survivor will very rarely just wait there the 25 seconds. Most of the times, they'll go and get a heal, they'll go and find totems, they'll go and do their side objectives, they'll go and try to rescue, they'll begin to hide. So kicking a survivor out of a gen for a little while is good and will often buy you more time than the 25 seconds. So yeah, the best case scenario for this perk is you're focusing on doing your thing, whether it's chases, setup, whatever, and survivors are doing they're doing multiple gens across the board, right? And then when one of them finishes a gen, another one gets stopped. And now you have, again, very similar to Grim Embrace, you have the situation where survivors would normally be very efficient on gens, but now they are like, okay, well, I guess I need to go somewhere and do something that is not immediately progressing generators. Now, immediately, you have a bit of a problem with Deadlock, and this perk cannot be, even though it's a very passive perk, you need to think a little bit about how you're going to do this, right? If you manage to have a perk like Discordance or find groups of survivors working on gens together, Deadlock becomes more useful because if they split up, Deadlock hits them a bit more. And if they group up, you will have perks or game sense to find them, right? The problem with Deadlock, which could easily happen, right, is that you have 3 survivors on a gen, they destroy that gen, they have no other gen progress, right? So Deadlock only blocks a random gen, or they only blocks a gen that's at like 1%. And then they go and do another gen, and then they split up, right? And the gen that gets blocked is from the guy that you're chasing anyway. There are some situations where during those 25 seconds, even though this perk is largely unavoidable, there are some situations where those 25 seconds mean nothing. So you need to be very careful. If survivors understand that this perk is at play, they can begin to do a few things to play around it entirely or partially. So for example, say that I'm working on a generator, right? And it's in the corner of the map and the killer has not paid attention to this corner and I know that they're not coming. And I have a good idea of what all the killer perks are. I will leave the generator at 99%. Then when another generator gets done, that gen will be 99 but blocked, cannot be damaged. Then I'll do another generator in the meantime. And then when that generator is done, then I'll come back to this one and I'll pop it and it's going to be far less painful. So Deadlock does give some level of control to survivors to how they handle it. And good teams will play around it pretty well. One thing that's also worth mentioning that's rare but possible is that if two generators pop at the exact same time, Deadlock will not trigger correctly. So it's a little bit tricky, but I've done it a few times and I've had it done against me a few times as well. Basically, if two survivors are really, really good and they look at the HUD and they time the gen perfectly, both gens will be done and Deadlock will apply to two other gens, probably like gens at 0. So yeah. One nice thing about Deadlock as well is that it can give you information passively. Since Deadlock triggers on the gen that is most progress, you can sometimes deduce things if you pay attention, which is important for killer. So say for example, that you know the 3 gens are being done, but you don't know which ones. One gen is next to you and it's at 90%, almost done. And then another gen pops. But then you look at the distance and you see that another gen is blocked. Well, that's already letting you know that that other gen is above 90%. So now you can make your mind of like, okay, that gen's very progress. Should I worry about it in 25 seconds? Is it part of a 3 gen that I want to defend? Do I understand that that gen's going to get done no matter what and I focus on defending this one? You can make a lot of decisions based on the information that you can deduce thanks to this perk. So keep that in mind. Next up, we're now moving towards perks that are a little bit less impactful, a little bit less universal, that have a tiny bit more counterplay. But that overall are still really, really good. Hex Know It basically triggers at the end of the game when you close the hatch or when the gens get done. It makes it so that you move 4% faster. This isn't huge, but it is noticeable on a few loops. And it also allows you to insta-down survivors since you have the exposed status effect. Now, very, very critically, this exposed effect does not reveal itself to survivors. They don't know that you have this hex until they get hit by a basic attack. If you hit them with special attacks, this perk remains completely quiet unless they find the totem, which they can. Basically, what that means is if you're playing Hunters, for example, you could use your hatchets and keep this hidden until you have a really good opportunity to hit them with a basic attack. That being said, this is not a perk that you normally would want to run on Hunters. You want to run this perk on killers that will basically hit with their basic attack as their main form of attack. So Spirit would be a really good choice. Huntress, not so much. Nurse, she does special attacks, so not so much. But anything that hits with a basic attack would be really good, especially if they have a bit of mobility or if they have a bit of teleport. For example, Hag or Singularity can use this perk really, really well, right? Because they have cameras and phantasm traps to teleport. They could even trap the totem. For example, if you run this on Artists, you could send birds towards the totem to shoo people away from it, right? Or check that no one's on it. The more the perk has been exposed, the totem will become visible more and more and more. And there's also a chance that survivors have been paying attention to totems and they find it right away. There's also a very small chance that survivors have done all 5 totems and then this perk straight up doesn't work, right? But that is very, very unlikely. So no one escapes death is a bit similar to No Way Out. What this perk will often do is that it will cement your endgame or even give you a bit more. If you had 1 kill, well, now it's going to be a kill for sure. They're never going to get everyone out with Know It, especially if you hook next to the totem. If you had 2 kills, maybe you can get 3. If you were already making the survivor struggle, maybe you can make them struggle even more. Sometimes a survivor that is healthy will come to take a hit and not expect this perk and go down immediately, right? So this perk can throw survivors off a lot and destroy their momentum. And it goes particularly well with No Way Out, as you can imagine, but don't get too sleepy on your totem. They could cleanse it in a prolonged situation. And it goes, but in my opinion, it shines most when you have information perks as well. So in my opinion, if you're gonna run Know It, you should consider running Friends Till the End, not for the insta-down, but for the info. Bitter Murmur, so that you see where everyone else is at the end, or even Tinkerer, so that you know when the last gen is about to get done, so you can be there. Many times survivors will finish a gen in your face thinking, let's do it and get adrenaline, and bam, you can down 1 or 2 and cascade into a very difficult endgame for them. So yeah, very, very straightforward, very powerful perk. It's one of those perks that many times will force survivors to be like, okay, well, we need to take a 2-man out. We literally cannot rescue this person. If you value that, then this perk is definitely for you. Pentimento is one of those perks that does more by merely existing than by actually being brought. This perk has such a strong effect, it's such a menacing possibility that it single-handedly changes the way survivors have to approach. You know what? I just realized the perk isn't exactly center. I'm gonna fix. Yeah, I think it's more center now. But yeah, Pentimento basically encourages or discourages survivors from ever interacting with hexes and dull totems in general. This is a perk that's supposed to encourage the killer to make survivors destroy totems, and the more totems they destroy, the more you can rekindle them. When you rekindle a totem, it's like a different hex totem with a slightly different hue of color. It's a bit more reddish. And for each totem that you have up, the survivors have one side effect. The first one is gen speed, the second one is healing speed, then recovery speed on the ground, then gate opening speed, and then the fifth one, if you ever get there, we've made a video getting all 5 of them, it's pretty hard. It blocks all the gens, all the totems so that the effect is permanent. Now, don't really worry about effects 3, 4, or 5, don't even worry about effect 2. What you're gonna do with Pentimento is after a survivor has done a totem, you're just gonna relight it, you're going to try to defend that a little bit if you can, and survivors will be slapped with a massive, and I mean absolutely massive, 30% debuff on gen speed. This is unbelievably cruel. 30% makes generators last for a single survivor about 128 seconds. Assuming that they hit some skill checks or whatever, it's still 2 minutes of a gen. 2-minute gens is brutal. It is unbelievably tough if it happens early on. So what are some of the ways that Pentimento comes into play? Well, if you're lucky, you might go against a survivor that is a bit clueless and they do totems and bam, you hit them with Pentimento. If you're even luckier, that survivor is a solo player and then their teammates have no idea what the totem is and then they're all looking for it and they waste even more time. You can also run it with Plaything. A totem that keeps making totems each time you hook a survivor, and survivors will have to choose between not hearing your terror radius or dealing with Pentimento, and oftentimes they will choose to deal with the Plaything. You can run it with Ruin, you can run it with Devour Hope, and then they have to really balance their act a little bit. So basically you run this with Hex perks and it can be really mean. If you expect survivors to run blue boon totems, you could also run Shattered Hope, and you could break a totem and then turn it into a Pentimento, but that is just not a very good idea. Don't do that. So yeah, Pentimento, very mean perk. It goes well with a lot of Hex builds. The stronger the Hex, the more Pentimento works with it. If you have a killer that can have the mobility to set it up, it's incredibly mean. It destroys solo players. And more importantly, even if you don't bring it, survivors will be less likely to want to use dull totem perks like Inner Healing or Inner Strength. And they will even be reluctant to deal with your other totems just because they are afraid of this. That's just how powerful it is. Honestly, quite mean. Another Hex that used to be the #1 perk in the game for killer that has rebounds a little bit is Ruin. Ruin is a very, very strong perk that slowly saps away the progress of a generator. It's still very, very slow depletion, don't get me wrong. Basically, if correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah. It takes normal regression speed is 4 times slower than a single survivor working on a gen. So that means that if you leave a gen unattended and Ruin begins to eat its progress, they can undo 40 seconds of Ruin in only 10 seconds of repair, or 4 seconds in only 1 second of repair. That still is pretty damn good, and let me tell you why. You now have a lot of perks that kick survivors away from gens, and then when they leave, the gen, while it's blocked, doesn't regress, obviously. It stays frozen. But when they leave, the gen will keep regressing. You also have a lot of perks like Surge or Painless that work hand in hand with Ruin. You have a lot of killers that can push survivors really, really hard into having to reassemble and leave generators, and you can slow down healing so that healing is slower, and Ruin takes its toll, right? So you can make that 100% normal regression effect work pretty well. The constant regression is also an amazing tracking method. If you're looking at a gen and then you see that it starts regressing, that means someone just let go of it. You can pair it with surveillance to know exactly when a survivor has begun working on it for a few seconds. So it's a very consistent source of slowdown. It pairs very well with other slowdowns. It pairs very well with other hexes, especially trap hexes like Pentimento or Haunted Ground, because survivors will have to just shrug and eat through the ruin. And basically, it's an amazing win more perk. If you're already doing well, and you down a survivor, and then you leave them on the ground slugged, and then you go for someone else, and now the whole team has to come rescue, that will make Ruin really, really pop off. One amazing thing about Ruin as well is that since it does damage like second per second, it doesn't trigger as a regression event. So unlike other perks like Eruption that will make the generator block itself, Ruin will not do that. So you can make a generator lose a lot of progress without activating the entity blocker that would delay that progress. So yeah, that's Ruin in a nutshell. Better, it's also a very hands-off perk as well, which can have interesting implications for some killers. So for example, say you're playing Legion or Nemesis. These are killers that will slow you down. You have zombies that push you off gens, right? You have the mending that keeps you off gens. During the mending, during the time where survivors are dealing with zombies, Ruin is doing its thing. If you're playing something like Hag as well, where you want survivors to not mess with you, survivors that see a Ruin, they are much more predictable. They do not want to leave the gen. They don't want to leave a gen 90%. They want to commit to it, and that will sometimes be to their detriment, because if they stick on the gen a bit more, you can have more time to set up, or you can have more predictable patterns of where they'll be so that you can interrupt them later. So yeah, a lot else could be said about Ruin, but hopefully that is a good summary. Okay, back after a little break. Lethal Pursuer. This perk shows you the aura of everyone at the start for a few seconds, and it also makes every other timed aura read a little bit longer. Now, there are some reads that are timed and some that are proximity based, right? Or status based. Those do not count. For example, if you have Deerstalker, you see a survivor when they are on the ground within a certain range. That does not get affected by Deerstalker. And if you have a perk such as let's see, a nurse's calling, which shows you the aura of survivors healing around you, that is based on proximity. It's not based on time. So those perks, nurse's calling, Deerstalker, and so on, they don't get affected by Lethal Pursuer. But any other perk or add-on that gives you an X seconds worth of auto read will now be applied for 2 seconds more. This is an unbelievably good side effect. Lethal Pursuer often gets run with other perks like Nowhere to Hide, other perks like Barbecue, add-ons like Compound 21, or anything else that has a time auto read. And it is so nice. It makes add-ons that are good even greater. It makes perks that are good even more consistent. And on perks that are already a long reveal, it makes it even longer. It makes Predator even better, you know. So the secondary effect of Lethal Pursuer is incredible. That being said, I don't super recommend, unless you're doing it for fun, do not necessarily run Lethal Pursuer with 20 other auto perks. Like, the thing about Lethal Pursuer that people seem to forget is that its main effect is actually really good as well. You don't need 2 auto add-ons and 3 auto perks to make Lethal Pursuer good. Lethal Pursuer on its own is very good. Seeing everyone at the start is an amazing boon, and I'm going to explain why. Some people, they play killer, they often find a survivor pretty early on, and then they wonder, if I always find a survivor early on without lethal, why would I run lethal? And then they go on one chase, they lose 3 gens, and then the game is unwinnable, and then they come to my chat and they ask me, Otz, why are survivors so good? Why are killers so weak? Why can't do anything? Gens get done. If you run a bit of Lethal Pursuer, you will realize that it's not necessarily about getting into a chase quickly, it's getting into the best possible chase and pushing the survivors into the best possible direction and knowing what to do after you've already hooked the first survivor. Lethal Pursuer helps you to do all of those things. So for example, let's see a best case scenario of what Lethal Pursuer could do for you. So Lethal Pursuer could show you at the start a survivor walking, and that could tell you that, okay, this survivor maybe has sprint burst. right? Or it could show you a survivor run at the start very fast, and you would know that it's sprint burst. So you don't have to worry about lithe or balance landing in the middle of the chase. And you could avoid chasing a survivor that could have sprint burst, right? It can also show you where survivors are all together so that you could go there and bother multiple people. And for the first minute or two of the game, they're going to be less efficient. It could also let you know where survivors are headed so that after you down one survivor, you can very, very consistently guess where the other survivors are going to be doing a gen at and go there and disturb it, right? It could also show you a survivor going into basement early on or going into a dead zone early on. And if you're playing an insta-down killer, that could be a free down, right? That you wouldn't know otherwise. If you don't see the autos of one survivor, you could also realize that that person has distortion so that you can guess later that they might not be so easy to track. So you could figure out how many distortion users are at the beginning. So that's also useful. And they will lose a token, obviously, and be easier to find later. And honestly, there's so many other things that you could guess thanks to Lethal Pursuer. There's also maps that are often split in two, right? And many times you will be surprised that a survivor or two spawn very close to you on your half of the map. So being able to immediately go for a singled out survivor is also a really good idea. So yeah, overall, the information from Lethal Pursuer, it's good for beginners. It's even greater for intermediate and experienced players that will make the best decision with the information that you get. And the fact that it makes other auto reading better and other auto reading add-ons better is just the cherry on top. A very, very, very good perk. Hex Blood Faber, an unbelievably oppressive perk that can make some maps feel really, really difficult. Anytime you take damage, even passively, even from things like the plague infecting you over time, the pallets around the killer, am I right? No, the pallets around the survivor, not around the killer, apologies, will be blocked. Now, some survivors can sometimes use the speed boost from being hurt to go somewhere else, but this perk basically stops them from using pallets nearby. Even if the pallets are very good, even if the pallet would have given them a lot of safety, that pallet would be blocked. There are a few situations where this perk becomes even meaner. If you're in a map that is stacked on top of itself, because the range obviously goes through floors, this can be even more powerful. You could down a survivor, then chase them into the second floor, and when they look back, they realize that all the pallets are still blocked. The duration is also pretty generous, especially if you have a killer with some sort of mobility. And even when you've already down a survivor, the fact that this perk blocks the pallet also means that pallet rescues and self-pallet rescues are impossible. So something like flip-flop power struggle cannot be used. Something like a background player survivor running quickly and dropping a pallet on you cannot be used. So Blood Faber can also prevent pallet saves. And that's amazing. Now, the worst thing about Blood Faber is that it's just one hex perk, and people used to just be able to find it and do it very quickly. But nowadays, we have so many ways to protect hexes or punish survivors for doing the wrong hexes or hexes at all, that it becomes honestly really, really difficult to know how to deal with this perk. And I don't envy survivors. This is generally a difficult perk to deal with. If I was playing solo, I would maybe bite the bullet and just deal with it. If I'm playing with teams, I would try to do it against some killers because it's generally very, very strong. Especially in a map like Gideon, where you only have pallets and there's very few windows, Blood Faber will give immense value. So the idea, of course, is that you can have Undying to protect it, Dominance to protect it, Haunted Ground, so that if survivors do the wrong one, they get insta-down. You could also have Pentimento after it's done. A common idea could be to run Blood Faber, Ruin, and Pentimento, and then no matter what, you're going to have either slowdown, either good chases, or massive slowdown from Pentimento. So yeah, it is pretty damn mean. A little bit better on killers that can damage from a distance, that can damage really quickly, that can damage and continuously deal damage. Yeah, I really appreciate this on killers like Trickster and killers like Huntress. It also works surprisingly well on killers that have a bit of a cooldown. So something like Spirit or Chucky, normally they hit you with power and they have a bit of a cooldown, and that's the time when survivors should drop a pallet. Well, not so easy with Blood Faber. So yeah, pretty damn strong effect. Zanshin Tactics went from an amazing beginner perk that no one really wanted to use to an amazing perk overall, and particularly good on some killers. It shows you the auto of windows, pallet, and is it breakable walls as well? No, breakable walls are not shown to you, I think. I could swear it did. Well, either way, breakable walls are pretty fixed. So even if it's not shown by Zanshin, it's fine. Breakable walls are shown to survivors with the Zanshin version of Survivor, which is Windows Opportunity. I think that's why I thought that. But back to the effects of this perk. Seeing palettes and windows is an amazing thing. For beginners, it's as simple as when you chase a survivor, you see what their options are, and you can preemptively try to body block them. If you're playing Wraith, for example, you can preemptively try to chase them away from it. You can preemptively decide, okay, this survivor is running towards this area. I see that he has window, pallet, window. So I'm not going to bother with this guy. I'm just going to go for someone else. And sometimes that will win you the game, knowing who is worth chasing or not. There's also many tiles that sometimes have a pallet and sometimes do not. And since Windows of Opportunity is an incredibly common survivor perk, it's very often the case that they know what's around the corner and you don't, right? So many times I will be chasing a survivor around the corner and I will have a chainsaw on my hands because I'm playing cannibal and I don't know if I should rev the chainsaw. Right? But with this perk, you will know. You will absolutely know because you see everything. And, you know, the auto reading of this is actually really good on killers like Doctor, like Clown, like Artist. It allows you to play not just a single tile, but see the whole picture, right? So when you're playing Artist, for instance, even if you haven't been to that part of the map, you can put a bird that covers one window, but that also X-rays aiming X-rays the next window. So that if a survivor tries to be smart and go to the next tile and they use that window, then you shoot the bird and then you still hit them. So yeah, very decent on killers like that. But we still haven't gotten to the secondary effect, which is the thing that makes really an otherwise okay perk into a strong one. Zanshin Tactics shows you the aura of a survivor for, I believe it's 8 seconds, yeah. 8 seconds when they drop a pallet. 10 seconds if you have lethal pursuer. That is huge. On a normal killer, this is a nice effect. After you drop the pallet, you will see where they went, and they will have a harder time. Getting away from you or losing you in chase. But there are some killers where this effect is unbelievably powerful because they can hit you through walls. So Pyramid Head is a clear example. After they drop a pallet, you can see their aura and hit them. Artists also would benefit a lot from this, even though she has an add-on called Baby Shoes that can do something similar. So yeah, Nurse, if they drop a pallet, they shouldn't, but if they do, basically it's a free hit because you'll see them. For killers like Huntress or Deathslinger, they can hide behind a wall, or Nemesis, they can hide behind a wall and pretend to go one way, and when the survivor runs in front of the pallet, they can show up and then land a hit, or a tentacle hit, or a harpoon shot, and so on. So yeah, being able to see a survivor for that long is incredibly good. And for killers that are really good at breaking pallets, it also means that any kind of mind game that survivors could try is a little bit risky. Many times a survivor will not realize that this perk is in play. They'll drop a pallet, they'll try to hide around the corner or hide in a bush or something stupid, and they will die. Eventually, this perk will be ingrained in the mindset of survivors and they will play around it. But since it's been recently buffed, there's a really good chance you're going to get a lot of nasty hits and catch survivors off guard with it. Very strong perk overall, especially on the killers that we mentioned. Tinkerer is a perk that is unbelievably uncommon compared to how strong it is. With Tinkerer, anytime a gen is being done, you will have a warning ahead of time. This warning only comes once, so that means that Tinkerer can only trigger from 5 to 7 times, because there's technically 7 gens on the map, right? But still, it's really good information. And on top of the information that a generator is at 70%, you also get enough undetectable to go there and stop it. Unfortunately, depending on how big the map is and if there's 2 or 3 survivors, sometimes by the time Tinkerer is done, you will show up there with undetectable and the gem will pop, as your undetectable is about to end. So doesn't mean that Tinkerer is bad. No, Tinkerer is incredible. Ask yourself, how many times have you been struggling to find survivors and then they pop a gen that was maybe not even that far and you go, that gen was progress? They were there, but I was there not too long ago. Tinkerer is an amazing way to avoid situations like that and save generators that would otherwise get done under your nose. It pairs unbelievably well with Goes the Weasel. It pairs unbelievably well with Know It, so that you can always be in the final gen and contest it. It pairs it doesn't pair well with terror radius related perks or abilities, so watch out if you're playing Tinkerer and you're playing Doctor. Yeah, you are not going to be able to shock people with your terror radius because you will not have any. So watch out a little bit with that. I see sometimes people run Tinkerer and Coulrophobia, or Tinkerer and Distressing, or Tinkerer and Unnerving Presence, like things that don't make sense. Watch out for that. But overall, this is really, really good. You can also run it with Discordance. One of my favorite combinations in the game is Discordance Tinkerer. With this combination, you can know whether or not a gen is being done, and also how long it will take until it's done, because you can deduce whether it's one person or not. So yeah, Tinkerer is really, really good. If you manage to bother multiple survivors, amazing. Some killers have the ability to harass survivors from afar or getting close really, really quickly. So if you're playing Oni and Tinkerer procs, you can really mess with survivors. If you're playing Artists, you can mess with them. If you're playing Plague, you can show up and use your red puke, or maybe even puke on it, or maybe apply Eruption, right? It has a lot of synergies. It's great. Personally, one thing that you need to watch out, and I would like to warn you about, is people at higher levels aren't stupid. As long as they've seen Tinkerer a few times, and they're probably not going to get grabbed, especially if it's a loud killer, right? But if they've seen Tinkerer a few times and they understand that you have this perk, they will do a thing where they make a gen approach the 70% mark, and then they bait you. They literally will get the gen to 75 and leave. And then you will drop a chase, you'll go back and you'll find no one, and then you'll see 3 Tinkerers all activate at the same time, and you're gonna be like, okay, what can I do, right? One of the ways to make Tinkerer a little bit better is to have Deadlock. Deadlock Tinkerer is a great combination as well. If you have 2 Tinkerers, you can guess which one's gonna be done based on which one trigger first or which one has 2 people, right? And then focus on that, and the other Tinkerer will never be able to be completed that gen because of Deadlock, right? If one of them gets completed. So that can be nice as well. Deadlock, Tinkerer, Discordance, Noah, those are good natural synergies for Tinkerer. And the information alone is just really, really good. Tinkerer is not as useful on killers that are already stealthy. It's not as useful on killers that are already very, very fast and can go around the whole map and just check gens, right? And it's also not as useful on killers that have built-in tracking, like, for example, Wraith with the Iridescent All-Seeing, right? He just already knows. But it's really, really good otherwise. Keep in mind that if you play a killer like Huntress or Freddy or Trickster to some degree, or, these killers have a built-in lullaby and survivors can hear you, especially Hunters. So Tinkerer is not going to make that go away. But, it's overall a pretty, very good perk. I put Discordance on a very similar level as Tinkerer. It's an amazing perk for the information that it gathers. It's honestly also an incredible replacement for Corrupt Intervention. Your number one concern at the start of the game as a killer is to bother multiple survivors. In a normal scenario, right, with perks not being accounted for, if at the start of the game you chase one survivor and that one survivor uses a few pallets, you're going to lose 3 gens. And that is just something that is very difficult to recover from. Not impossible, but very difficult. With Discordance, you can bother multiple people. You can sometimes take one survivor and chase them into a gen that's been alerted to you by Discordance, and then bother 3 people at once. Incredible stuff. Much like Tinkerer, Discordance can also allow you to deduce the presence of certain survivors that you might be particularly interested in, right? So say, for example, that you've hooked Dwight, and you've downed Claudette, and now Discordance triggers. So now you know that the other 2 survivors are across the map, and you can make a decision that is informed. Since you know that the map is very large, you now realize, okay, I actually have time to pick up Claudette, and I can still defend Dwight on the hook, Or let's put it in another scenario. For example, let's say that you're looking for the Obsession, and Discordance triggers. There's a really good chance that the Obsession is there. It's a 50-50 chance pretty much, right? And if you already know where someone else was, then now it's an even bigger chance. And let's say that you have the perk Save the Best for Last, that encourages you to, or Dying Light, that encourages you to find non-obsessions. If you have Discordance, at least by definition, one of those survivors, if not both, will be a non-obsession. So Discordance is also an amazing perk to make those other perks work. So yeah, overall, really, really good. The elephant in the room. What happens if survivors split up? What happens if every survivor splits up? If every survivor splits up, that is a bit of a worst case scenario for you, right? Because that does mean that they're being very efficient and you can't bother them all at once. But when Discordance doesn't activate, you can also deduce that, hey, they're splitting up. And then you can bring perks that are good if they split up. So if you bring, for example, Discordance and Tinker and Deadlock, you will be able to single survivors out on gens, right, with Tinkerer. And when they pop a gen, they'll be split up, so Deadlock will hit them harder. And if at the end of the game they are a bit desperate and they get together on a gen, you will know about it. So the lack of information from this Cordon is in itself also a sort of information. We also haven't talked about the fact that some killers have powers that naturally are stronger against crowds of survivors. So for example, Legion, who is the killer that this Cordons comes from, an amazing perk on Legion. Finding multiple survivors and being able to get at least a few injuries is really, really good. Killers like Artis have add-ons to swarm multiple survivors with birds, so this Cordons can be amazing on her as well. Killers like Nemesis, for example, it's not only good to find multiple survivors, zombies will actually react to the sound effect from this Cordons. So you can have a zombie literally turn around and go towards 2 survivors, and one zombie bothering 2 survivors can be really good while you're maybe across the entire map. So yeah, has a lot of synergies like that. Nowhere to Hide is honestly an insanely powerful information perk that is just leaks above anything else quite like it. Other perks have cooldowns, limited uses, really situational like trigger conditions. Nowhere to Hide just gives you a lot of information when you kick a generator. It has basically no cooldown. You can just use it as often as you like. And the most baffling thing about it is that the 24-meter auto reading range is not based on the generator. It's actually based on you. And this makes it a good perk. Nowhere to Hide is generally a good perk on almost any killer. The only killers that I wouldn't recommend it on are killers that are not going to have any gen-related perk. If you're not going to have pop, if you're not going to have eruption, if you're not going to have any perk that triggers when you kick a gen, Nowhere to Hide is maybe a bit less appealing since you're not killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And also, if you're a killer that is incredibly territorial, that's just going to stay in one area, such as a hag, for example, maybe you don't need this as well. If you have passive perks like Corrupt, Deadlock, and you're not going to kick gens, don't bother with this perk. But for almost anyone else, this perk is nasty. It's really, really good. It pairs well with Pop, it pops well with Eruption, and a few other perks that we'll talk about. And on some killers that have great mobility or teleport, it's arguably even better on them. So for example, if you're playing Oni, right, you can kick Nowhere to Hide, and as you begin to move, or as you teleport as the nurse, the aura will follow you. Yes, if you have Lethal Pursuer, that aura lasts even longer. So that means that you could kick a gen and then go a little bit into the map and find someone that was outside of your range initially, and maybe even down them, right? So that part of this perk is very, very cruel. If you are lucky enough to play something like Nurse on a map like Gideon or Larry, something quite small and tight, Nowhere to Hide becomes generally very, very oppressive. And the fact that you're probably going to be running it with lethal, and the fact that it can have unlimited uses really, really often also means that if they do have distortion, you will likely run through their tokens and make them run out of distortion uses very, very quickly. So yeah, very, very nasty. Also works on Unknown. You can kick a gen, teleport across the map, and then see people where you are right now. It's just a very, very, very powerful perk at the moment. And as I said, compared to most other perks that have a lot of conditions or ifs and buts, this perk is, uncannily consistent. Barbecue and Chilli is a very comfy perk that could be run on almost any killer, especially killers with mobility. After you hook a survivor, anyone that's far away will be revealed to you. Now, some caveats. Some survivors expect this perk and will run into a locker to avoid it, especially in endgame situations. Survivors that hide behind a gen, their aura will be revealed, but it's actually really hard to actually see it. So many times, if you don't look really hard or have the right angle, a survivor hiding behind a gen will be hard to see. Survivors that have distortion of the record or other anti-auto reading effects will not be visible, of course. And survivors that are close to you are also not picked up. So what unfortunately happens with barbecue sometimes, and on the average killer, what ends up happening with barbecue sometimes is that you hook a survivor and you see maybe 0 people and you don't know what the hell happened. Are they behind a gen? Did they go into a locker? Do they all have distortion? Do they all have off the record? Are they all next to me? What is going on? That's why I think on the average killer, Barbecue and Chilli is okay, but generally nothing that spectacular. However, when you have killers that are very explosive, that down people really quickly, and that can hook them in seconds, and that have great mobility or great teleports or whatever, then barbecue becomes a lot better. Because survivors are caught with their pants down, they don't have time to reassemble and come. You will often find, if you're playing something like Nurse and you hook a survivor really quickly after a short chase, you will often see all 3 other survivors scrambling around the map trying to pick themselves back up, and then you can pick the best chase. If you're already partially into the game and people are grouping up to heal, or they're trying to do a totem, or they're trying to find a Noid, like this perk can show you a lot of what the team is doing and allow you to make informed decisions of who you want to chase. Also, being able to find that one survivor that is maybe their own hook, or that you really wanted to find because it's your last token for whatever perk, is a positive. Particularly good on the S tier killers that already have great mobility, such as Blight and so on, such as Billy. Anything that has great mobility, you know, will benefit from barbecue quite a bit. With Lethal Pursuer, the auto ring is even longer, to the point where you can sometimes hate a survivor by the time the auto is out. So yeah, but it's particularly good on those, and it's okay on everyone else. Do not super recommend this perk on killers that are a little bit slow, or that after hooking are going to roam around. If you're playing Hag, maybe you don't need to know where the survivors are. Maybe you don't care, right? Friends Till the End is a barbecue-like perk that triggers whenever you hook someone. It basically has two effects. If you hook the obsession, someone else will scream and become the obsession. And if you hook a non-obsession, the obsession will be exposed and you'll see their aura for a lengthy amount of time, even more if you have Lethal Pursuer. And being exposed for 20 seconds is no joke. This is actually amazing. I think it's one of my favorite perks. I really like this perk. If the obsession, one thing that's important to know is that there are some limits as to who can be targeted. If you are hooking the second to last survivor and the last final survivor is in a locker, they will not trigger this perk, right? If the obsession goes into a locker, they will not have their auto revealed and you won't know where they are. So survivors can play around this perk a little bit, but from my experience, they don't often try, or they don't often know how to do that. And this perk is awesome. I mean, one of the most fun parts about this perk is that it rotates the obsession for you. And there are a lot of other perks that are not necessarily the strongest, but that are really fun. They're really fun. So you could hook the obsession. With this and then turn someone else into the obsession. And then that person would be susceptible to being rancored, which is an insta-kill perk that we'll talk about in a minute, right? Or that person could give you play with your food. So you could use this. Or that person could give you furtive chase, which would make you stealthy, you know. So there's so many little like combinations that are really fun with Friends Till the End. But even if we just look at the most like straightforward way to use this perk, it's giving you information on one person. It's making one person very uncomfortable and unable to rescue. If, for example, you hook a survivor and the obsession is making the mistake of like, oh, I'm right here, I'm just gonna wait and unhook when the killer goes away. Well, now they're exposed, they could go down. Now you have a survivor on the hook, a survivor on the ground, everyone else was far away, the whole team is in shambles. Yeah, particularly powerful in that scenario. I also really like it in the endgame. In endgame, survivors often have to open gates, and maybe there's someone on the ground, and maybe no it is in play, and nobody really, like, one of the best things that survivors have around that time is that there's two gates. They kind of hope that the killer wastes time in one to do the other. Stealth becomes quite relevant then, right? So this is a perk that can really destroy survivors when they're trying to be stealthy. Let's say that they're grouping up in a corner of the map to heal, finding both of them and then getting there and seeing their aura for such a long period of time on some killers is really powerful as well. So yeah, obviously the fact that survivors scream also triggers perks like Deadman Switch if they turn into the obsession, you know, yeah. And because this perk is both a scream and an auto reveal perk, it does not get fully countered by distortion. It does get to some degree countered by distortion, but not as much as other perks that only do aura. You would need to run both Calm Spirit and distortion to completely nullify this perk, which is nice. Makes it a little bit more consistent. Coup de Grâce, an incredible perk on killers that need to use a basic attack to down. Funnily enough, like, this perk used to be really bad, but now I think it's at a point where it's just downright unfair. Every time a gen gets done, you get 2 tokens. You can only carry up to 5 for some reason, but if you keep using them, you will generate up to 10 by the end of the game. Now, let me just say, this perk is incredibly awkward. It's really easy to lose the tokens. Even though it extends your lunge by quite a bit, if you do a normal lunge, you will lose this. If you do a very tiny lunge, you will lose this. If you're lunging and then a generator pops mid-lunge, you will lose a token. So yeah, sometimes this perk can make you actually play worse. There's sometimes when I'm chasing a survivor, right? And I don't want to lose a token, so I get close to do a normal attack without lunging, and it's just awkward. It's a little bit awkward. But what you get in return is just so unbelievably good. Many survivors, especially the ones that are most experienced, will have a very tight idea of how to run certain loops, right? They will look at a jungle gym or a shack or whatever, and they will run a certain way, knowing that if they run it right, you will barely miss them, or they will barely make the pallet, or they will barely make the window, before you can react. With this perk, all of those calculations go out of the window. If a survivor is giving you a small margin to catch them, you will 100% catch them. It goes extremely well with Noed. It goes extremely well with insta-down killers that do it naturally, like Myers. If you have something else to slow down the game, such as Deadlock, to make sure that they don't pop too many gens at once, Coup de Grâce can give you enough time to actually use the tokens. I also think it works really well on Legion, since Legion already injures people with their power, and he doesn't waste Coup de Grâce tokens with their power. You can basically already insta-down the injured survivors and have Coup de Grâce once you're in a normal chase with them. So Coup de Grâce can make killers like Legion have, cover their main weakness, which is that they're not super strong in regular chase after you injure a survivor, right? So all of those things are just brilliant. It's just really good. I don't think this perk works on everyone. Unlike some other perks that we talked about earlier, it's not universally useful. It's not like, oh, put it on everyone. It's also easy to abuse it and use it at times when you shouldn't. But basically, if you are a strong killer with a lot of experience and you know how much you can do with that extra lunge, Coup de Grâce becomes quite disgusting. Also really powerful on killers that want to take possession of a pallet. So for example, I'm thinking Clown. With Clown and Coup, you will be compounding the survivors being slowed down, you being sped up, and you having a massive lunge, making some pallets literally unplayable, and making some things that would be a little bit of a 50-50 into 100% a hit for you guaranteed. Singularity also benefits greatly from Coup de Grâce. Singularity, many times the counterplay to him is to pre-drop a pallet when he teleports to you. With Coup de Grâce, you can launch at the pallet, and at that point, either they keep running and they give you the pallet and eventually the hit, or they drop it and you still get the hit. The first time or two that you hit survivors with Coup de Grâce, it will almost always be a nasty surprise. And they could be greedy, expecting to get many loops out of a particular structure and then go down in seconds. And if you're playing against solo players and they don't have the ability to communicate the existence of this perk, you will be able to have this same surprise on multiple people per game, which is incredibly powerful. Now, the next perk is possibly the most niche perk so far. Some perks that we've talked about so far were very universal, useful on everyone. Some perks were maybe useful on half the killers. This perk should not be used on most killers. Dare I say, it should also not be used by most people. This perk gives you a strong effect in some situations, but also takes away something very critical, which is blood loss. Blood loss is the passive ability that killers have to become stronger and stronger over the chase. And by stronger, I mean faster. So the way blood loss works, if I remember correctly, about 15 seconds into a chase, you'll become 5% faster. And then another 15 seconds, you'll become 2.5 more. And then another 15 seconds afterwards, if you really need it, you will be 10% faster in total. And this basically makes it so that you're guaranteed to get a hit eventually. You might dismiss this and think, I'm a very skillful killer, I don't need blood loss. You would be surprised how useful it is to get blood loss sometimes. If you're playing, say, Oni, right? And you need that first hit, and you're in a loop where the pallet has already been dropped, and the survivor's running around it, and you waste 15 seconds to achieve blood loss, and then you get a hit, and then with that hit you get blood, and then with the blood you get your power, and then with your power you down everyone. That tiny bit of 15 seconds wasted for blood loss is actually incredibly useful. So losing blood loss is really bad. It is a massive downside, and as I said, for most killers, for most players, stay away from this perk. It will do more harm than good. However, what do we get out of this perk? This perk makes us a bit faster after doing a basic attack. That means that immediately, do not run this perk on any killer like Huntress or Nurse or Hillbilly that is going to be primarily using their special attack. So, after all of these downsides and all these conditions, why is this perk this high up then if it's so disgustingly bad? There are two types of killers that use this perk very well. Killers that use their basic attack and then follow up with a basic attack. So Myers is not one of those, for example, because with Myers you will often insta-down. Same with Ghosts, for example. Same with Legion. Like Legion already injures with power, so by the time he hits you, you're already down. But killers that have to M1 and then follow up with an M1 or an M2, Rapid Brutality works really well. And there are also some killers that naturally do not build Bloodlust in their normal chase. So for example, if you're playing Doctor, right, when you shock people, which you're going to do very often during chase, every time you shock people, you reset the Bloodlust. So Doctor essentially, in some situations, doesn't even build Bloodlust. Similar thing with Pinhead, similar thing with Singularity, and so on. You could also argue the same with Dredge, which, you know. So this perk works particularly well on those killers. These killers, they get a hit and they often have some kind of teleport or way to catch up, right? And then they have to get another hit. And that's where Rapid Brutality really, really helps. The best user, in my opinion, of Rapid Brutality is probably Singularity. Let me paint you the picture, right? You will hit a survivor that has been infected by the Sleepstream. Then you will teleport to that survivor. You will get a small speed boost from the teleport, which is base kit. And then with Rapid Brutality, you will also be 5% faster. That makes this really, really good, because it means that you get a hit, you teleport, and you immediately benefit from the speed to get the second hit. On an average killer like Trapper, Rapid Brutality is kind of worthless because it lasts so little. Look at it, it's only 10 seconds in tier 3, that when you hit a survivor and you keep running after them, by the time you're like halfway there, the perk is already deactivated. But with killers like Singularity, that's not the case. You will get the full speed boost when you've hit a survivor and you're catching up. Clown can also use this extremely well. Clown can hit you with a bottle, right? The bottles reset Bloodlust. You will be very slow, he will be very fast, and then he can throw a yellow bottle and he can throw a purple bottle, and he'll be moving at 115, you'll be moving at 100, you will have a minus 15 or minus 19 multiplier, so you'll be slower, and he will have a plus 10% or plus 15% with this. So basically, when you compound all of that, Clown is moving like a freight train and you are moving like a hard puppy, right? With a chain ball attached to your wrist, to your ankle. So yeah, Rapid Brutality can make killers like that particularly good. So long story short, good on Clown if you know how to use your bottles. Good on Pinhead because he also resets Bloodlust, and being faster while survivors are chained is incredible. Very good on Singularity as well. Very good on Doctor. One of the unfortunate things about Doctor is that when he shocks, he slows himself down. Right, but with Rapid Brutality, that you don't feel that very much at all. So you might hit a survivor, then they go to a pallet, and they can't even drop the pallet because you shock them. And because you're faster while you shock them, you still manage to go around the loop and get another hit. So it's really good on Doctor as well. And I'm forgetting if there's any other killer that uses it particularly well after those ones that I just mentioned. There might be one that I'm forgetting. Maybe you can let me know in the comments. But yeah, for killers like this, if you know what you're doing, this perk can have quite an amount of value. But for almost anything else, as I mentioned, don't bother. Next up is Bamboozle. Very simple perk. It makes you vault windows 15% faster. It's noticeable. Some windows are safe, but if you vault a little bit faster, suddenly they become less so. So the faster vault is nice. But the main effect of this perk is that it blocks the window for 16 seconds. Thank you so much. 16 seconds. This essentially creates a need for the survivor to either drop the pallet if there's one nearby or go to the next part. Now, let me tell you the main downside of this perk and how you should not use it. Some killers run this perk and they automatically turn off their brain. They see a survivor go to a window, and even though they could try to mind game the window, or they could try to catch the survivor on a time when they vaulted back, you know, or they could even do some kind of like fun little red glow play to hit a survivor while they're vaulting. They just automatically go, me have Bamboozle, me press space in the window. And then they vault the window, and then the survivor goes to the next window, and then they go there, and then repeat. I've sometimes seen people, or I've done it myself, where I'm playing against a hillbilly with Bamboozle, and I go to Shack, and I enter Shack, and before I even do anything, I just run away, and the killer automatically, before even seeing me, before even seeing what I'm doing, they automatically vault the window. You know, fun fact, I once saw a tournament where a Billy pretended to have Bamboozle, right? It was very successful, actually. He pretended to have Bamboozle. Every time he went to shack, he waited in front of the window. The survivors saw the red stain, and they were like, oh, Bamboozle, I need to go. I need to go, I need to leave. And then, actually, he used that perk slot for Noet, and he got them off guard, and he won that round. So, yeah, do not do that. Do not be predictable with Bamboozle. How to play it appropriately. You use it on the windows that are really, really strong, and don't use it on the ones that are not. You go to a jungle gym that has a pallet, then you use it and they have to drop the pallet. You use it on shack, they have to drop the shack pallet, and so on and so forth. The faster vault also helps you here and there. Why is Bamboozle so high up? It is simply a bit of a crutch for killers like Cannibal, killers such as Hillbilly, and also fairly good on killers that are really good at playing around pallets, but that struggle with windows. So for example, Xenomorph is a killer that if you try to play around pallets, he's gonna hit you. But windows in mains, windows in shacks, windows in strong structures can be a bit of a problem. So having Bamboozle can work. Bamboozle also stacks really, really nicely with add-ons and passive abilities that make you vault faster. So for example, Myers in tier 2 and tier 3 vaults faster. So Bamboozle is pretty good on him because it compounds, right? It stacks together. And it also gives you this ability to deny points of safety. So pallets, after they're gone, right? But windows always remain. So say, for example, that you're playing Myers and you pop your tier 3 and the survivor runs you to a very strong window. It would feel really bad after you've gotten rid of every pallet, but now you only need to vault it once. And if there's nothing else there, then the survivor's going to go down. It also goes well with Singularity. Singularity is not very good with dealing with windows. They can be used against him, but he's really good at destroying pallets and eviscerating pallets. So Bamboozle can kind of cover your weakness. So basically, Bamboozle is a way to cover the weakness of your killer. You do not need it on killers such as Deathslinger that can play around windows really well. Deathslinger, if they vault in front of you, you shoot them, and then you reel them, and then you hit them through the window. Nurse, I mean, do I even need to explain? So this is not a perk that you run on most killers. It's a perk that you run on the killers where it makes sense to do so. And as I said, a short list from the top of my head, in my opinion at least, would be Billy, would be Bubba, would be, those are the main one. You could also use it on Xenomorph. He has an add-on as well to vault faster. You could use it on Singularity. It's comfortable on Trickster. Trickster also has the same issue where main buildings and chat can be rough, but almost anything else, especially low tiles, he can play around really well. So if you use that, it can really help some killers become more consistent and less map dependent. One of the unfortunate things about Bamboozle that is going to happen 9 times out of 10 is that when you put on Bamboozle, you will go to a map like Gideon that has like 3 windows and and 1 million pallets. But yeah, other than that, that can be avoided. Predator used to be one of the worst perks in the game, and it's done a massive rebound with the latest buffs. It's now a perk that triggers whenever you lose a survivor in chase. And then you see the aura for a little bit, even more if you have Lethal Pursuer, and it goes on a short cooldown of 40 seconds, which is pretty reasonable. Now, there are the way chase works in DBD is worth talking about really briefly. A chase begins when you have direct line of sight of the survivor. They are typically in front of you, and they begin to run, right? There are some exceptions, but that's mostly how it works. And a chase ends if a survivor is no longer in your line of sight for a while, and the further you are, the faster it will end. If you reach, I believe, the 18-meter range, the chase ends immediately. So sometimes a survivor, even when you're behind them, you will lose the chase. And the more experienced you are as a killer, the more you can manipulate the game and lose chase on purpose. There's also killers that lose chase by doing certain things. For example, with Myers, if you stalk repeatedly, you will lose chase. And with Wraith, if you cloak in front of a survivor, that automatically loses the chase as well. So you can use Predator and manipulate it a little bit. For example, with Artists, you can chase a survivor, hit them with a bird, and then step back and see their aura and shoot them with a follow-up bird that they can't even see through a wall and hit them and down them, right? This perk is mostly useful on Nurse. Nurse is an unbelievably good user of this perk. By breaking the chase, by stepping away, you still have a very, very good shout a good chance at using your power to do a follow-up hit, and it makes it even more impossible to get rid of her and to use stealth perks against her, which would otherwise be a really decent idea. So this is an unbelievably good perk on Nurse. I think it's a really good solid perk on Artist. It's a really solid perk on Wraith or any other killer that you want to lose chase with for tracking. It completely destroys perks like Lucky Break that could otherwise be quite scary, right? That you could lose a survivor. So yeah, it's overall pretty good. Why isn't it even higher? Because honestly, killers that can run this perk can also run other perks that are arguably a little bit better. But yeah, very, very solid tracking perk. And the best thing about it is that it's a very accessible perk for beginners as well, which I'm very happy that, you know, basic perks are better for newer players. Wretched Fate is a perk that I'm not very happy about. It is, I think, an incredibly lame perk by design. Whenever the first gen pops, the survivor that is the obsession, which is always going to be one of them, will be afflicted by this perk. And it will be up until they cleanse it. This perk gives them a very similar slowdown to Pentimento, minus 33% speed. That means that a single survivor will take more than 2 minutes to complete a gen. Yeah, like about 130 seconds. It's actually really, really mean. And similar to other Hex perks, the aura of the totem is revealed to that survivor if they want to go around. Honestly, if they go around and they don't find it, it's really, really bad. And if they sit on a gen and they have to do several gens like this, it's really, really bad. And the worst part about Wretched Fate, the thing that makes this perk so devious and so evil is that, say that you're the obsession and you do a totem to get rid of Wretched Fate, then bam, now the killer has Pentimento, so he will be applying that slowdown to you and the other guys as well. So Wretched Fate can put survivors in a bit of a lose-lose situation where no matter what they do, they're messed up. Obviously, as the killer, if you keep chasing the obsession and they're slower at jets, it doesn't matter. So what your idea is to make sure that the obsession is never at the center of your sight. You want to focus on non-obsession survivors. And then the obsession is forced to do gens, and the obsession has to deal with the effect of this perk. For that reason, it pairs particularly well with other perks that you might want to run when you're not focusing on the obsession, like Dying Light or Save the Best for Last. Still, I don't even think you have to run those perks. I think this perk on its own is really mean, and I think this perk with other hexes is particularly awful. Keep in mind that if a gen is 33% slower, anything like Pain Res, Ruin, Pop Goes the Weasel, it's gonna be even harder, right? So if a gen gets hit by Pain Res, a normal survivor would have a bit of a hard time undoing that damage. A survivor with Wretched Fate is even worse. This perk is extremely passive. It's extremely hands off. You don't really need to do anything about it. I mean, it's true. If by the time they pop one gen, they pop 3 other gens at once, it's not as impactful. Ideally, you want to run this perk with Deadlock, with Cordons, with something to ensure that they're not gonna pop too many gens at once, right? But other than that, it's just a very, very mean perk. It's a little bit hard to calculate how much slowdown it gives you compared to other perks, but I personally think it's pretty damn mean. And I just realized this perk is actually not visible in the list. I'm gonna figure out why that is. Give me a second. Yeah, I just realized that all of the Dracula perks were not properly displayed on screen. I'm so sorry about that. Don't worry, the image version that will be in the description and the pinned comment, that will be corrected, so you won't have to deal with that. Next up, Hex Undying, the default go-to Hex protecting perk. Basically, this perk is a second chance, a second life to the first hex that gets done, if it's not Undying itself. And it also has a side effect. So basically what this perk does is get down Mr. President, I'm going to protect another perk. So for example, if you have Undying and Ruin and they cleanse Ruin, Undying will replace it. And Undying will take the bullet for Ruin. And if they do Undying, then Undying is done. Basically, the first hex that they cleanse will always result in Undying going away, but that can still trigger certain perks. So for example, if you have if you have crowd control, it will still reset the totems. And if you have Haunted Ground, you will still trigger the insta-down. So with Undying, you can sometimes have Haunted Ground trigger multiple times, which is kind of funny. So basically, what this perk makes is a shield for your other hexes. And it also has the side effect of revealing survivors around dull totems. This also is one of the ways they can realize that you have this perk. If you're a survivor and you run by a dull totem and you get hexed, it's Undying. So that's one way they can deduce it. And yeah, you can even, in some strange situations, it can even revive Noet and Pentimento totems, but that is obviously very unlikely to happen. So basically, Undying is a solid pick when you have a hex that you really care about, like Ruin, like Devour Hope, like Blood Faber, and it goes really, really well with that. It pairs also well with the next perk that we'll talk about that protects totem, which is called Dominance. It pairs really well with Throw the Hunt, since, you know, it's really nasty to do multiple gens slowly multiple times. And yeah, if you don't run too many hexes, it's actually really good as well to see the aura of the survivors around dull totems. It is a surprisingly useful side effect that many people forget about. So not much to say about this. It just makes other hexes better. Nowadays, I think people almost prefer Pentimento, but Undying is still really solid and it still goes well with Pentimento. So yeah, one thing that I haven't talked about very much when it comes to hexes is that hexes are generally okay on most killers, but there are some killers that are particularly good at taking advantage of hexes. We're talking things like Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head can put trails around totems, which means that they cannot be cleansed without being trailed. And Plague. Plague can puke on totems, to make them infect any survivor that touches them if they are not already infected. Other killers like Trapper can deny them very directly by trapping them, or Hag or Demogorgon can also, you know, make them a little bit more dangerous. Killers like Artist can also send birds to check on them, and anyone else can run perks like Barbecue and Chilli to get notified when they hook if a survivor is getting dangerously close to a totem. This basically makes totems a little bit less likely to be gone in the first minute, which is something that always feels pretty bad. Surge is a really, really nice perk and a really comfortable perk for killers that down with their basic attack. Legion is a good example. Myers is a good example. If they insta down, even better. If you don't have anything else, this perk is almost good on any killer, let's be honest, but particularly good on killers like that. It is a nice perk that allows you to skip the whole down a survivor, hook a survivor, kick the gen. You already have done a bit of damage to the gen. It doesn't really have a cooldown, so in situations where survivors are giving you... This is not going to happen very often, right? But in situations where survivors take hits for each other, or you get multiple downs, Surge can be really, really brutal. It can make a gen that's 99 go straight down to 90 and then and then take another hit and now be at 72, you know, or 82, and you know, and so on. So it can be really, really nasty. Keep in mind that Surge does not hit gens that are blocked, and it will not work if survivors go into a locker. So one of the best ways you have as a survivor to play around Surge, if you realize that you're going to go down next to a gen, or God forbid, multiple gens, hello dog, is to go into a locker. And we're going to take a little pause to give the dog a little treat so that he is a happy boy. Here you go, dog. Here you go. Yeah, good boy. So yeah, now on the flip side, what is the best case use for killers? If you get a small map, or God forbid, a map like Gideon or Midwich, which is all stacked on top of itself, multiple floors, Surge can be one of the best perks in the game. It can hit multiple survivors multiple times and do 8-8-8 every single time. And yeah, it can make 3 gens across different floors easier to manage. Some maps like Badham or Haddonfield, you sometimes get downs next to buildings, but it's really difficult to go down there and actually kick them. With Surge, that goes really well. The fact that it damages gens also means that it works particularly well with perks like Surveillance, that allow you to track gens when they're touched after being damaged. So yeah, very, very comfy perk. Unfortunately, what you'll find is that on the strongest killers that use M2 abilities to down, like Nurse or Blight, this perk doesn't really work too well. And on the bigger maps that survivors love to send you to with map offerings, like Ormond, you know, what is an example of a big map as well that survivors will send you to? Anything where the maps are where the gens are pretty scattered about. Most outdoor maps, this perk will not feel quite as good. Keep in mind that because it damages gens, it also contributes towards the gens being blocked by the entity, so don't try to hold 3 gens forever. That no longer works. Agitation is a perk that, by reading its description, you would not think should be this high, and by most accounts you would be right. It gives you a bigger terror radius when you pick up, which is a way that survivors can use to tell if they notice that the heartbeat goes like way more intense after a pickup and way less intense after you hook. They can figure that this perk is there. And the extra terror radius doesn't really, you know, other than messing with survivors sometimes, it doesn't really do much. It can, however, be very useful to apply Starstruck or other perks that are based on terror radius, but Starstruck specifically, since it works while you carry. And basically, if you go around the map with Agitation, it's a really good chance that everyone around will be Starstruck and will be susceptible to being insta-down, which on some killers is pretty scary. You put Agitation Starstruck on Hag or Spirit, they'll need to be very careful for the following seconds. However, the big plus of Agitation is the massive speed boost. Survivors are typically faster than you when you carry a survivor. When you carry a survivor, if I remember correctly, you move at 92% speed compared to the survivor sprinting of 100 movement speed. So Agitation flips that. Agitation makes you faster than the survivor. Sure, you're still carrying a survivor that's like fighting you on the back, so it's not ideal. But with Agitation, you can sometimes get hits on survivors that are a little bit clumsy or that don't calculate the distance very well, or that get a little bit too cocky. Or if they're taking a hit at a pallet, since you, at a hook, since you get there sooner, you have less of a chance that a sabotage or a body block will be done at a hook. The most important thing about Agitation, in my opinion, is being able to make it to basement. There are some killers where hooking in basement is almost a win condition on its own. There are countless matches that I've won as Trapper and to a lesser degree as Hag by just hooking in basement. Hooking in basement is almost like, okay, now I trap basement and it's GG. So yeah, Agitation on its own is utterly unbelievably good on Trapper and Hag. It's honestly good on just strong killers in general as well. Being able to hook next to the gen that's being done instead of like the closest one is really nice. And this perk definitely allows you to do that. And more importantly, in the context of Scourge hooks, it's very good to guarantee that you'll get to your pain rest, or guarantee that you'll make it to a gen that's really far and be able to pop it afterwards. So yeah, Agitation with Pain Rest is really good. If survivors leave your 3-gen, you can down them and then bring them back to your traps or bring them back to your 3-gen area that you're trying to defend. So all of those things make this perk actually really decent and a surprisingly good perk. Moving on to perks that are slightly less good, but still very decent, we have Genetic Limits. Genetic Limits is an unbelievably consistent perk that exhausts survivors. I have to say, it's a very fair assessment to say that most survivors will bring one exhaustion perk per game. It's quite average to have 3 lights, you know, a couple swimbers, 1 dead hard here and there. So having the ability to just shut it down immediately for no particular condition or any crazy trigger method is very good. Some killers that get outplayed by exhaustion perks will appreciate this even more. The fact that exhaustion turns off Iron Will makes this a particularly useful perk on killers such as the Spirit. With this, you will guarantee that they don't get a funny life, that they don't get an unexpected Iron Will. So being able to do that is really useful as well. However, you might also start to realize some of the shortcomings of this perk when you think about it more. If you play an insta-down killer, by the time you down them, they can use exhaustion on the ground, right? There are also many perks that don't ever get stopped by this perk because they trigger too early. So for example, if someone has Spin Burst and they start running right away, this perk will obviously not do anything. It can prevent them from 99ing a Spin Burst if you hit them early, but it's not very good. If a survivor is in a very long chase, they could actually walk here and there and occasionally get rid of the entire seconds of exhaustion and have their exhaustion perk back. Don't forget that's a possibility. If a survivor is fresh out of a hook and they have Dead Hard, by the time you go and hit them, they haven't technically been injured, so they will be able to use Dead Hard. So all of those limits makes Genetic Limits a bit less insane. But the fact that most survivors will run a perk like Lithe and try to use a mid-chase or Balanced Landing, it can really throw a wrench into survivor plans. If you have a Nia with Balanced Landing on the top floor expecting to be able to take a hit and then bounce off the main building with Balanced Landing, this will probably completely destroy her and will make some of your chases shorter. Don't forget that, I can't believe I have to remind people of this, some survivors do not run exhaustion perks. So that's something to consider as well. But overall, definitely an annoying perk. Next up, Devour Hope. Arguably the most game-changing, game-stopping, momentum-shifting killer perk in the entire game. If you trigger 5 tokens, you can mori people that are on the ground, no matter how many times they've been hooked. But before you get to that point, you have to do quite a bit of work. When you leave a survivor to be unhooked, you gain a token if you're far enough. At 2 tokens, you get a bit of a speed boost after every hook, which is quite nice. For some killers, and this part of this perk should not be slept on. The little haste actually comes in play often and is almost always welcome. Particularly useful if you have information perk or built-in information from your killer and you are able to immediately get into another chase. At 3 tokens, you insta-down, and at 5 tokens, you mori. Most of the time, survivors will never let you get to 5 tokens unless you play this very well and you let 2 people get unhooked at once and you go from like 2 to 4 tokens. Most of the times, once they realize that you have Devour Hope after you've insta-down someone, they will begin to look for the totem very, very aggressively, right? For that reason, this perk needs to often be protected. It's ideally run with Undying or Dominance or Pentimento, so that when they get rid of it, you now have like a plan B, right? Obviously, this perk will not do you very good if you struggle to get hooks and then they do all the gens and then they have all the time in the world to look for it. So yeah, you need to get some early hooks quickly. And let me just tell you, this perk is now far less good than before. It's better in some ways. In the past, a survivor unhooking themselves, which with luck or a perk like Wicked or a perk like Deliverance, would not give you a token to Devour Hope. Now they do. No matter how a survivor gets off the hook, Devour Hope will gain a token if you're far away. But now survivors have perks such as Resurgence to make healing each other extremely efficient. And they also have 70-second hook timers. So before, if you hook 3 survivors to get to 3 tokens, the other survivors had to wait about 59 seconds at most to get the unhook. Now they can wait 69 seconds. So one thing that might have even more potentially with perks like Reassurance, right? So what might end up happening, right, is that you hook a survivor, you wait for the unhook, wait, and then you go back, and then you down someone else, and then you wait for the unhook, wait, and then you wait for the unhook, and then all the gens are done. You've waited too much. With Devour Hope, you generally need to be incredibly aggressive and expect the very real possibility that by the time this perk is anywhere close to working, they just cleanse it and get rid of it. And that is okay. If survivors have to go out of their way to find the perk and they waste a couple minutes or a minute in total of team time finding this perk and getting rid of it, that's still okay. That's still a bit of slowdown and a little bit of pressure on them, right? So don't expect this perk to work all the time. When it does, however, it is quite beautiful. Killers that this perk works particularly well. Any killer that can defend totems is obviously suited. Killers that insta-down will, with basic attacks, obviously prefer it. You don't necessarily want it on insta-down killers, even though it's still a lot of pressure. You don't necessarily want it on M2 centered killers like Hunters or Blight, even though it's still really good and can be a lot of pressure. Killers that have mobility benefit more because it's easier to get out of the range. And one thing worth considering is that this perk is a little bit different than Noed. With Noed, whenever you hit a survivor, the perk will only be revealed if it's a basic attack. With this perk, the perk will be revealed always. So if you already have 3 tokens and you hit a survivor, and that survivor doesn't go down because they have endurance, or it doesn't go down because you hit them with a hatchet and they were healthy, you will still reveal Devour Hope. So it's quite important that you understand at which point the entire team is going to go, whoa, Devour, right? And try not to reveal it before it's too late. At the same time, you don't want to save it for too long. So yeah, it's basically a balancing act. But as I said, once this perk gets going, it can be quite scary. And if you have early hooks and you have this and Pentimento, I mean, something's going to happen. Scourge Hook, Floods of Rage. Very similar to Devour Hope. This perk triggers whenever someone gets unhooked. It used to be that if a survivor unhooked themselves with a certain perk or with luck, they would not trigger this perk. Thankfully, I don't think this was in any patch notes, this is no longer the case. So essentially, anytime a survivor is removed from the hook, you will see the effects of this perk take place. Obviously, it has to be a white Scourge Hook. So much like Pain Rest, this is a perk that you don't always get lucky, and there might be times when you cannot use it. Sometimes it's okay to recognize that it's better to get a quick hook rather than a Scourge Hook later, right? So if you have a survivor down and you're like, oh, I have a hook right here, but I have a wide hook 20 meters away. Sometimes you will go to that wide hook and then someone will sabotage it. So be smart. Do not lose your mind trying to make this perk work. When it does, however, it's pretty nice. It gives you an auto read on absolutely everyone in the map, other than the survivor themselves that got unhooked. And this is really, really powerful. It's really, really convenient. It helps you in chase a lot as a nurse, for example. It can reveal where someone else is that is even higher priority. So say that Dwight gets unhooked and you're really, really looking for Claudette, who is dead on hook. Well, now you might be able to see her. So that's really, really good. The main downside of this perk, even though it gives amazing information, unlike Barbecue or unlike Friends Till the End, this perk is controlled by survivors. And as we explained in the previous perk, hook stages now last 70 seconds. You cannot expect this perk to work at the time you want it to. If you hook a survivor and you leave, that survivor could be unhooked in 10 seconds or in 55 seconds or in 65 seconds. So you're going to get value at some point, but the survivors largely control when that is. And at the end of the day, they could still have perks like Distortion or Off the Record that could protect them from being revealed. So yeah. Works particularly well for killers like Nurse that really, really benefit from the information and can act on it and can even hit you or teleport through walls, but you already have figured that out. Weave Attunement is honestly a perk that I think is more annoying and unhealthy and bothersome than it is powerful. Basically, anytime a survivor picks up an item, either because they dropped it accidentally or they dropped it on purpose, they become oblivious, which is a bit of a nuisance. But the main effect is that survivor items on the ground have an area of effect around them that reveals anyone inside. This is really, really nasty. Often gets paired with the perk Franklin's, which is a perk that makes survivors drop their items to create basically pockets of the map where survivors can be seen. And obviously seeing the auto of a survivor is really annoying. It eliminates a lot of mind games. It makes survivors very vulnerable. It can reveal them at times when they don't want to be revealed. It can, it's nasty. The worst part about this for survivor is that even though survivors have a red icon on the screen, they don't necessarily know where the item is. So in a worst case scenario for them, a teammate might get hit by Franklin's, then they drop a key somewhere in the grass, then they don't know where the key is, and they can't really do anything in the area without being revealed. And that is just really, really nasty. On the flip side, survivors also have many ways to play around this perk. Number one, don't bring items, obviously. Number two, at the start of the game, if you have an item, drop it. If you drop an item and you see the effect of this perk begin, then you know that that item is a bit of a liability. And you can try to use it quickly, or you can leave it in a corner. If you leave an item in a bit of a corner of the map, the effect will be there. The Franklin's obviously is not going to be able to trigger since you won't carry the item. And the auto reveal will be useless. And you can do this until you're injured and need to go back to that medkit to pick it up, or until you need the key for the hatch. You can leave that item for later. So that's one way that survivors can play around this. For that reason, this perk is not that insanely powerful, but at lower and intermediate levels, it wreaks havoc and is a really good combo with Franklin's, as we mentioned. Thrill and Tremors is a cute perk that has a particular upside that it cannot easily be countered by survivor stealth perks. So it's a way to know where gens are being done. And even though it has a large cooldown, which is its main downside, it can be triggered infinite amount of times. It doesn't have any insane prerequisite other than to pick up a survivor. And perks like Calm Spirit, Distortion of the Record, they don't really play a factor in this. Basically, whenever you pick up a survivor, gens that are not being worked on will be blocked. And gens that are being worked on will be not touched. So you will see them in their normal red aura instead of white. So the general idea for this perk, right? The basic usage of this perk is you down a survivor, you pick them up, and then you can either hook them close to the gens or hook them immediately and go to the gens that are being worked on, and then use perks like Pop Goes the Weasel. Or if you're playing a kill like Freddy, you can teleport to that gen, or Dredge, you can teleport to that gen and hit it with Pop Goes the Weasel, and so on. So Thrill and Tremors goes really well with Pop Goes the Weasel, and so on. There are some more expert uses and more advanced uses of this perk. Sometimes if you're carrying a survivor and this perk is on cooldown, you can drop them on the ground and pick them up quickly to trigger it again and know where you're going. That can be worth it. Watch out for flashy saves. You can also use this perk with certain killer powers to deny a certain generator that is otherwise difficult to reach. So say, for example, if there's a generator across the map and you're playing Freddy, You can down a survivor, pretend to teleport. When they let go of the gen, pick up, and now that gen is blocked for a few seconds if you already know that someone's doing it. So Thrilling Tremors and Discordance, or Thrilling Tremors and Tinkerer, can be used quite effectively on Freddy. You could do something similar with Doctor. With Doctor, you can down a survivor, blast a generator that's in the area, and then immediately pick up, and while survivors are getting off, Thrilling Tremors can block it. Obviously, it's a little bit inferior to Grim Embrace, which is a lot more universal, but this information is quite nice. I personally like Thrilling Tremors. The cooldown is a little bit uncomfortable, but it is a nice perk if you know how to play around it. Another edge case that I think is interesting is with Pain Res. With Pain Res, you can sometimes use Thrilling Tremors as a gauging tool to know whether or not the Pain Res is worth it. So if I pick up a survivor, and I notice that gens are there's multiple gens that are red at the start of the game, I can then go to a Pain Res and hook there. And if I pick up Thrilling Tremors and I notice that every gen is blocked, I can then go to a normal hook and save the Pain Res for later, assuming that the gens are not being progressed too much. Sometimes survivors can be a bit, you can have a gen that gets blocked that's at 99% and you wish you could damage it. So keep in mind that any gen that is blocked, you cannot damage directly. That could be a small downside as well. So please keep that in mind. Deadman Switch triggers whenever a survivor lets go of a generator. And this has a short timer after a hook. Any hook. Doesn't need to be Scourge hook or basement or anything. Basically, you hook, and for the next 50 seconds, is it 50? Yeah, that seems right. For the next 50 seconds, the first time a survivor lets go of a gen, that gen gets blocked. This isn't insane. Like, if the survivors, if the survivors are busy doing other useful things, that gen, if it was at 99%, it will still be at 99%. It's not going to regress while it's blocked, right? But in other scenarios, it can be quite annoying and quite troublesome. The worst part about Deadman Switch for survivors is that letting go of a gen sometimes is not easily avoidable. So for example, if you have 3 survivors on a gen and one of them lets go to go for the rescue, that counts. So that gen will be blocked for everyone else. Similarly, if a survivor is on a generator and they get hit by Pain Res or even Grim Embrace, that will also trigger Deadman Switch. So it's quite annoying when that happens. And that survivor will basically have to find a part-time job or do something else for 50 seconds before that gen can be touched. Particularly good on killers such as Artis or Doctor, who can bother people from a distance with their blast or their birds. But keep in mind that it's quite a passive perk. You're not necessarily, if the survivors have something else that they can rotate to, this only affects one gen. So if a survivor lets go of a gen and it's blocked, and then they work another gen 5 feet away from it, and then they come back, you're not really doing that much. But in some situations, Deadman Switch is good to block one particular gen that's quite useful. And giving you 50 seconds is quite a lot of time to get your next chase, get a powder or two, get it down, and then another Pain Res. So yeah, this goes well with Pain Res. It goes well with Friends till the end because some people will scream with that perk. And overall goes well on the killers that have the ability to bother people from a distance, like I mentioned. Hex Plaything. It's a special hex that does not start at the beginning of the game. Instead, it's created. Every time you hook a survivor, up to 4 times, the first time you hook them, that is, they create a totem somewhere on the map. It turns from dull, normal, to hex. And that totem is only visible to that person from a distance with an aura, and everyone else will be blocked from it for a while. So basically, that totem ideally needs to be done by the person that is tied to. And what this means is that survivor now has no terror radius. Having no terror radius is sometimes a blessing. It makes certain killer powers not work. For example, Dr. Blast works, but lesion detection normally doesn't. And things like Chorophobia doesn't, and Infectious Fright doesn't, right? But most of the time, it's a bad thing. Not being able to know where the killer is, especially in an indoor map like Larry's, that means that the killer could be right around you, and it's quite scary. For beginners and intermediates, this perk is really, really rough. Advanced players don't mind it as much because they have good game sense. They can deduce where the killer is. They pay more attention to sounds and cues. They look at the HUD more and deduce more. And they might also be in comms, right? If you don't have a terror radius, but your friend Jeremy is telling you on Discord, hey, dude, he's after me. Yeah, no, do chance. Then you're fine, right? So it's really not that big of a deal for them. The thing that Plaything is often paired with is Pentimento. With Plaything and Pentimento, you basically put survivors in a lose-lose situation where they either have to assume that they have no terror radius for the rest of the game, or do the totem, and then the killer makes one Pentimento, and then when someone else does it, it makes another Pentimento, and constant Pentimentos, giving constant slowdown can be pretty nasty. Overall, I highly recommend that as you become more experienced, you power through Plaything. unless the gens are done and you can, you know, start doing it near the end game, I don't recommend you immediately do the Plaything. I also don't recommend you do it for a teammate of yours. Just look after yourself, and I think that will be better. Unforeseen, very simple perk. You get a generator, and your terror radius lingers on that generator. Let me just see. Yeah, by the way, much like other perks that transfer your terror radius, like Dark Devotion, it doesn't matter if your terror radius is unique, by the way. If you're Wesker, 40 meters, Hunters, 20 meters, I don't know, Myers tier 1, 0 meters. Like, it doesn't matter what your terror radius is, it will have a normal standard 32 meter terror radius centered on the gen. Especially on maps that don't have great visibility, that are not super open, this is awesome. Kicking gens is sometimes a bit of a waste of time, but with Unforeseen, you can apply other perks, apply Unforeseen. The survivors that are not immediately aware of what's going on will often be like, ooh, damn. Ooh, I think the killer's in the area, guys. Ooh, I can't get back to my gen. Ooh, I'm a bit scared. Like, survivors will often waste time. And the best part is that while your terror radius is on that gen, you can now then slip undetected and find a group of survivors healing, someone healing in a corner, someone doing another gen, maybe get a grab of them. So yeah, this stealth is really good, particularly in maps with lower visibility, indoor maps being obviously the best. It also doesn't have any immediate obvious tell to the survivors that this perk activates. There's no massive sound cue or visual queue like Trail of Torment does, which we'll talk about later. So it makes it quite good. Enduring. Whenever you get stunned by a pallet, you recover twice as fast. At the point where, honestly, this makes the recovery so fast that there's almost no downside to being stunned by a pallet. This makes you fearless. I think it's an amazing beginner perk. As a beginner, one of the worst things that you can do is worship a pallet to the point where anytime a survivor goes through a pallet, you wait there like you have to ask for permission. With Enduring, you can go right through pallets. Worst case scenario, they drop it on you and you're fine. The very, very fast recovery also has a few implications. For example, if a survivor drops a pallet and they're on the same side of the pallet as you, that is almost guaranteed in a follow-up hit. So this might have happened to you many times. A survivor drops a pallet, you hit them while they're dropping a pallet, and because of weird ping and connection, you end up on the same side. In that scenario, most of the times the survivor will vault through the pallet to the other side and they'll be fine. With Enduring, With Enduring, you are able to turn around and grab them, yoink, out of the pallet immediately, or hit them. So yeah, that's really, really good. Another common use for Enduring is to run it with Spirit Fury, which we'll talk about a bit more in a minute. In that scenario, if they drop a pallet on you and you recover with Spirit Fury really quickly, it's really, really nice. I also think it's quite nice on killers that... there are a few killers that want to be stunned. One of them, for example, being Legion. Legion can use an add-on to immediately get their power back if they get stunned. Spirit can use an add-on to immediately get their power back if they get stunned. So even though it's not the most insane build or the most powerful build, you can have some fun builds with these killers using Enduring. And I wonder if there's anything else to say about it. Honestly, it's a very, very nice perk. And the double hits, which result in instant downs, are honestly common enough that this perk is worth running even on its own. Needless to say, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this. Some killers do not ever get stunned because they have a range attack that survivors play around. So if you're playing something like Nemesis, if you're playing something... like Deathslinger, these killers are so good at punishing survivors that just keep running through the pallet that Enduring might not be as useful on them, so use your brain. Starstruck. Starstruck applies within your terror radius anytime you carry a survivor, and when that survivor is put down or put on the hook, it lingers for 30 seconds. Your cooldown is 60 seconds, so basically anyone that is in your terror radius, when you hook, by the time the middle of the cooldown has happened, and it's like half, 50%, then that survivor is no longer insta-downable. This perk on the average killer is not very good. Most survivors will just run away and you won't catch up. On killers like Nurse, well, it used to be very good back when it worked, but it's not very good because they now use special attacks. So don't use this on Blight, don't use this on Nurse. Use this on killers that are really good at teleporting, or that are really good at catching up with mobility and M1. So Starstruck immediately becomes really threatening on Hag, especially if she can snowball and keep the violence going afterwards. It becomes really threatening on Spirit because of her sheer unpredictability and mobility. It can be quite good on Singularity, and other killers like that also can benefit from it. Needless to say, being able to insta-down anytime you're carrying completely shuts down any kind of body blocking that could be done, largely shuts down most attempts at sabotaging, so this can be a hard counter to sabotage. And yeah, it's pretty good. Just keep in mind that Starstruck has a certain effect on survivors. Survivors that are near Starstruck will obviously want to avoid the risk of going down next to the hook. That could be disastrous. So one thing that you will not notice often is that when you hook a survivor after using Starstruck, no one's going to be near for a good time. Do not expect survivors to immediately swarm the hook. When you have Starstruck and you hook someone, you need to understand that you now need to use either information perks or your own intuition to go around the map and actually find other people, right? You could pair it with Agitation to find to reach even more people and make things even more dodgy. You could pair it with Awakened Awareness from Wesker to see people around you, maybe someone hiding in a bush, could be a big deal. Or you could just run it by itself on some of the aforementioned killers and you might get decent success. Not too bad at all. One thing about Starstruck that's worth mentioning is that if the cooldown ends while you're carrying, the perk reactivates. So one thing that could be really funny is if the perk is on cooldown, you could pick up a survivor and a survivor is in front of you and you could wait until the cooldown comes up, then the perk immediately triggers and then you could immediately down, which would be pretty funny. Crowd Control, a fairly nasty perk that blocks windows that are fast vaulted by survivors permanently. Until you destroy the totem or you block so many windows that the effect goes away. Basically, the way it works is that it will apply on one window, then another, then another, then another, up to 5 times. And if you find a new window, then the last one will work. And if you find another, then like that. So basically, it will only work on the most 5 recent windows that survivors have fast vaulted. Survivors can slow vault to prevent this. But many times, if you're chasing them, they're not going to be able to without taking a hit at least. So essentially crowd control can turn a shack, a main building window, a jungle gym, any strong window that survivors would love to run into a very dangerous dead end or a very tricky situation for multiple survivors. So many times you'll have a survivor in a second floor. This can happen on Gideon, for example, where they go up the little ramp, the little staircase, and then drop through the window. But if there's 2 of them and they make the mistake of fast vaulting, then the second survivor will be stuck there completely at your mercy. So yeah, this is a really, really strong effect. Much like any other strong hex, it can be paired with Dominance, it can be paired with Undying, it can be paired with Pentimento. So basically, this is a perk that you give to killers like Billy. That's the same idea as Bamboozle, right? Give it to a killer that has to struggle a bit with windows, that doesn't already play very well around windows. And then this perk becomes quite nasty and survivors will have to play around it very carefully or cleanse it and risk triggering certain hex totems that are traps or eating Pentimento or not finding it right away, etc, etc, etc. Pretty nasty stuff, But keep in mind that it is a little bit map dependent and some maps, it's not that crazy good. In maps like Gideon, for example, windows are less of a thing and more of a secondary role compared to pallets, and this perk obviously does not affect that. Play with your food. Once you chase the obsession and you leave them, you will get a token. There's a bit of a cooldown preventing you from farming tokens too quickly. If you want to watch the part of the video where we talked about Predator earlier, I talked about the few ways that you can lose chase quickly. I'm not going to repeat myself. But basically, if you cloak as a Wraith, or if you look away quickly, or if you make a bit of distance back, you will lose chase quickly. And then the 5% is big. Much as I explained with Coup de Grâce or with Rapid Brutality, survivors are typically very, the more consistent they are, the more experienced they are, the more they are confident running things tightly. They will run a shack or a jungle gym or a certain tile that they've played millions of times, and they know that if they do it well, you're never going to catch them before they make it to the pallet. That's where Play With Your Food will absolutely mess with them. The more confident the survivor is, the better Play With Your Food will actually mess with them, and they might get really cocky, really confident, and end up going down in just seconds. Now, one unfortunate part about Play With Your Food is that you do need to find the obsession. This means that killers like Elysian or Doctor can use Play With Your Food a bit better in terms of since they have built-in detection, they can find the obsession. So I think Play With Your Foot, for example, is an amazing pick on Legion. And the other thing that's important is that every time you damage or you do a certain damaging attack, you will lose a token. That means that, for example, Play With Your Foot is a horrible pick on Huntress, as if you have 3 tokens and you throw 3 hatches, you're going to lose them. So you want this perk on killers that are good at finding survivors and are good at downing survivors with 1 hit. In my opinion, there are a few that stand out at doing this. Myers, Ghostface, Legion, I'll explain why. And arguably, you could also put it on other insta-down killers like Cannibal, even though it's a bit curious. You might also want to run perks like Lethal Pursuer, Discordance, Tinkerer, especially Discordance, to have a higher chance of finding the obsession. The idea with Legion, for example, is that you're going to injure. You will use the passive ability to find people to find the obsession. And once you find the obsession, you leave them once or twice, and now everyone is injured, and you're moving at 120. It's not really 5%. It's actually more than 5% because it multiplies your current speed. So you're moving at more than 120 or 125% speed, which is really, really good. And as I said, if survivors are cocky and confident with their normal knowledge, you will catch them off guard. In my opinion, if you're playing a killer that's M1 base, I think Coup de Grâce is overall a little bit better and doesn't require the survivors to make so many blunders. Some survivors are not stupid and they realize that they're the obsession, and they realize that you are basically, being like a stepfather, going in and going like, hello, son, goodbye, son, hello, son, goodbye, son. And then they're going to put 2 and 2 together, and then they can actually play around this. If you find a survivor that's in a safe spot and they just walk, they will deny the start of the chase. I've seen some killers try to start chase and they can't. But yeah, Legion can use it well. Myers can use it well. If you have some Play With Your Foot tokens, it can be easier to tombstone. It can be easier to use tier 3 on multiple people. Ghostface can also be great. Ghostface is actually really naturally good at finding survivors, 99ing the stock and then leaving them. So you can have Play With Your Foot and accumulate a few stacks before you go crazy on it, right? So yeah, killers like that can use it well. For almost everyone else, I would say don't bother. Sloppy Butcher. Anytime you attack a survivor with a basic attack, you give them Hemorrhage and Mangled for 90 seconds. A little bit more, sorry. 90 seconds. The Hemorrhage, dropping more blood on the ground, is the effect is a bit bigger, so you actually see more blood on the ground. Basically, this means that the healing is a bit slower for 90 seconds, and if you interrupt the healing, or if the healing is interrupted by other means, the healing goes away. So for example, if you're playing Doctor, right, and a survivor is healing, and you interrupt them, the progress goes away, and since they're in madness, they can't do anything about it. Sloppy Butcher is overall a really good perk on killers that hit a bunch of things and do a bit of hit and run and don't use M2. If you use M2, you don't apply this. There's many killers that have the applied Hemorrhage and Mangle from their add-ons. So for example, if you're playing Artist, she has an add-on to apply Mangled. You might want to use that instead. But needless to say, this effect does not stack with other Mangled. So if you have the Wraith, for example, Wraith has an add-on that applies Mangled. Do not use that add-on and this. It's overkill, right? Use one or the other or neither, but do not use them both. This is good. This is nice. On killers that want to hit one survivor, then move to the next, hit one survivor, go to the next, it's actually pretty damn good. Spirit can use it well. Any killer that really want survivors to stay injured to ambush them or to hear them better, like Spirit or Wraith, can use it very well. Any killer that wants to buy time and make healing more awkward to set their traps, like Hack, can really benefit from this. And basically any normal killer, this perk will be at least decent. However, keep in mind that survivors can be on the hook for 70 seconds. The duration is only 90 seconds. There are times when survivors can quite literally outplay this perk by waiting it out, or by healing through it really quickly with perks like Resurgence, or by staying injured and using perks like Resilience, So it's not always the slam dunk that you might think. If you're not consistently injuring survivors and you're not consistently putting them against the ropes, this perk might actually be better replaced with something else. Gift of Pain has a very similar effect to Sloppy Butcher, but instead of triggering when you hit a survivor with a basic attack, it's a bit more delayed, but it's also more universal. It triggers when they are unhooked from a white Scourge hook. This already makes it a little bit worse because it means that you cannot really get pressure from the early onset of the game. So for example, if you're playing Spirit and you hit a guy, that's 4 Sloppy Butchers active. With Gift of Pain, you're never going to have 4 people, feeling the effects of this perk at once. It's never going to be quite that good. However, it is pretty nice at neutralizing specific survivors. You could have Scourge Hook, Gift of Pain, Scourge Hook, Pain Resonance, then Leverage from the Skull Merchant. And now you would have this effect where whenever a survivor is unhooked, if they don't have a medkit, they're kind of screwed. Because they have slower healing, the person that unhooked them cannot heal them quickly, and even if they do heal, now they do gens a bit slower. Ideally, as a killer, you want to kill people that you've already hooked, right? Ideally, you hook Dwight, then you hook Dwight, and ideally you hook him again and get rid of him, and and that's wonderful. This perk is a bit awkward because it encourages you to not immediately kill that survivor and instead let them be, and they're slower on gens. So it's not ideal, but it's still an okay effect. Not every survivor that you hook will be necessarily a good idea to tunnel immediately afterwards, right? So the slowdown on gens is okay, and the slowdown on healing is okay, and basically it works well to discourage people from healing under the hook, which can be pretty nasty. But keep in mind that survivors now have resurgence and some other forms of passive healing. So yeah, this might not always be the most impactful perk ever. Next up is Leverage. It's the perk from Skull Merchant that we just talked about. Anytime a survivor is unhooked, the person that unhooked them does not get to heal them at full speed. Instead, they are 50% slower. This, by the way, the fact that it's reduced by 50%, correct me if I'm wrong, does that make it half? No, it makes it 24 seconds, right? That would mean that a normal heal would be 24 seconds, a little bit more if there's Sloppy Butcher involved, if I remember correctly. So yeah, this makes it really awkward to heal people under the hook. And one of the best things survivors can do, if they can, is to use like Will Make It or some medkit to immediately get someone back on their feet. So being able to bully survivors into not being able to heal and maybe even interrupt them is pretty good. If a survivor stays injured and then you find them and it's an easy chase, that can be an early way for you to have a weak point in the team and tunnel someone off eventually and win. So it's nice. I do think it gets hard countered by Resurgence. It gets hard countered by medkits. Keep in mind that if a survivor just goes off somewhere with off the record and heals themselves, this perk does absolutely nothing. So you are encouraging people to heal by themselves, which is already one of the most efficient, best things that survivors are doing anyway. So do be a little bit careful about that. Franklin's Demise is a Sloppy Butcher-like perk that triggers on basic attacks, and it makes the survivor drop their item. This can be quite critical. There are some items that, when dropped, become far, far, far less useful. Right at the top of that list would be medkits. Medkits need their charges to fully heal a survivor. So if you have a basic brown medkit or a basic purple medkit, and you hit a survivor with it, by the time they pick it up a few seconds later, or a lot longer after that later, the medkit will not have enough charges to fully heal. Unfortunately, survivors do not run empty medkits. They often run it with syringes or styptics, which can be used mid-chase. They can also run charges or skill check. So nowadays, Franklin's is a little bit less powerful than before. It's still quite good. And as we mentioned earlier, it pairs really, really well with perks like Weave Attunement to see the aura of any survivor that's trying to pick up the item. It also pairs okay with Hoarder, because Hoarder lets you know when a survivor is picking up an item. And if you have Hoarder and Weaves, they will be revealed, and you also will be not audible, since they will have the Oblivious status effect from Weave Attunement. So yeah, you can be quite annoying. Is this the most effective tactic available? No. Survivors that are really, really good, they will bring items like toolboxes, which they will use at the very start of the game, and then Franklin's does nothing. They will have a key and drop it in some corner. They will have a medkit and pop a syringe when they need it. They will drop the medkit next to a gen to use it later. They can play around this perk extremely well. I think it's a perk that mostly hurts average intermediate survivors, but it can be quite nasty, and as I said, have nasty synergies. Mindbreaker is a really, really nasty perk that makes survivors exposed and blind. Sorry, not exposed, that would be crazy. Exhausted and blind when they're at a generator. This means that if they have perks like Kindred, they cannot see the killer or their teammates unless they let go. If they have Fogwise, they cannot see the killer. If they have Poised, they don't benefit from seeing the killer. So this perk immediately shuts off a lot of auto reading that some survivors that are maybe necessarily not the most coordinated would benefit from. So if you play against a team with 4 people that are all on perfect communication, Mindbreaker is not doing a lot. If you play against a team that needs that kind of information, this will hurt them quite a bit. They also don't see auras They also don't see other auras that could be quite helpful. Like for example, when you pick up a survivor, right, they will not see the auto of the survivor on the ground, which means that they will have a harder time knowing when the hook's going to happen, which might make them more prone to be hit by the Pain Resonance, which could kick them away from a gen. So Pain Resonance, Demon Switch, Mindbreaker are a good combo, for example. And it also exhausts them, which means that if you chase a survivor right after a gen, you don't have to worry about them using any exhaustion perk for at least a little while. Then the other thing that it does is that it has a constant effect, which means that it will pause other effects. Say, for example, that you're playing Freddy and you have an add-on to blind survivors for 60 seconds. And say, for example, that a survivor uses Sprint Burst, so they have 60 seconds of Sprint Burst and 60 seconds of blindness and 40 seconds of recovery on the Sprint Burst. When they get on a gen, those will not go down because this thing is refreshing them. So yeah, keep in mind that this Mindbreaker can make other exhaustions from the survivors or from yourself and other forms of blindness not tickle down, not past the time. So it can keep survivors exhausted and blind for a longer time, which is something that you might benefit from. Although keep in mind that having multiple exhaustion perks against a team that maybe doesn't even have any exhaustion could be a little bit tricky and maybe not always worth it. Hex Thrill the Hunt. It gives you extra blood points, but don't be blindsided by that. The points are not that crazy. Hunter category is already one of the ones that you will be maxing out sometimes. But yeah, basically what this perk does is the more totems there are on the game, the slower totem actions are. Cleansing, which is the breaking of a totem, is slower, and Blessing is very slow. Very, very, very slow. Basically, with this perk, any Michaela wanting to set up boons totems is gonna cry. They're just gonna cry. Blessing totems is just so slow. And this also means that it's a really good protection for other totems. So say you have Undying, and then you have, I don't know, some other perk like Devour, and then Thrill the Hunt. They will need to do at least 2 totems to get to your Devour. Possibly 3 totems, and each totem is going to take a long time. The first totem will take them, 24 seconds? The second totem will take them close to 20 seconds. They basically have to do a whole gen sometimes. And the best part about totems is that they can be interrupted. So if you have some kind of ability or perk that makes survivors scream, they could be on a totem for 20 seconds and then scream, and then they have to start over. So that can be really annoying as well. So Thrill the Hunt, Face the Darkness, Infectious Fright with some other hexes can be really, 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 really annoying. So yeah, it makes other hexes better. It makes cleansing way, way cruel. It makes blessing and boons really hard to set up. It can be cleansed eventually and this slowdown disappears, but that is still a really good scenario because it means they have to get through other hexes as well. So pretty good in that regard. Face the Darkness is a bit of a strange perk, okay? It triggers when you injure a survivor, but not when you down, but it goes away when you down them. And any other survivor that is outside of your terror radius other than the survivor that you've triggered will occasionally scream. This doesn't have any inherent value by itself most of the times. Being able to see them for 2 seconds is not a big deal. And keep in mind that some killers have a big terror radius and they're in the middle of the map, so every survivor is constantly around you and they're not outside your range, so Face of Darkness doesn't work. So the way you make this perk useful is to take advantage of its range mechanic and to take advantage of the screams. Some killers that have a small or non-existent terror radius means that they will make any survivor, no matter where they are, constantly be screaming and revealing the aura. And screams are also really useful against killers that have actions that can be easily interrupted. So for example, if you have a totem like before with Thrill the Hunt and you scream, that sucks. If you are on gens and a killer has the ability to hit you from afar, that sucks. If you're playing against the pig and you're doing the animation to get rid of the trap and you have an add-on to make the animation longer and then you scream, that sucks. You know, you get the idea. Particularly good on Sadako as well to know where survivors are since she has no terror radius, and then teleport to them and bother them, right? And find out where they might be doing tapes. So yeah, it can be a bit of a bothersome hex for stealth killers mostly. And in that context, other than that, by itself, not super good, but it pairs well with other hexes, as you might imagine. Dominance is one of the perks that's not displaying correctly. Apologies. It is a Dracula perk that it's very cruel. Anytime a survivor touches, let's just put it this way: anytime a chest or a totem is touched for the first time by anyone, that totem will be blocked for a few seconds. It is only 8 seconds. Yeah, that's right. Only 8 seconds. But it's enough to really make a survivor lose momentum and have to wait there or waste a lot of time, right? So Hexes are obviously the obvious combination with dominance, but it also works on chess. So if for whatever reason your survivors are looking for a chess and you see the white aura of a chess, that means they're touching it, right? And that could also reveal that someone, yeah, I'm just double checking that I'm not getting it wrong, but it could reveal that someone is in basement. It could reveal that someone has found your hex, and it slows them down a little bit. Chess builds for survivors are extremely rare. Most survivors at higher levels do not touch chess as a general rule, but being able to protect other hexes and having an impenetrable line of defense for the first few seconds is good. If you have a build that it has perks like crowd control, one of the saddest things that could happen is that they find that totem immediately, or they spawn right on that totem. With dominance, if they spawn right on top of a totem, which can still happen, you at least can know about it and chase them out of it so that you don't lose tokens right away. Remember me, gains stacks the more you damage the obsession, up to 24 and 6 seconds each time, and it makes the exit gates slower for everyone other than the obsession at the end of the game. This is an insanely good effect, actually. There's only one major downside to Remember Me, and that is the fact that No Way Out is almost in every way imaginable an upgrade to Remember Me, and far less conditional. Remember Me makes gates take up to 24 seconds longer, whereas No Way Out can be up to 60 seconds, and it warns you when a gate is being opened, and it's not obsession based, and it works on everyone, not just the non-obsessions. But still, Remember Me is still really good. It can be used alongside No Way Out if you want to. And basically your idea is to chase the obsession, make sure you injure them, and ideally make sure you kill the obsession. The obsession can completely ignore the effects of this perk, but everyone else will not. And this perk is good for every same reason that No Way Out is. If you have a lot of Remember Me stacks, the 1v1 is basically guaranteed to be won. You will never have a survivor open a gate that takes 44 seconds to open. Never, ever. No matter what perks you have. You will always catch them. And in situations where you're killing one survivor, now you will be killing two. Instead of two, you might get three. Instead of three, you might get four. So yeah, Remember Me is pretty good. It just has this downside of having to find the obsession and having to hit them several times and having to worry about whether or not they're going to survive. Don't forget that survivors can also change the obsession. So if someone hits you with Decisive Strike, or if they use For the People, well, now that person can open gates without having to worry. Rancor, another obsession perk. The obsession, anytime a gen is done, will see your aura briefly. And you also see the locations, the approximate locations of survivors when a gen gets popped. So this perk, first and second most, is an information perk. And it can be used quite nicely to figure out where people are throughout the game. And that part should never be forgotten. The main appeal of this perk, of course, is that at the end of the game, the obsession, if they've been paying attention, they should know, they will be exposed permanently and also moriable permanently. This is really, really mean for some killers that already have perks like No Way Out or Remember Me to make sure that the obsession never gets out too quickly. This can be really tough. It will almost always result in you getting more kills than you would otherwise. If you have a group of survivors that would otherwise exchange and rescue someone at the hook, they can't. The obsession, it basically makes the obsession a complete liability in the endgame, since there's no way to easily remove this perk in any way other than to change obsessions, right? So that's quite tough. And more importantly, you can also control the obsession yourself. Rancor with Nemesis, or more importantly, Rancor with Game Afoot, can actually allow you to mori multiple people, and that can actually be pretty nasty. We do have a build that did something like that, where we Rancored 4 people, and that's a bit overkill, but you could go watch that video if you'd like. It's a fun time, and you could do something similar. Merciless Storm is a perk that shines in 2 situations. Number 1, at lower levels. Merciless Storm gives a volley of skill checks that come relatively back to back in the final 10% of a generator. And beginners are not very good at hitting skill checks. I'll be honest, even I sometimes miss it. Good players, these skill checks are very, very easy, and once they see it, it's very, very simple. Right? They can even outplay Merciless Storm if they have a perk called Potential Energy, where they can immediately do a certain amount of a gen by just hitting a skill check, right? Or hitting a button. So they could jump from 80 to 100% of the gen and not even do Merciless Storm. So this perk against higher level survivors is not very good. Against beginners, it's an incredible perk. You put it on, and on average, maybe a couple times per game, a survivor will miss a skill check. When they miss the skill check, the gen loses 10% and then gets blocked. So they don't do the gen for a little while, for at least 20 seconds, and when they pick it back up, the gen is regressed an extra 10%. So that's really, really nasty. It can add a lot of time. It can be better than Deadlock. It can be better than a lot of slowdowns. But as I said, there's only two situations. And at higher levels, the other situation is the Doctor. The Doctor has the passive ability to make skill checks appear in random places. If you're in Madness 1, it's a 1 in 3 chance. If you're in Madness 2, it's a 2 in 3 chance. And if you're in Madness 3, you can't do gens. It's a, don't bother. So basically, Merciless Storm on the Doctor is an unbelievably good perk, especially if they're in Madness Tier 3, Madness Tier 2. The skill checks are almost impossible to hit consistently unless you're really, really focused. And if you have something else like Unnerving Presence or Lullaby, the skill check missing part is even more cruel, right? It can also be used on other killers like maybe Freddy. We've made some videos about that. But it's definitely not as good or as consistent. But if they miss a skill check, they will lose a lot of progress with the Freddy add-ons. But yeah, they basically, one way that survivors can play around this perk, if you are not 100% confident in your ability to hit the skill checks, you can actually play around half this perk. So when you begin, as a survivor, when you begin to get skill checks, do not miss the skill check, simply leave the gen. If you leave the gen, the generator will still be blocked for 20 seconds, the killer will see it, right? But when you get back to the gen, you will find the gen back at like 91 or 92 or 90% progress, whatever you left it. As opposed to the minus 10%. So yeah, if you leave the gen, you don't get hit by the missing penalty as well. So yeah, in that context, Merciless Storm is very strong. In almost anything else, it is a very mediocre perk that good survivors play around constantly. Human Greed is a very, very similar perk to Weave Attunement. And in a similar way, it is more annoying than it is raw power. It's not a perk that you put on and you win automatically, but it is a perk that you put on and sometimes does unbelievable amounts of damage. You see the auto of chests. This immediately lets you know where the basement is, and that's kind of handy. If a chest is not open, it shows the aura of a survivor. And if a chest is open, you can kick it to get the auto reading ability back, which is an ability that you don't have otherwise. The best thing that can happen about Human Grid, it can show you someone going into a basement, which could be huge if they're not aware of it, or if they notice too late. It can show you people around main building. Many main buildings have a guaranteed chest around them. For example, Pale Rose, for example, Grim Pantry. So it can show you people going there. Whenever a survivor is affected by this perk, they should see a red icon, so they should not be completely clueless. And in a worst case scenario, they could have a perk like Object of Obsession to see you back and turn it on you. But for the most part, this perk will be a net positive. Personally, I think it's a bit too inconsistent. There's not a profile of killer that benefits from this particularly well. You could run it with Hoarder, because I believe Hoarder increases the amount of chests. And there's also an offering. There's a BP offering that also spawns more chests. So you could do that as well if you're particularly devious, if you want to be the most devious killer in the entity realm. But for the most part, it's a subpar auto read that, as I said, is more annoying than anything else. Spies from the Shadows, a surprisingly viable perk that honestly I've thought very, very little of. Anytime a survivor gets too close to a crow and they disturb them, if you are close enough, you will get a notification. This perk is a little bit more valuable now because we have perks like Distortion or Off the Record that can hide survivor auras. So it is a form of detection that most survivors will not be immune to. The only way to be immune to this perk is to have Calm Spirit, which is a horrible survivor perk that almost nobody runs these days. There's also a few perks that can run with this a little bit better. For example, Languid Touch, if I remember correctly, is a perk that exhausts survivors when they trigger a crow. So you could run Languid Touch and Spies from the Shadows to find survivors that are exhausted already, so you don't have to deal with their Spin Burst or their Dead Hard or their Iron Will, which also disables when they're exhausted, and so on and so forth. So it is quite cute. Particularly useful on killers that have a small or non-existent terror radius if they're undetectable, because it has a limit of range. if survivors don't hear your terror radius, they are more likely to run around and disturb crows and not realize that you're quite close, and then you're more likely to catch them and get close before they can react. So this is a particularly useful perk on Wraith, on Ghostface, as a beginner killer that's using some kind of stealth or semi-stealth killer. You will benefit from this. So that's really, really nice. Now, keep in mind, you can see crows being disturbed without this perk sometimes. And the one thing that I absolutely need to mention is that this perk is absolutely inconsistent. And as a beginner, if you don't know about this, it can hurt you. Survivors that are on the hook still sometimes bother crows next to them. So you can sometimes get a notification on the hook and be like, whoa, 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 they're unhooking, whoa, what's going on here? And it's no one. Survivors can still sometimes, on certain maps, trigger crows from different floors. So you might sometimes get a notification on a floor and the survivor might be on the different floor. So if you understand this inconsistency and you are okay at interpreting it, if you're a bit of a crow whisperer, this perk can still be okay. It's also really, really good on maps that are smaller, where survivors are tight and need to use stealth more often. If you go to a big map like Ormond, where everything's very stretched out, you will find this perk far, far less useful than, say, Larry's. Dragon's Grip has been recently buffed and has a shorter cooldown that makes it a lot nicer. When you kick a generator, that generator has a trap, and if a survivor touches it, well, that survivor is insta-downable for a very generous, it's still 60 seconds, which is really, really nice. Needless to say, if a survivor doesn't touch the gen, well, at least it's a few seconds of regression, right? They lose about 7.5 seconds of progress if they don't touch a gen for 7 seconds, I believe. So that's still at minus the 5% as well from your kick. So it's not too bad. If they don't touch it, well, the cooldown now is a little bit shorter. So that's nice. You need to understand a little bit how the 60 seconds work and the cooldown. The cooldown does not match the 60 seconds. So for example, if a survivor touches a gen and you see your perk on cooldown, and the cooldown ends, you still have 20 seconds left, if I recall correctly, to down the survivor. So do not get confused by the perk's red cooldown indicator. It's not the exact same thing as the insta-down, okay? The insta-down lasts a little bit longer now, which is awesome. Yeah, this perk is okay on killers that are territorial, particularly good on Spirit, particularly good on Hack, particularly good on Singularity, especially if he's going to defend an area. Goes well with Nowhere to Hide, goes well with the Cordons. With the Cordons, you're very likely to find 2 survivors, kick the gen, go for one of them, the other one comes back. Oops, disaster. Even if you don't go for the insta-down survivor, they might still waste time, you know. Just keep in mind that this perk becomes a bit predictable, that sometimes the survivor that might trigger it is injured already, and that it's not extremely universal. Save the best for last. Anytime you hit a survivor that is not the obsession with a basic attack, you get a little bit faster at recovering from it. If it's the obsession that you damage, then you lose 2 stacks. So basically, every time you hit the obsession with special or basic attack, you lose 2 tokens. Every time you hit non-obsession, you lose 1 token. The ideal way to play this perk is to ignore the obsession, hope that the obsession does not body block, or maybe play a killer where it's difficult to body block, such as Onryo, Sadako, and then hit non-obsessions. Once this perk is fully powered up, a few really scary things happen. Unhooking becomes really dangerous. The killer can down the unhooker and then get an easy hit on the person that's been unhooked. Body blocking becomes really, really dangerous. The killer can hit you and then go through you really, really quickly. Sabotage becomes really dangerous. If you get hit by the killer, you will not have enough time to do a sabo while he's recovering, and so on and so forth. Body blocking at the hook will be very dangerous because the killer will be able to hook and hit you and then hook immediately after, right? So and your chases overall will be shorter. You can hook, you can hit someone and immediately use your power afterwards. I do think that Save the Best for Last is a bit of a trap nowadays. This perk has been nerfed significantly and it's not as universally useful or as decently useful as it was before. In my opinion, you should not be using it just on any killer. This perk works well on killers that have built-in information to avoid the obsession. So on Doctor, it can be okay. On Trapper, it can be okay. On Hack, it can be okay. The nice thing about Hack, for example, is that you can hit a survivor and be ready to teleport much, much sooner. It can be okay on Singularity. But most of the time, these killers that I'm mentioning and others will have one perk that will be simply better. That will simply be better and more consistent. One thing about this perk that is also really, really sad is that what constitutes a damage is very inconsistent. So for example, if you're playing Slinger and you shoot the obsession, I believe you lose 1 token. So yeah, if you have 8 tokens of Save the Best for Last, max, and you shoot the Obsession, then reel them, then hit them again, you lose 6 stacks. That is awful. That is terrible. Between that and the fact that the effect of the perk itself has been nerfed, Save the Best for Last is very inconsistent, needs to be used on a certain killer, and I personally do not enjoy using it nearly as much. Infectious Fright. Anytime you down a survivor, whoever is in your terror radius is, which is typically next to you, will scream, and their aura, not their aura, their position is revealed. Careful, it's not their aura. You do not see their exact aura. That would be a lot better. The catch with this perk, obviously, is that it's a little bit difficult to use it on stealth killers. It's not a good idea to use it on killers that momentarily lose their terror radius due to their perks or abilities. So watch out if you have a Plaything, for example. This perk obviously is not a good synergetic choice. But the nice thing about Infectious Fright is that there are a few killers that still use it very well. I do think this perk used to be very, very good on any killer that could, that could reliably down people quickly. Nowadays, we just have better perks for that. We have Friends Till the End. We have a lot of perks that work when you hook survivors, so you don't necessarily want to leave people around you. There's so many good tracking, auto-reading perks that are so good that Infectious Fright has just dropped off. But on killers such as the Plague, especially on killers such as Oni, who can have a massive burst of like down 1 survivor and be extremely lethal still for a few seconds, I do think Infectious Fright is pretty good. The only counterplay to it is to get into a locker or half cam spirit, which most people won't or can't do quickly enough. So yeah, on a killer like Oni, or other killers that are really, really snowball oriented, it can be okay. Otherwise, I just think there are better perks nowadays. Nurse's Calling is an incredibly convenient perk. It shows you the aura of anyone that is healing or being healed. If a survivor is healing themselves, that works. If a survivor is recovering from the ground, recovering from being down, that does not count as healing. That counts as recovery. So that will not show. But yeah, basically anyone using self-care or a med kit or being touched by someone else or 3 survivors, 2 of them healing another, they will all show up. And one nice thing about Nurse's Calling is that when they stop healing, you still see them for a few frames afterwards. So sometimes you can see a survivor healing and then immediately see like, oh, they're going to the right. And that can help you catch up to them, even if they react to you. If you have a normal terror radius killer, which is 32 meters, you won't trigger this perk very often. Most of the times when a survivor heals your terror radius, they will be spooked and they'll stop healing. But if you have a killer with a smaller terror radius, thanks to an add-on or a perk, or a no terror radius, undetectable stealth killer, this perk becomes even more useful because you are very likely to slip past their senses and get very close before they notice and maybe even interrupt one or multiple survivors. For that reason, Nurse's Calling is particularly good on stealth killers such as Wraith, Ghostface, Sadako, and so on. Particularly better as well if you have something to make healing more awkward, such as Sloppy Butcher, or some add-on to apply Mangled. Now keep in mind that many times survivors will unhook and heal immediately, or they will unhook and use off the record, which makes them completely immune to being picked up by this perk. So this perk has certain weaknesses and certain counters that are fairly common that prevent it from being one of the best perks in the game, as it used to be some time ago. Gearhead. Gearhead triggers anytime someone loses a health state by any means. This makes it a very flexible perk, right? Any killer can trigger this, but not every killer benefits from it. Being able to see a survivor, like survivors, especially at not super highest level, they hit good skill checks more often than not. They don't hit great skill checks all that often. So basically, anytime someone's injured, you will likely see 1 or 2 survivors at some point, right, with Gearhead. And this is really, really good. Some killers like Artis can use this to immediately harass people and buy a bit of time. Some killers like Oni can use this to a great effect by switching targets. So for example, let me give you like a common occurrence for Oni, right? You injure a survivor, you get a lot of blood, and now you have your power, which is to insta-down. But why would you want to use it on the injured guy? So you look at Gearhead, you see that someone's on a gen, really good gen, you want to defend it, use power, get into them before they can react, you destroy them. The duration of the auto reading is also very, very significant. So even if they start running, you can approach with some unusual angle. Works also pretty well with stealth killers for the same reason as Nurse's Calling did, which we talked about before. Even more so when the stealth killer has some kind of mobility, such as Wraith, because you can then, Sometimes the best way is not to necessarily go in a straight line to the survivor, but to approach from an angle they don't expect, and that can make this even more valuable. At the end of the day, Gearhead is sometimes a bit awkward. Some survivors can be obscured by perks like Distortion that hide their aura, even though Gearhead eats through the tokens really quickly, or off the record. And keep in mind that sometimes survivors will be visible, but because they are directly behind the gen, you might not be able to realize that the aura is there. Gearhead does not immediately alert you that, hey, there's an aura visible. You actually need to use your eyes, and this perk takes a little bit of mental RAM. You need to be a little bit aware. Amulet's has been buffed recently to have a shorter cooldown. It used to be, I believe, 40 seconds. Now it's a little bit less. And this perk is really, really, really nice. Not every killer benefits from it. Some killers, right, vaulting windows is kind of unnecessary. Like, people will not vault windows very often, or you can catch them as they vault. But Amulet's is just... Or maybe they vault a window and there's nothing you can do about it, right? For example, if I'm playing Trapper, Amulet's is an okay perk, but it's really not that spectacular. Many times a survivor will vault a window and then use life to speed the hell away from me. What am I going to do? Throw a trap at them? I can't. However, there are many killers that can play around windows very aggressively. Nemesis can bait a survivor to walk into a window. Can immediately tell if a survivor is going away to catch up. Nurse can literally teleport through the wall and hit you. So Amulet's is very powerful on Nurse. It's also really good on Slinger, more so on Huntress, who can line up a shot if a survivor is not careful. Keep in mind that this perk does get countered by Quick and Quiet. But yeah. I wanted to say one more thing. And it's also good on killers that either insta-down quickly, like a Myers, or even better, that have the survivor already injured. I like it on Ghostface, but I really like it on Legion. On Legion, most of the times, a survivor will already be injured, and since you are a quiet killer that is very short, being able to see the aura of a survivor means that you can sometimes wait behind a corner, and they will walk right at you, and you won't have to guess. Even if they have Iron Will, you will just see them, and you can do quote-unquote mind games with Amulet's, and survivors will often outplay themselves by running into you, and you will be able to know when that's happening. So with Amulet's, you can do a lot of no-mind mind games of sorts, which makes it really, really nice. Brutal Strength might just be the most god-honest perk in the entire game. There is no other perk that is simpler to explain. When you kick a gen, or you kick a pallet, or you kick a wall, you do it faster. Keep in mind, if you do these things with a power, it doesn't affect it. So if you break a breakable wall with a tentacle from the Nemesis, or if you chainsaw a pallet, Brutal does not do that. It's only when you use your space bar to do those things. Over the course of a game, being able to be a bit faster adds up. Sometimes makes chases a little bit more pleasant, makes the gen kick a little bit nicer, puts a bit more pressure on survivors if they're zoned. Say that you are kicking a survivor, kicking a pallet on a survivor that's against the corner of the map before they can make it to safety. You can catch them. It's honestly quite nice. In my opinion, this perk is okay for beginners. Even though I would highly encourage you to use your brain when a pallet gets dropped. Some pallets, the ones that don't have a lot of safety around them, you don't ever need to break. So if a survivor drops a pallet that's not very safe, I'm not going to break it. I'm just going to go around, chase them, and eventually I'll get the hit because it's an unsafe pallet, right? And then afterwards, you can break it and save a bit of time. However, where this perk really shines is on burst mobility killers that do not play around pallets very well, but that can threaten to catch you after breaking one if you don't make it to the next one. Mostly we're talking about Blight and also Wesker. Wesker mains are particularly fond of Brutal Strength due to the fact that if, for example, you're at Shaq and he's recovering his power, you can print out the pallet, he can break it, and with that slightly faster break ability, he is very often capable of using his Virulent Bound dash power to catch you before you reach the next pallet or the next window. So I think it's particularly useful on those killers. It can also be okay when paired with other perks that already speed you up. If you want to be, for example, if you want to have a bit of a fun build, you could run this on Singularity to kick pallets even faster, even though I think it's overkill. You could run it with Fire Up to kick things even faster, even though I think it's gimmicky. And one thing that's actually quite good, you could run it with, it's also quite gimmicky, you could run it with the add-ons on the Wraith that already make you kick things faster to absolutely eviscerate pallets, and it's quite fun. Moving on to the perks that are a little bit less consistent, a little bit less good, a little bit less powerful. We're going to be spending a bit less time on them. We have Spirit Fury, another very simple perk. This is one of the perks that you absolutely do not want to use until you have leveled up, ideally. It is a perk that at level 1 and at level 2 is hard to use. At level 3, it's when it becomes really good. When you get stunned by 2 pallets, the perk activates. The third time you get stunned by a pallet, the pallet immediately breaks. Right away, immediately, this perk has great synergy with Enduring. It makes the first 2 times you get stunned less painful, and it makes the third time lethal for the survivor. Most of the times, if a survivor stuns you with Enduring, you will recover from it so quickly that you can do that. Keep in mind that this stun does not trigger if it's a pallet save. If it's a pallet save, if you pick up a survivor and a survivor drops it, you will not benefit from the Enduring faster. You will break it, but it will not really give you, it will not give you a shorter animation. So watch out for that, that you're still a bit vulnerable to that. So basically the idea with this is that you run it with Enduring and you run through pallets like an absolute bulldozer. And eventually if the survivors are not super smart, they will sometimes give you free downs or free hits. Let me just tell you that survivors that are smart will see this coming. And even if they don't, after they are hit once, they will tell their teammates. And what they're going to do is they will pre-drop the pallet. They will just pre-drop the pallet. If they pre-drop the pallet, you don't get Enduring benefit, you don't get Spirit Fury. So you need to be ready for that. Now, on some builds, that works out. For example, if you're playing Legion, with the yellow add-on that gives you your power back when you're stunned, and the iridescent add-on that allows you to break pallets, if a survivor drops it on you, cool. And if they don't drop it on you, you vault it and you break it. So basically you have a win-win situation. So on kill lists like that, this perk makes even more sense. Spirit Fury on its own can also be okay, in my opinion, on certain killers where you can play around pallets, but not super well. So for instance, if you're playing a Demogorgon, right? Many times the survivors will take you to a... similar to Brutal Strength, right? They will take you to a pallet that's round, and you will not be able to use your power easily, but you can use Spirit Fury in that situation to simply have the pallet dropped on you. Then you recover slowly without Enduring, but because you have a burst mobility with your shred or your dash or whatever, you can use this to catch them before they make it to the next one. One of the saddest things about Spirit Fury is that sometimes you can go the entire game without actually charging it up. So it is a bit of an inconsistent perk, but that definitely works better for starting and intermediate players. Force Penance is another perk that in some situations can go the entire match without ever triggering. A protection hit is when a survivor takes a damage that is when a survivor takes a hit, not even damage necessarily, next to a survivor that's injured. Keep in mind, if both people get hit, it doesn't count. And if their survivor that is injured is too far, it doesn't count. It needs to be a hit for someone else that is injured nearby, right? And this doesn't happen all that often. Especially if you're playing a killer that insta-downs like Cannibal, no one's going to take protection hits ever, right? And even normal killers, protection hits are very infrequent. Keep in mind that anytime you're carrying a survivor and you hit a survivor, that is always considered a protection hit because technically the survivor that you're carrying is injured, right? So Force Penance will apply to any survivor that you hit while carrying. So it can be okay with Agitation if you want to trigger it, or Mad Grid, or some other similar synergistic, even though I think it's very gimmicky. So why is this perk even good in the first place? Well, it's good because it can do 2 things for you. The first and most common is it can shut down recurring body block attempts. So one strategy that occurs at higher level that can actually be really scary if it happens to you is you're playing a killer that is easy to body block against, such as Clown or Doctor, and you have a person that's dead on hook. You need to kill them right now. And you go there and their teammate shows up and you hit them. And now you lose a bit of distance. And now their teammate heals really quickly with a boon or a syringe or adrenaline or whatever the hell, right? And then they come and they take another hit. And then they come and they take a third hit. And now at this point, you are just at your wit's end. With Force Penance, you give them such a long timer of being broken that body blocking like this is very risky and basically impossible. So in some tournaments, for example, Force Penance is used for this purpose, to shut down body blocks. I don't think this is something that you need to worry about too much. Your average Survivor fans is not going to do this. Your average solo players is certainly not going to do this. But This perk is still valuable for certain killers where helping each other is the agreed correct strategy. Mostly we're talking about twins. It can also be done with Legion since you hit people quickly, but I honestly think twins is probably the best idea. And also on killers where you think keeping people injured next to each other like Spirit is an interesting idea. If you can't heal against Spirit in a long time, Force Penance could be nasty. But mostly this is a twins oriented, a twins mostly benefits from type of perk. Basically, with twins, one of the best strategy that survivors can use is to move in pairs, right? And if they move in pairs, a survivor that is healthy can protect an injured survivor. A survivor that is injured can protect a healthy survivor. If twins is sending Victor really far away, one thing that survivors can do is the injured person takes the hit, then the healthy survivor waits a little bit, then kicks Victor, then heals the person on the ground, and they can do this repeatedly. And this can be really, really nasty, right? So with Force Penance, you basically encourage survivors to split up, and once they do split up, you slowly pick them off one by one. And if they get together, they have Force Penance, and their medkits, their syringes, their styptics, their adrenaline, their will make it, their whatever the hell healing perks or items, they cannot be used easily. So that's what makes Force Penance good. It basically encourages or keeps survivors from healing and grouping together. Machine Learning is an interesting perk. Whenever you kick a generator, that generator gets quote-unquote trapped. And if the generator pops, the effects will trigger. You get 1 minute of being undetectable and 1 minute of moving 10% faster, which is honestly pretty insane. It goes well with perks that give you information, such as Tinkerer. So you can at least, if you are going to lose the gen, at least know when it's going to happen and have some sort of control. It would be really, really sad if you lose 4 gens and you never manage to kick a single one. And obviously the extra movement speed it's good on everyone, but not necessarily the best on Nurse or Blight. It's particularly good on killers that can use the movement speed to make their insta down or make their power even better. Now, one thing to remember, the final 3 gens are coded in a particular way. So if you have 3 generators and you kick one of them and another one gets completed, the game thinks that all of them got completed at once. So in the final 3 gen, if you kick any of the gens at any point, you're almost guaranteed, I think basically guaranteed, to get this perk to work. I don't know if this is considered a bug or a feature. I don't know if it will be patched, but I believe that's how it works, at least right now, or at least some time ago. So maybe keep an eye on that. Now, this perk is awkward. Many times you either defend a gen or you let it go, and you don't necessarily control when the gen is gonna get done. I have tried this perk quite a few times, even though it's been buffed recently and you only need to kick 1 gen, it's a bit awkward. And one important thing to keep in mind is that survivors are not going to be caught off guard by this perk. They hear a noise and they see the same visual smoky red effect that you see when you kick this gen, the survivors see it as well. So it's very, very possible that if survivors are not completely stupid, that they will see it and maybe play around it. And if they are completely stupid, let's be honest, other perks might work a little bit better. Furtive Chase. This perk works when you hook the obsession. Unfortunately, it can sometimes happen that you don't find the obsession and you struggle a little bit, but ideally you have perks like Friends Till the End or Game of Food or something else to either find the obsession like the Cordons or create an obsession, which can also be fun. It's really, really cool. When you hook, you become undetectable for a little while, which can really, really be fun with perks like Barbecue and Chilli, and you get 5% haste. And it also changes the obsession whenever you, let me get it right. Yeah, it also changes the obsession whenever they get rescued, so that you're encouraged to hook multiple people. This is honestly kind of fun. You could run it with Rancor and then hook the obsession, and when they get rescued, you could immediately Rancor the obsession, which is kind of crazy. So there are some fun interactions, and I believe we made a video, if you want to look it up, Furtive Chase, with Chucky, where it was very, very chaotic, and we kept changing the obsession with Rancor and Friends Till the End, and it was really, really fun. So you can have fun builds with this. Is it the most absolutely insane overpowered perk? No, it forces you to hook the obsession. Being undetectable and having a bit of haste is always a little bit gimmicky, and good teams can play around it. So yeah, nothing super crazy, but it is a fun perk. Force Hesitation is an incredibly mean perk. Think of it like a similar perk as Infectious Fright. When you down a survivor, people around you are affected, except it's not within your terror radius, it's just within a very, very short distance. When you down one survivor, survivors near them are very, very, very slow. Very, very, very slow. Most of the times, survivors would do well to stick on their own, like don't stick together, go on their own and separate as soon as possible. Just because being together means that the killer can bother multiple people, and that's an inherent weakness. But there are situations, especially after unhook, especially after body blocks, especially after having to heal and being interrupted, where you will find multiple survivors. And Force Hesitation is a really cruel perk. It also makes it even harder when you down a survivor and someone else has to go away. So what are killers that have the ability to go crazy after one down and get multiple downs? Trickster, especially with add-ons to extend the main event, can down multiple survivors, and this is scary. Cannibal, especially with the iridescent flesh, can down one survivor and then catch up another one very, very aggressively. Just any killer that has good mobility will make this really, really awful and horrible if it works. Just keep in mind that it's always a little bit of obviously, if you have something like Say the Best for Last or a really quick attack that you recover from really quickly, like for example a M2 from Xenomorph, Force Hesitation can be really cruel because you can down one survivor and get to the other one so quickly, right? Just keep in mind that this will only take place if survivors group up or they try to protect each other, and sometimes they just don't. So it is a little bit inconsistent. It leads to some really funny moments. Trail of Torment is arguably a comparatively worse version of Unforeseen from the Unknown, which we talked about quite a bit before. You kick a gen, the gen becomes yellow, survivors can see that, and you're undetectable for quite a bit until someone touches it and touches it for a little while. That can actually be a long time, especially in a map with low visibility. You can kick a gen. Survivors might see the yellow, they might not see it. If they see it, they might not realize it's this perk. There are so many survivor perks that turn generators yellow that it's actually not crazy for them to ignore it or underestimate this perk, and then you can be undetectable for a very lengthy amount of time and do a lot of damage. Particularly good on killers where if you get close, it's nasty, such as Cannibal, right? Not so good on killers that have a lullaby like Huntress, not so good on killers that already have natural stealth. But yeah, pretty good, and the cooldown is not too bad at all. Honestly, I think Unforeseen is better, but Trail of Torment is okay. You can also use it with Dragon's Grip to bait survivors. They come, they touch a gen, bam, you instantly down them. That's something that can be done. Dissolution is an interesting perk. After you damage a survivor, in any way, M2, M1, basic attack, special attack, a few seconds afterwards, the perk triggers, and now anytime they fastbolt a pallet, the perk is broken. This is really, really fun. It can result in a lot of situations where survivors vault a pallet, or maybe you activate on someone else. You know, it can sometimes lead to chaotic situations where one person mistakes screws someone else. So you can have a survivor bolt a pallet not realizing this perk is on, and then you instantly go through it and hit them or hit someone else, right? But keep in mind that the most important thing holding this perk back is that it's not a surprise. Whenever this perk is active, survivors see a red icon, so they know that it's going to happen. So what they're going to do is they're either going to slow vault the pallet, or they're simply just not going to vault it. And that doesn't immediately give you any super strong effect. One of the saddest things about this perk is that it would actually be really good on a bunch of stealth killers, but it does not work so well on them because it is based on your terror radius. So for example, the Dredge, the killer that unlocks this perk, cannot use this perk super well in Nightfall, for example, right? So that's a bit of a shame. But who is this perk best on? It is okay on killers like Lesion that injure people very frequently. Just keep in mind that once everyone's injured, then the perk doesn't trigger again super often. It is okay on killers that can slow you down around a pallet if you decide not to vault it, like Clown, even though Clown can play around pallets really, really well. And it can also work best, I think, on Wraith. Wraith has a really fun interaction with this perk, where if they break a pallet by vaulting it, they will also uncloak you if you have a certain one. We, again, made a video that can make this perk really, really fun. If you want to check it out, I'll have it pop up on screen as well. That was really, really fun. But yeah, overall, a bit of a mediocre perk because it has a trigger condition, limited duration, works only within terror radius, and survivors see it, so they often play around it. And sometimes, sometimes, even if a pallet is broken, you don't necessarily get the hit, or you don't necessarily get a hit that you wouldn't get otherwise. Oppression is a little perk that turns your kick into a multi-damaging tool. Basically, whenever you kick a generator, 3 random gens with progress will be hit by it. Now, I need to say that this perk is a little bit weird, because technically, I know this is a very rare scenario, but technically, if you have 4 gens, right, two of them are 99, and 2 of them are like 1%. Like the gens that are 1% might get hit by this perk. It doesn't prioritize the ones with most progress. So in some strange scenario, Oppression could actually do almost nothing. But for the most part, it has a shorter cooldown now, which is really helpful, and it applies every time you kick a gen. It only applies if you kick it manually. It does not apply if you damage the gen with Ruin or Painters or anything else. And what it does is, if a gen is not being worked on, it begins to regress. It doesn't take a 5%. It doesn't get any other perks applied. So if you have pop, you do not apply 3 pops. If you have, or 4 pops. If you have nowhere to hide, you don't apply nowhere to hide to all the gens, right? Perks that activate when a gen regresses do work, so surveillance would work, but nothing else. And if a survivor is on the gen at the time, they get a difficult skill check that, well, even good survivors will occasionally miss, meaning that they lose progress and they let you know that they're there. If they hit the skill check, it does not count as a skill check for some perks, so you're not guaranteed to see them. So don't try to use this, with that in mind. So yeah, basically it's a bit of an information perk, a bit of a slowdown perk. It makes kicking a gen at the start of the game a bit better. If you find a gen that's like 10%, it's actually worth kicking it because you can find other people, and maybe let's say 2 people lose a skill check, that's 20% of a gen for free. So that can be really, really worth it. But also Discordance, Tinkerer, there's other better, more consistent perks. Keep in mind that a missed skill check can compound itself with other perks and add-ons and effects. So Oppression on a Doctor with Unnerving, with Lullaby, it can damage and do quite a bit of good. Overcharge is a very similar concept. You kick a generator, and the first part of the perk is a bit strange. Let me try to, or rather the second part of the perk is a bit strange. Basically, when you kick a generator, the generator regresses a little bit less than normal, but after a while, it regresses more than normal. So basically, this is a it's a net 0. If you kick a gen, it's basically regressing the same as usual. However, if the gen is left for a long time, it will regress a little bit more, a few seconds more, nothing crazy. The main appeal of Overcharge is when a survivor gets back on the generator that you kicked, this generator will give a skill check. If the skill check is missed, they will lose a chunk of progress, and the skill check can sometimes be a bit tricky. With Lullaby, the warning is not there, and the regression is bigger. With perks like Unnerving Presence or Madness, the skill check can be random or smaller, so that can be nasty. It's a nastier perk on Doctor, even though it's not insane. Against average survivors, I don't think it's insane. Against beginners, it's a little bit better. I would honestly not use this perk on its own on my average killer, unless you really, really hope that the survivors miss the skill check. But on those scenarios, it can be pretty okay. And it can be pretty okay as well with Dragon's Grip, which might make them miss the skill check. It can be okay in that situation. Nowadays, we just have better gen kick perks and better regression perks that I would recommend instead. Languid Touch. Anytime a survivor makes a crow fly off, they get exhausted for 10 seconds. I thought it was 8. 10 seconds. If you have spies from the shadows, it's easier for you to tell that this has happened. If you don't have spies from the shadows, it's a little bit hard. You will see the perk go on cooldown, and you sometimes might not realize where the survivor is, but it can also be used as a bit of a tracking tool. If you see this perk go off, you know someone is at least close to you, and you could look around yourself, see if any crow flew off. So that's quite nice. The cooldown also means you're not going to be applying it to a lot of people. It's not a terrible way to exhaust people. Believe it or not, if you chase a survivor for 20 or 30 seconds, the chances that they'll, unless they are going back into a certain area, the chances that they'll scare off a crow is very, very high. So they could lose their dead hard, they could lose their life, they could lose their balanced landing when they go up the hill. There's many birds on hills. Just keep in mind, I'm using the word could because they're not even guaranteed to have an exhaustion perk. And this perk is just kind of like maybe useful. Genetic Limits is typically better. Mindbreaker is a bit more consistent, but this perk isn't bad if you need some way to exhaust survivors and you're really afraid of like Iron Whale or something. Not bad in that regard. Hunter's Lullaby. Does the description even fine? Oh my goodness. All right, no worries. Yeah, no worries. I don't think we need to see it. Basically, this perk will be visible to survivors. They'll become Hex as soon as it has a token. But unlike other perks, this perk is already available at the start, which makes it a bit vulnerable to being found right away. There are 2 effects to this perk. The first effect starts from the beginning. If a survivor misses a skill check, they basically have a bigger penalty. I believe it's 6%, right? Yeah, they haven't changed that. Basically, so instead of losing 10% of a gen, they lose 16. And if 2 people miss a skill check back to back, they lose 32. That is brutal. It works well with Merciless Storm. It works well with Doctor. It works well with other nasty Hex perks. It sometimes on its own, it can also be pretty good. If you get a few hooks before this perk is cleansed, every hook makes the skill check warning lesser and lesser. And at 5 hooks, the skill check warning is gone completely. That means that when a survivor gets a skill check, if they're not looking at the screen intently, they might miss it. And then again, 16%. So that is pretty okay, especially against beginners, especially in a build against Doctor, much like any other skill check related perk, this can be quite okay. As a general perk for other killers, I would not recommend it very highly. Third Seal, by contrast, a very, very simple perk. Anytime you injure a survivor, they become blind forever until they cleanse a totem. There is a limit of how many survivors this applies to, and if you apply it to the third, then the first will lose it, but when it's at level 3, it applies to everyone up to 4 times. Making survivors blind is actually really good if it sticks long term. They can use their most common perk, which is Windows of Opportunity. They can use Kindred, they can use Keys, they can use Deja Vu. Like they cannot see each other on the ground. It can be quite nasty, and honestly, especially if you have some kind of anti-healing, make cooperation difficult. It can be good against survivor friends. It can be great against solo players. Notably, this happens every now and then, but notably, I've sometimes noticed survivors do not pay attention to the hooks to the hook animation, and sometimes survivors might not know where their teammate on the hook is, which is a little bit sad. Overall, though, not the most powerful perk. I recommend it on killers that can easily hit multiple survivors, like Legion, or that can easily keep survivors from healing easily. By using anti-healing perks. So, I could put this, I could give this to, for example, a Dredge, and it could be all right. But overall, there are more impactful hexes nowadays, so it's not super, super high up. Haunted Ground used to be a really, really solid choice to trap hexes. Nowadays, Dominance, Undying, and especially Pentimento are more dangerous. But basically, Haunted Ground spawns two totems, and both of them are traps. If the survivors do that totem, for 60 seconds, everyone is exposed unless they have visual, in which case it's a bit shorter. Watch out with that, by the way. If you're chasing a Quentin, don't hit them on the last second. They might have visual. This is really, really nasty. With Undying, it can trigger multiple times, and it can also give you a lot of pressure at a time when survivors don't want you to have it, which is at the start or when they're looking for the Devour. So it can be really, really cruel. Most survivors will be a bit careful about doing hexes for free. And if they see that their team is being chased, they might wait until they're injured to do it just in case. So I don't think this perk is incredibly good, but it is as simple as it sounds. Needless to say, don't necessarily run this on killers that cannot use the special attack to proc it. This is only for basic attacks. Retribution is an interesting perk. It triggers anytime a survivor does this or any other hex. Much like Haunted Ground, I think this perk has been outclassed by Dominance, Undying, and especially Pentimento. So if you want to have a build with hexes and really, really mess with survivors, maybe run one of those. But it is a little bit underrated in what it does. Anytime a survivor is on a totem, they become oblivious. Mind you can still hit them with shock, with the blast from the Doctor, but almost any other thing, like Infectious, will not interrupt them anymore. And the Oblivious lasts a very long time afterwards, which means that they could trigger Retribution, and then you could approach them and they might not realize that you're coming at them. Basically, the best thing about Retribution is putting it on killers that can take advantage of the auto reading. So you have Ruin, Pentimento, Retribution, and Crowd Control, or full on hex build, and if survivors ever deal with totems, they will have to deal with this effect. And if you're playing Pyramid Head, you can hit them through walls. If you're playing Nurse, it's devastating. The main downside of Retribution, of course, is that if survivors bite the bullet and decide to ignore all totems, which sometimes they might, the perk does absolutely nothing. But the awareness of every survivor in the map is really, really nice. And notably, this is the perk that we use on Myers to get our 50 wins on Myers. So it has a special place in my heart. Being able to see everyone, even if you can't immediately get to them, is good awareness. Keep in mind that Floods of Rage also achieves a similar result for far less, and a bit more consistently. Let me make sure we got it right. We are now talking about Awakened Awareness. Very, very simple perk. Whenever you pick up a survivor, anyone around you, their aura is revealed. Keep in mind, they could have distortion or other things to hide, but this is obviously pretty good. I personally like this perk on instant down killers. Against instant down killers, a lot of survivors will often hide next to a hook, waiting for the unhook. And you can turn a small mistake into a crippling misplay that ends with multiple people being down and the whole team in shambles. I also like it on Spirit, because one thing about Spirit that's really nice is that she doesn't, when she gets close to you, you don't know she's approaching you when she's using power. So I personally like it on Spirit. And you can use it with Starstruck as well to know if anyone's hiding around you. Keep in mind that because the range is bigger than smaller than your turret radius, you might have survivors run away with Starstruck and never ever see them with Awakened Awareness. So I don't love that combo too much. Personally, I think Barbecue is a little bit better. If you want to find people around you, Infectious is a nice alternative. Awakened Awareness is okay, but it's just not one of the best information perks. Bitter Murmur similarly has been outclassed by other information perks. Whenever a generator is completed, you see the people around them. One very annoying thing, especially if you don't have Lethal Pursuer to make it longer, is that the generator completion has a black bubble that blocks the aura. So many times a survivor might be healing next to a gen they completed and you don't even see them properly. So it is a bit annoying. But the main upside of Bitter Murmur is that at the end of the game, you'll see the aura of every single survivor. And being able to see the aura of every single survivor is a surprisingly good thing to have in the endgame. It can make Noed really powerful. It can let you know if they're about to find Noed or not. It can let you know which gate they're going to and whether or not you should chase them. It could let you know where the survivor that is dead on hook is so that you can kill them and still have time to catch other people with Remember Me or No Way Out. And needless to say, being able to see the aura of people across the map is good for killers that have great mobility or can snipe hunters, artists, Oni running down the map. Gearhead is maybe a little bit more useful. You don't have to wait until endgame to get as much value, but it's still an okay perk. I personally quite like Bitter Murmur. Whispers, again, is the third perk in a row that is just an information perk that is completely outclassed. If you want to find people in the early game, Lethal Pursuer is amazing. If you want to have people in the late game, Tinkerer, Bitter Murmur, there's Floods of Rage. There's just so Discordance. There's so many good perks to find people. And Whispers is an awkward relic of a perk. Basically, Whispers, we have a video, by the way, explaining how it works. I'll link it up. Whispers create a balloon around you, and this balloon turns on and off, binary, on and off. There's no gradient, on or off, 100% off, 100% on, anytime a survivor is in it. Survivors that are dead, disconnected, or escaped don't count. Survivors in any other shape, hook, ground, locker, they work. So you can actually use Whispers to find out quite a few things, and there's a bit of a skill to it. If you go, for example, if you're playing Doctor and you have a 32-meter terror radius, which is the same as Whispers, and you go to an area of the map and you blast, and no one screams, that means that they are in a locker and you could even get them. If you're playing in a big map, you can go to an area of the map, and if you see that Whispers is off, then you can immediately tell that no one's there and go to another one. In the final 1v1, if the survivor's trying to get the exit gate, you could use Whispers to find out which approximate area they're in. And with Whispers, the final 1v1 is almost always going to go to the killer. If someone is running into you at the start of the game, Whispers will let you know as well. If you're playing Trapper or Hag and you're setting up and Whispers triggers super early, you know that you need to be a bit more careful. If it doesn't, then by elimination, you also know that you probably don't have anyone watching you and that you can set up a little bit more. So that's nice. And as I said, especially if you watch the video and you take a minute or a little while to get good at this perk, it can be okay to find people. Then again, as I said, there's much better perks. In maps that have multiple floors, Whispers is extremely awkward. If you're on the game and Whispers is on, that survivor could literally be anywhere. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to use it. Thwack is honestly a bit of a shame. This perk got buffed recently and it has more tokens, but it lost its ability to read auras, which makes it immediately worse. So Thwack is very similar to Infectious Fright, but it starts with 3 tokens. You gain 1 token each time that you hook someone, and much like Infectious Fright, you don't see their aura. You only see the bubble of the scrim. I don't think this perk is very good at all. I do think that if you, for some reason, are allergic to Discordance, Lethal, or all of the other perks that are overall just better, then this perk can be okay. For example, if you're playing Billy at the start of the game, you can rush to the other side of the map, break a breakable wall, and probably find 3 people. And then throughout the game, break pallets, break breakable walls, and find people constantly. The thing is, because you don't see their aura, you can take advantage with a killer like Nurse, so Nurse can use this perk very well. And there's also maps that have 0 breakable walls and not that many pallets. So this is a perk that it just gets outflanked and outclassed by other perks. And killers that could benefit from this have perks that are just way better. Keep in mind, however, that the screams from Thwack do alert zombies and can interrupt people from doing certain actions like pick boxes, so it does have some utility. Next up is Deathbound. Deathbound is a simple perk. Whenever survivors heal each other, they will be affected by this perk, and the moment they split up, they'll be oblivious forever until they take damage. Now, let me paint you the worst case scenario for survivors, right? Worst case scenario for survivors, they unhook someone against a cannibal, they heal under the hook, 2 people heal, and then both people are affected by Deathbound. And then they split up and, oh my god, where is the killer? Oh no, I go down. But let's be honest, that rarely happens. Most of the times, it's only one survivor that heals another. One thing that they can do to completely outplay this perk, by the way, is that they can heal the survivor to 99%, and then if the survivor heals by themselves, this perk doesn't trigger. Many times survivors have medkits and they heal themselves anyway. So Deathbound really doesn't do a whole lot. I don't think this perk is great. I don't think it's amazing. I think it can be okay on killers like Oni, because if you notice that survivors are healing near or far, you could go there and probably find a lot of blood on the ground. But, you know, against almost anyone, as almost any other killer, I generally would not super recommend it. Chorophobia is a simple perk. Anytime the survivors are within your terror radius, may it be big or small, they will heal at half the speed, which is really brutal. And more than that, they will get skill checks that are so difficult and so sudden that it might reveal their location if they miss them, or it might convince them to stop altogether. This is quite brutal, actually. Some people make the mistake of thinking, okay, if they heal slower under my terror radius, let's have a killer with a big terror radius like Wesker, then let's put on distressing, let's put a Starstruck, let's put on, all of these things to make your terror radius occupy the size of a small country, and then it's going to be the most insane thing ever. And then, because they don't have any slowdown perks, the gens get done in 5 minutes, survivors don't even bother healing, and your build is completely useless. If you're gonna use this build, go ahead. Maybe with a map offering, it can work on some killers. But I think this perk is even okay on its own. This perk is okay on its own. It means that anytime you interrupt, like how many times in your normal games do you go back to a hook or find a group of survivors healing and they finish the heal in front of your face? With this perk, that almost never happens. It is a really good perk to kill the momentum of survivors, make a survivor that is vulnerable and about to be healed still remain vulnerable, and it's also an unbelievably good slugging perk, an anti-pickup perk. Anytime a survivor is healing someone else on the ground, instead of taking about a second, they'll now take longer. So if you're slugging, it is a really good perk, leaving them on the ground and preventing them from being picked up. And it also forces survivors to be a little bit wary about where they heal. The unfortunate part of chorophobia, adrenaline exists, resurgence exists, people healing with syringes exists. There are a lot of ways, inner strength exists. There are a lot of ways for survivors to heal themselves passively or just not heal at all. And chorophobia obviously doesn't deal with that super mega well. It also cannot be used by killers with a small terror radius or non-existent terror radius for the obvious reasons as well. Surveillance, a very simple perk, has 2 effects, and the second one is often forgotten, but should not be. Anytime a generator is going down, regressing, the aura of it is white. And if after that it's touched, it turns yellow to let you know that someone's on it. This immediately pairs well with Search, Pain Resonance, Ruin, or even all 3 of them at once. If you have those 3 perks, for example, and Surveillance, which is a really comfy build, anytime your perks damage a gen, you will see it go white and you will know, okay, this gen was being done. And if it turns yellow a few seconds after, you're like, okay, someone's here right now. And the other thing that Surveillance does that is incredibly nice is the ability to hear survivors from further when they're working on a gen. There are 2 sounds that play when a survivor is on a gen. There's the generator sounds themselves, which is the little tip tap, tip tap, tip tap sounds on the generator, but also the specific repair sounds. There are the ones on the levers, which is on the sides, and the ones with the wires, which is on the front and back. So those sounds, the little and the little click, 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 that sound is hard to hear for a killer. By the time a survivor hears your turret radius and begins to run away, you don't even hear them do that. But with surveillance, especially on stealth killers or small turret radius killers, you can sometimes walk by a gen that has like 1% progress. You don't think a survivor's there, and you hear the actual sound. And then you go, wait a minute, there's someone there. And that is really, really good. Survivors often do not realize that they reveal themselves by doing gens next to you, which is a really nice thing. On its own, not super good. The information from it is not extremely immediate, so that does make surveillance a little bit less awesome. But if you're gonna run it with those perks, Ruin, Painters, Search, or a combination of them. Monitor and Abuse. This perk's wording is sometimes a little bit strange. You have a normal terror radius, typically 32 meters, right? And with this perk, in chase, it gets higher, so 40, and outside of chase, it gets lower, so 24. Maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more, depending on your killer, right? But that's the general idea. In chase, bigger terror radius. Outside of chase, smaller terror radius. Obviously, most of the times you're going to be outside of chase when you benefit from this perk, and it allows you to creep into survivors. If you have perks like the Cordons or Nurse's Calling, information perks, the fact that survivors get one less, like later rather than earlier, makes it easier for you to actually successful with your ambush. I don't think this is a perk that you should just put on the average killers and forget, even though it's okay. I think it's like perk that you put on killers with an already small terror radius, such as Myers and Hag. It can make them even more unpredictable and harder to follow for the survivors. Having a bigger terror radius in chase can also be beneficial if you have perks like Infectious Fright. It means that by the time you down someone, you now make people scream within 40 meters. So Monitor and Infectious could, for example, be a good combo for Oni. That was a popular build for a little while. Nowadays, there are so many amazing stealth perks. Unforeseen, Tinkerer, Trail of Torment lasting a long time. These perks are overall a better alternative to Monitor and Abuse, but it's still okay. Blood Echo also gets outflanked by other perks. Basically, whenever you hook a survivor, other injured survivors become exhausted for a little while and hemorrhage, which means that if they get interrupted, they'll lose progress. Now, the main selling point of Blood Echo is that the exhaustion lasts a really cruel long time. 30 seconds means that that person is very unlikely to use any exhaustion perk ever. And it can deny a critical Devour, and it's pretty easy for the killer to know when it's triggered, and it doesn't have a cooldown anymore, so it's a pretty okay perk. The sad part is that other perks like Genetic Limits are a little bit more consistent, and one of the worst things about Blood Echo is that it's a win more perk. For Blood Echo to really, really, really be doing its thing, you need to hook a survivor and then have as many people injured as possible. This is pretty reasonable with killers like Legion, but let me just tell you, if you already have so many people injured, other perks would be so much better. If you already have a lot of people injured, Thanatophobia begins to get really good, right? Things to find those survivors or be stealthy becomes really good. If you are undetectable and you have 3 people injured, very likely you'll catch one of them healing. So Blood Echo can be okay on Legion, can be okay on Plague, killers that injure people passively and keep them injured for a long time. But I would not necessarily make it my first pick if I want to play around exhaustion, even though it can be okay. Don't forget as well, by the way, that this has the hemorrhage effect, which is okay for Legion, but not so much on Plague. But I mean, if they end up healing against Legion, so what? Just injure them again with your power, right? So it's really not that super hot. And keep in mind that some survivors don't have exhaustion perks. So yeah, difficult to pick a perk that may give you variable value like this one. Next up, make your choice. Anytime you are away from a hook, similar to Devour Hope, and someone unhooks, that person is exposed for 60 seconds. This is a little bit awkward because it encourages you to both leave the hook but also come back. And 70 seconds is a long time. You know, you need to commit, right? When you unhook someone, when someone gets unhooked, have you waited? Or are you already far out? If you have been waiting, you could wait for a very long time, an extremely long time, in fact, now. Hook timers are now longer. So this perk the pace of this perk is ultimately dictated by the survivors. Don't forget that the survivor could unhook themselves with certain perks, namely Wicked and Deliverance. So that would make this completely useless. Don't forget that the unhooker could already be injured in some situations. So this perk is really not that super hot. In a worst case scenario, you could come back and then the unhooked person might take a hit for the unhooker, which with off the record or some base kit borrowed time endurance effects. So that could be really rough. This perk is tough. In indoor maps that are really small, it's hard to know who triggered it and it's hard to find them. And in big maps, they just have too much distance to get away from you. I do think it's okay on killers whose mobility can be very explosive. So on things like Hack, Singularity, it can be quite dangerous to have a guy, Spirit perhaps, it can be quite, Wraith even, it can be quite dangerous to have a guy exposed for such a long time. But nowadays, Friends Till the End is a little bit more forward. It's a little bit more of... a little bit more aggressive, and you dictate the pace of Friends Till the End rather than wait for them. So I would run Make Your Friends Till the End over Make Your Choice on killers like that, even though it can be okay. Needless to say, if you hook in Basement, this perk becomes a little bit more attractive because coming out of Basement, if a survivor is expecting you to teleport back to the locker as Dredge or teleport back to a gen, or it can be a bit nasty, but it can still be a huge time sink, because the person in Basement could hide in a locker and then you have to guess. They could have head on. They could, you might think it's one of them and it's the other. Like, it is a little bit tricky. Darkness Revealed. Anytime you open a locker, any other survivor that's close to a locker will have their aura revealed. With the nerf of Distortion, this perk is a little bit more attractive. It is actually a fairly decent replacement to Lethal Pursuer to find people at the start, but it's not quite as good. And some maps have amazing lockers, Midwich, and some maps have terrible lockers where you can have entire parts of the map without any lockers. So yeah, the effectiveness of this is quite diminished. The natural idea behind this perk is to run it on a killer like Huntress, or Trickster, who already open lockers naturally. There's no other killer that does that as part of their power, not Dredge, that doesn't count. So that could be okay. And if you're going to a specific map like Larry's or Midwich, or if you get lucky and you get that map, this is really, really nasty. It can be okay on those. But keep in mind that after their buffs, Trickster and Hunters, oh, there's a dog outside my window, do not open lockers all that often. A nice information perk, there's just simply better ones. Alien Instinct. Whenever, it's similar to Blood Echo, whenever you hook a survivor, out of all of the survivors that are injured, there needs to be at least injured for this perk, one injured for this perk to follow, will become oblivious, and you will see their aura for a little bit. The aura reveal is only 5 seconds, the oblivious is only 20 seconds, and they get a notification. Sometimes I've noticed survivors don't even pay attention to this. I personally think that this perk is really awkward. On the average killer, it is so difficult to hook a survivor and guarantee that by the time you hook them, someone else is injured. Many times you will injure survivor A, hook survivor B, and by the time you're hooking survivor B, A has already healed, right? Or you will be in a situation where you don't have the luxury of injuring multiple survivors. Or you do, but this perk makes no difference. It's really not that good. In my opinion, this perk shines on 2 killers and 2 killers alone, and honestly only just 1 killer, Legion. Legion very naturally, very commonly injures multiple people. People like to stay injured against Legion because they know that healing sometimes is a waste of time. A similar thing happens to Plague. And then making someone oblivious for a while and seeing their aura is always good to either hit them and go for someone else or single them out and down them. That can be okay. On almost any other killer, I wouldn't recommend it. Ultimate Weapon is a very similar perk to Darkness Revealed, but instead of seeing people across the map next to lockers, you see them around you. It's also very similar to Thwack, or very similar to Infectious Fright. It does the exact same thing. It does not show you the aura of the survivor. It reveals their bubble location, which is sometimes a little bit harder to track and not always super consistent. But basically the idea, right, is that you have a killer that doesn't have great tracking, like Hunters. Hunters can be a good example. Hunters has a big lullaby, right? Survivors often see you coming, you're pretty slow. So you can go to the middle of the map, reload, and you'll make someone scream, and then you find your next chase so that you don't waste time. That could be okay. It also makes them blind, so if you start a chase with them immediately, they might not be able to use perks like Alert, Windows of Opportunity, yada yada. So that can be okay as well. An okay tracking perk, there's just better ones. Dark Devotion, interesting perk. It transfers a standard 32 meter terror radius when you hit the obsession by any means. And no, actually, even if it doesn't even need to be a hit. If they get injured by the plague's passive or something like that, that will still, or get hit by a zombie, that will still trigger, I guess. And the terror radius applies every perk that would apply a terror radius. Now, immediately you might think, oh wow, that sounds really cool. Does that mean that I can have Chorophobia, Unnerving Presence, and just hit the Obsession and now they have all of these effects? Yes, you can. But why would you do that? The best way to use Dark Devotion is to have a killer that has a relatively easy time hitting survivors or injuring survivors from a distance, and that can take advantage of the stealth to mess with survivors. So it can be quite good to hit a survivor and then go for someone else, hit a survivor and then get them distracted. Get them distracted while you do your setup. And one nice thing about Dark Devotion is that once survivors know that you have it can still be a bit of a mind game on its own. So for example, you hit a survivor and they keep running, oh my god, I'm being chased, oh my god, I'm being chased. And then the second time they're gonna realize, okay, the killer has Dark Devotion. But then, after you hit them but you pretend to leave them, because you don't have a terror radius and they have a constant terror radius, you can still sneak up to them and sometimes catch them off guard, which can be cute. Overall, it's a stealth / disruption type of perk that gets outclassed by many others, most notably Unforeseen, which we talked about earlier, so it's really not incredible. Thanatophobia. This perk slows down gens, which is obviously the most important and longest activity that survivors will be doing in any given game, but also a little bit cleansing and sabotaging especially. Anything else? Yeah, that's it. That can sometimes, do not forget that part. I've sometimes seen survivors try to sabotage in front of me, and because there's a couple people injured with Thana, I've seen them fail, so watch out. That could catch you off guard. But the main idea, right, is that with Thanatophobia, you are encouraged to injure multiple survivors, and with a few injured survivors, the gens are a bit slower. The effects of this perk are absolutely pathetic. Keep in mind that at the start, survivors are all healthy. Survivors have a bunch of pallets. If you're playing an average killer, you're going to hit one guy, and by the time Thanatophobia is doing like 1 or 2% slowdown or whatever, they've already done 3 gens, and the game's already halfway over. Not very good. Thanatophobia should realistically only be used if you don't have other better options on killers that are really good at injuring people, such as Nurse, more specifically Legion and Plague. Legion has a really easy time injuring everyone, and when 4 survivors are all injured, this perk becomes really good. When 4 survivors are injured, the slowdown is very significant. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's 20%, which is almost Pentimento levels. And then they will probably hurry up and try to heal, and that could make them make a mistake. Especially with Plague, they will try to cleanse to avoid the 4 people infection. So running this on Plague as a way to force them to cleanse is an idea. You know what's a better idea? Literally run any other good Plague perk to make yourself harder and make the gen slower, and I think you'll do better, but it is an idea nonetheless. Game of Food has 2 effects. Whenever you're chasing the Obsession and you break a pallet, you get a small speed boost. This is particularly good on killers like Nemesis that can break a pallet really quickly and then get the benefit of the speed boost really quickly. Unfortunately, last time I checked it, Game of Food was bugged and did not trigger if you broke the pallet with certain methods like the Tentacle. I hope they fixed it. Maybe double check. Not a terrible effect, but honestly, compared to many other chase perks like Crowd Control, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. That part of the perk is generally really bad. I also would be remiss to mention that this also works if you break a generator or a breakable wall, but you know, you're not going to do that and benefit from the haste. The main draw of this perk is that when you is it a basic attack? Yes, thank you. When you hit a survivor with a basic attack, if they are the person that you've chased the most, they will become the Obsession. This can almost guarantee that your first chase will always be with the Obsession. If you chase the Obsession, well, it's the Obsession. And if you chase a non-Obsession and you chase them for 10 seconds and you hit them, technically that's the survivor with the most chase available, so they become the Obsession. So you can start to use perks like Furtive Chase or Poverty Food and so on. Now, one of the most insidious things about this perk that makes it really dangerous in endgame scenarios is that when the game tries to find which survivor has been chased the most, it looks for alive survivors, right? So if, for example, if all of your teammates are dead and you're the last survivor and you get hit, you will always be the last survivor left with most chase, so you will always become the Obsession. And if there's only 2 survivors, there's a good chance you will become the Obsession. So you can use Game of Food with Rancor to strategically hit a survivor and turn them into the obsession. You will not insta-down them immediately, but you can moy them without having to have hooked them, which is pretty strong. So Game of Foot Rancor can be an interesting combo, but yeah. Nemesis is the second obsession creating perk. Anytime, it has two effects, okay? Anytime you get stunned or blinded, the person becomes the obsession if they weren't already. And anytime the obsession changes by any means, that person becomes oblivious and you see their aura. So if you get decisive striked, that person becomes oblivious. If someone uses for the people and that switches obsession, that person becomes oblivious. If they stun you with a pallet and they wear the obsession, that person becomes oblivious. And seeing their aura can also be kind of cute. So yeah, most of the times this perk, the second part of this perk is worthless. The idea with this perk is that you bait a survivor into blinding you or stunning you, and now you can use Play With Your Foot on them, or you can use Rancor on them in the end game. A little bit gimmicky. Personally, not a super big fan of this anymore, but that's what it's used for. Blood Warden, really fun perk. Anytime you hook a survivor and the exit gates are open, either because you open them or they open them, they will be blocked for 1 minute. Normally, the end game lasts 2 minutes, unless a survivor is on the hook, which will make it last double, so up to 4 minutes. The ideal situation for Blood Warden is that you kill a survivor and that person's dead, and then you catch the last 1 or 2, or or maybe the timer on the entity collapse is really low, so you hook one survivor and they all die at the same time, which is really cool. The unfortunate situation is that sometimes survivors will naturally play around this. As a survivor, it is extremely wise and easy to wait a few seconds if the killer is hooking, right? They have no rush not to do so. So what I mean by this is that you down a survivor, you pick them up, and the survivors will 99 the gate, and they'll just sit there and wait. And if you drop the survivor, they'll open the gate and leave. And if you don't drop the survivor, they will wait until you hook them and then open it afterwards, and then the perk doesn't do anything. And if you open the gate yourself, it can be quite obvious. So yeah, survivors are naturally conditioned to play around this perk. Because they don't want to start the endgame collapse timer too early. Don't forget that you see the auras of people in the exit gate, which can sometimes catch people off guard. They don't know about that. So yeah, keep that in mind. Fun perk. Mad Grid. Another fun perk. With this perk, you have the ability to spam the attack when you carry a survivor. Like, you can spam it immediately with no cooldown, which looks ridiculous. Some people do not understand how this perk works and they think you're a cheater, so you might be reported for running this perk. And the idea is that when you hit a survivor while you carry, the survivor that you're carrying will not be able to wiggle off for 4 seconds. So even if they're like 99.9 progress, you will have 4 seconds to get to a hook. This perk, for the most part, is completely useless. Most killers will never encounter survivors taking hits for each other. It's quite rare. Especially if you play a killer like Legion, where everyone's already injured, or Oni, where giving, or Dredge and Oni, they get stronger the more they injure people, right? Dredge indirectly, Oni quite directly. So people will never take hits against those killers. Do not run this perk on them. But every now and then, especially if you're playing a Trapper or a Hag, survivors will be like, oh no, let's not let him get to that hook. Let's body block. This perk can absolutely obliterate them. It can turn a good play, which would be a body block, into a terrible play, because you can get multiple hits and still get the hook. So it's a fun little perk. You can also miss on purpose and then hit, So it does have some uses. You don't lose any speed while you attack, and it looks really funny. So it's a bit of a gimmicky perk. I personally think that Agitation accomplishes a very similar thing, and it's overall useful, and it's not as gimmicky. So I personally would run Agitation over this, but you can run both if you're absolutely crazy. Superior Anatomy. It's a perk that triggers whenever you are close to a survivor vaulting a pallet, or I believe a window as well. Yes. So anytime a survivor vaults a window or a pallet next to you, which is going to be very often, the perk triggers, and next time you vault the window, you do it very fast. So this perk is quite comfortable to run. It feels really good to use it and get value out of it. Much like Bamboozle, it stacks with anything like Myers or Wraith with his add-ons to vault faster. It stacks with that, so you can have a ridiculously fast vault. And basically, it can turn some windows that would otherwise be safe into really nice hits. Now, my problem with this perk, why not just run Bamboozle? Yeah, you could run them both if you're insane, but that's a bit too much. Bamboozle will just block the window, and that is the most sure method to prevent it from being used. Vaulting the window even faster than Bamboozle is quite comfortable, and it can be quite good on some killers. But if the survivor had life, it's not so useful. If the survivor has resilience, sometimes even the speed of this cannot be enough. If the survivor has finesse, sometimes this might not be enough. So it's just a perk that some killers appreciate, but almost no killer can use consistently. Not to mention that in a lot of maps, sometimes the windows are not the problem. If you go to Gideon or Larry's, there are a lot of pallets. There are some windows, but you don't necessarily vault through the windows. You often are technically better off just playing around them, right? So this can give you a tool that you don't always find a use for. And overall, on killers that want to block windows, Crowd Control and Bamboozle is a better choice overall. I personally still like it. It honestly gets me hit sometimes here and there. And as I'm playing against it as a survivor is sometimes a little bit surprising and a fun perk. So try it out if only for that. Unfortunately, the cooldown also prevents it from being even better. Dark Arrogance is a very similar perk. It makes you vault faster than Bamboozle, but not as fast as Superior Anatomy. So it is an in-between Bamboozle / Superior Anatomy copy. It has no timer or no trigger condition, but it comes with a downside of making your pallet stunts longer and your blinds longer. You might not think that this is a big deal, but putting this on the wrong killer can be horrible. Being stunned longer and being blinded longer feels awful. A blind after a pallet that would not be a big deal now is a big deal. And a stun that would not be the end of the world now kind of is the end of the world, you know? So Dark Arrogance should never be used by anyone that doesn't know exactly how to offset its negatives. An idea to offset its negative is to play it on a killer that does not necessarily get stunned very often. So bringing this to Nemesis, or better yet, Xenomorph, can be pretty good. Those are killers that hit around pallets really well. They don't get stunned very often. So that can be an idea, even though I think Nemesis doesn't necessarily like vault so often. But you could have Dark Arrogance and stack it with Bamboozle, or stack it with an add-on to vault faster, such as the Xenomorph's, I think, Self-Destruction Bolt, I think it's called, the purple add-on that makes you vault faster, and it can be fun. I still think Bamboozle is overall a more solid choice. Hubris is an unbelievably underwhelming perk for the average killer. Basically, anytime you are stunned, the survivor that stuns you is exposed. Many of the times, the survivor that stuns you with head-on is out of the injured, or decisive is out of the injured, or blinds you and they're out of the, they can blind, like you might think that I'm saying that blinding you activates this perk. It does. If you get blinded and it's a rescue, that activates it. Many times in these situations, the 20-second timer is just too short. The survivor is already either injured or too far and you're not going to hit them. So this perk, for the most part, is terrible. A survivor stuns you on a good pallet, you're never going to catch them in 20 seconds. However, there are a few killers that use this perk particularly well. I made a build video explaining it. If you want to look it up, I'll try to have it on screen. And the idea is that these killers can teleport, or these killers can be in multiple places at once, or they can catch up really quickly like Spirit can. So putting this on Spirit, putting this on Dredge, putting this on Hag, it's not their best perk by far. There's much better perks available, but it can be a perk to get your first down much quicker, or get one or two really quick downs. And sometimes getting one insta down at the right time is all you need as a killer. So this perk has to be respected a little bit. Lightboard is honestly a very successful perk. It does one thing, and it does one thing very well. It makes all blinds not work. You are completely immune to flashlights. You are completely immune to flashbangs. If you kick a generator with Blast Mine, you will be stunned, but you will still see around you, so you don't get blinded. And anytime a survivor attempts to do this on you, by any of these methods, their aura will be revealed. So even if they try to blind you for a second, and then they stop, you will see their aura for 12 seconds with lethal and 10 seconds without. That is awesome. That is really, really awesome. If you see 4 flashlights and you want to ruin their day, put on Lightborn and you'll probably make survivors very, very salty. And every now and then I get okay value. However, the elephant in the room, should you try to avoid flashlights though? Honestly, as a killer with more experience, you will probably come to realize that flashlights are almost your friend. Survivors with toolboxes are very scary. Survivors with medkits are very, very scary. Survivors with flashlights, sometimes, if you know how to play around them, can be a bit of an advantage to you. They can mess up, they can try stupid little tricks and techs and whatnot, trying to get a 6 save and end up in your YouTube montage and not their own. So, you know, try to, as a beginner, it might be tempting to run this perk if you're annoyed with flashlights. Try to grow out of it and find the appropriate time for it. Next up, we have Knockout, a quite horribly cruel perk. Whenever you down a survivor with a basic attack, very important, so Myers can use it, but Nurse cannot, that survivor's aura is not revealed to their teammates, as it often is, unless they get really, really close. Also, for a brief moment, the survivor cannot crawl as fast, which means they might not be able to crawl to an exit gate, and they don't recover as quickly. I have forgotten exactly how much it slows them down. I know I made that for a video, but you know, if a survivor normally is ready to be picked up and almost fully recovered after 31.4 seconds, let's say after 30 or so seconds, this adds another 5 or 6 seconds. So it's nothing super crazy, but it does help a little bit. Basically, the best thing about this perk is using it, but not abusing it. If you have Knockout and Chorophobia and Deerstalker and all of these perks to slug, yeah, you're very good at it, but a survivor team that has enough perks to counter it or that plays really carefully will completely destroy you. It's almost better to have Knockout and use it occasionally to mess with survivors and make it harder for them to pick each other up, and occasionally use the little bit of slugging here and there to confuse them. Needless to say, there's one big thing at play when you have Knockout, and it is what survivors you're going against. If you're playing against people that are on a Discord call, hey, I'm down at shack, hey, I'm down on main building, hey, yeah, here, come closer, yeah, no, yeah, I'm here, thank you. That's it. If you're playing against solo players, this can honestly be the worst thing they've gone against all day, and it can be really, really disgusting. If you have a build where it seems like it's okay, go for it. It goes really, really well if you send yourself to a map offering, have a particular killer in mind, but honestly, I don't think that's very fun or engaging gameplay. Monster Shrine, possibly the worst, second worst Scourge hook perk. Any hook that... Any Scourge hook perk, including this one, will now work in the basement. This is really nice. Unlike other Scourge hooks, basement is absolutely unsabotageable. It's unsabotageable. So survivors can never get rid of basement. So if you have Monster Shrine and Pain Res, you could always hook in basement and get multiple Pain Reses back to back, which is always really scary. And most of the time, the basement is not such a reliable thing. Sometimes basement could be in a corner of the map and you don't necessarily want it. But yeah, it's not very good. But it is a nice gimmick. The secondary effect of this perk is that whenever you hook a survivor and you walk away from them, they begin to die on the hook a bit faster. Instead of having 70 seconds to get rescued, now they have more like 58 or something like that. Nothing insane. Nothing insane. And keep in mind that it only works when you're far away. So for the first few seconds when you're walking away, it doesn't even work. That's why the effect is a bit smaller. Not an insane effect. The best thing that this thing does is occasionally put a bit more pressure on survivors to rescue each other and also make other Scourges work in basement. Keep in mind, the hook stage used to be 60 seconds, now it's 70 seconds, and survivors could have perks like Reassurance, so it's putting pressure on something that right now is quite lenient and forgiving to survivors. Cruel Limits has a strong effect, but it's just a little bit awkward because it's outside of your control. Whenever a generator gets completed, all the windows in the entire map get blocked for 30 seconds and they get highlighted. And if you're in chase, this can be quite good. You're playing Bubba, well, now they have to drop the pallet, they cannot use the window. The sad part about Cruel Limits, as I said, is that if they pop 3 gens at once, well, you don't make the perk last 3 times as long. So Cruel Limits maybe should be played with info perks like Deadlock or Tinkerer that can delay the gens from popping too close to one another, or at least let you know that they're going to happen so that you can be ready for them, right? I don't think it's incredible. Perks like Crowd Control, Bamboozle are overall a massive upgrade to Cruel Limits. If you have nothing else though, the perk is surprisingly okay sometimes. Terminus. Whenever you reach the end game, any survivor that is injured remains injured. If they have adrenaline, they don't heal from it. They might get the speed boost, but they don't heal from it. They might get picked up from the ground, but they do not heal to full, obviously. And if they had a medkit or self-care, or if they were hoping to quickly get together, they cannot do that. They will need to open the gates and wait 30 seconds before they can heal. I have to say, I've gone a few times against Terminus as a survivor, typically as a solo player. And as a solo player, it is a little bit scary. You suddenly can't heal. Your idea to get adrenaline onto or to heal afterwards is not working out ideally. Maybe the killer has some other perk like No Way Out, and it is a bit of pressure. I do think that this perk is ultimately a win more perk. If you're already doing well, it's going to feel great. But you could use any other perk. You could have Know It, you could have Bitter Murmur for the info, you could have Remember Me, you could run. There are so many good perks to replace Terminus that it just doesn't feel like it's worth the perk slot with its current effects. It does put survivors on a bit of a bind, and it sometimes encourages them to just open the gates right away, which can set them up for Bloodwarden, or it can make them a bit more predictable. So yeah, that's kind of nice. I would highly, highly recommend that if you're going to run this perk, you only run it on killers that can very reliably get people injured by the end game. If you run this on a trapper, there's a really good chance they're all going to be healthy. You don't have any amazing way to injure people like remotely or keep them injured. So if you're gonna run this on Trapper, maybe have the Blood Coil, even though by then they probably already know. Maybe run it on Alicia, maybe run it on a Twins. That can be a really good one. Maybe run it on Plague. The thing about Plague that's maybe really nasty is that if they try to cleanse on a Fountain with Terminus, they will not cleanse. They will get rid of the infection, but they will not heal. So Terminus can be a nasty surprise on Plague, and it can be a fun one. On Twins, needless to say, if there's multiple people injured in the end game, you can pick them off one by one. So Terminus and Bitter Murmur could be a nasty combo on them. And it's an interesting idea, but it's almost always got a better replacement. Iron Maiden, you open lockers a little bit faster. This can be useful for Hunters and Trickster who have to open lockers as part of their reload animation. Do not use this on the Dredge. It does not actually affect his power when you come out of a locker. And some of the killers might also like the fact that when a survivor comes out of a locker, you can insta down. Some people think that it's a good idea to run this on Cannibal or Billy, especially Cannibal, if they run into a locker to insta down them. I think it's not a terrible idea, but I don't think you need it. If you play well, you will almost always get the hit anyway. Some people also think that Iron Maiden could be okay on Artist, since people go into lockers to avoid, to completely dispel the birds, the swarming birds. But I honestly think there's just better perks overall. And Artist already has an insta-down add-on if you want to run that instead. Is this worth running on Hunters and on Trickster? In my opinion, no. You don't roll out often enough, and the saving of 50% is not as crazy as it might seem. But it is a comfortable perk on them, and it's also quite okay on Doctor, which is a killer that people will go into lockers to avoid being shocked. That can be quite okay as well. Dying Light is, in paper, one of the worst perks in the game. Right off the bat, it makes the Obsession have a blue icon indicator, giving them a buff, so they are aware of this perk's existence at the start of the game, and it makes them unhook and heal other people 33% faster. That is basically a survivor perk. This killer perk is a survivor perk for the Obsession, and it does not have any negative on the Obsession. That is absolutely horrible, terrible, awful, 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 terrible. What it does do is that anytime you hook non-obsessions, all of the non-obsessions will have a small slowdown applied to their healing and mostly the gens, right? Also sabotage, but you know, that doesn't matter very much. So this basically is not worth it in most cases. Against a normal, as a normal killer, I would not recommend this at all. It tells the survivors one of your perks, it gives away your game, and it does more harm than good. A survivor that can heal others fast and unhook others fast is scary and shuts you down many times. It's not good. However, there are two scenarios where this perk is actually kind of worth running. If you're going to very aggressively tunnel one survivor, I think there's better perks, but Dying Light can be nasty. If you find the Dwight, who's not the Obsession, and then hook, now you have one person dead, two people that are 9% slower at gens permanently, and maybe other perks at play. That can be nasty. It's also quite good on Plague and arguably Legion. Healing faster against Legion is pointless because Legion's going to injure you anyway. And healing faster against Plague is pointless because you're broken and infected. So Dying Light can give you the benefit without too much of the downside. I still believe that Legion has better perks, which we've talked about before. Coup de Grâce, this Cordons, there's just so many better perks to be aggressive or to slow the game down. Thanophobia even. And same with Plague. Plague benefits a lot from slowdown, but also from information. So run a better perk. But if you want to run Dying Light on someone, those two are it. Fire Up. This perk makes you faster at doing basically everything. Vaulting, breaking, kicking. You are a little bit faster, and it becomes faster and faster each time a generator is done. Notably, this is the only perk in the game that makes you pick up survivors from the ground quicker. So Fire Up is the only perk that allows you to maybe make flashlight saves or pallet saves a little bit different with the timing. So that can be good. The problem with Fire Up is that gens often go from 0 to 100 really, really quick, right? So let's say you go on a chase, worst case scenario, you struggle a little bit, survivors are dropping pallets, they're playing really safe, maybe they use a bit of teamwork or strong items, then gem pops, gem pops, gem pops, gem pops. And the game is over in 2 minutes. In this situation, you wish you had Remember Me or No Way Out or some other Deadlock or some other perk to slow down the game. Fire Up is simply too gimmicky. Yeah, it does stack with other effects of the same time. If you have Fire Up and Brutal Strength, it feels pretty good. Fire Up and Bamboozle feels pretty quick, but it's overall just not worth it. It's just a very small perk, and you do not control when gens pop, so you cannot plan around it very effectively, in my opinion. Deerstalker has a very simple effect that is overall really, really bad, and I would not recommend using ever. It shows you the auto of a survivor on the ground, and that's it. As a general thought, you should not leave survivors on the ground indefinitely, and this is a terrible perk. But there are a few ways in which it's useful. The lesser way is to find the last few survivors, right? Sometimes you have 2 survivors left, you down one, you take a minute to find the other and down the other, and then where's the first one? Oops, you can't find it. In this situation, Barbecue and Chilli is way better, and Whispers can also help you find it while still doing other things. But the reason Deerstalker is not a 1-star perk, and it actually has a little bit of utility, is that slugging builds are actually fairly strong right now. If you run something like a very aggressive Nurse or a very aggressive Twins, you could slug very aggressively, leave people on the ground very aggressively. And with Deerstalker, not only will you constantly find them and down them again, you also have a bit of information that they don't realize they're giving you. So say that you're pretty far away and you see a survivor crawl towards a particular building, a particular corner of the map. They are indirectly telling you, hey, I'm fully recovered and I'm crawling towards my teammate that is coming over here. And that can let you deduce information. You would still be better off with other perks, however, that's why it's pretty bad. Hysteria. You injure one survivor and anyone else that is injured, including that survivor, becomes oblivious for a few seconds. They also get an indicator letting them know that this happens, so it's not super sneaky or anything. Absolute terrible perk. It's really, really bad. It's really, really bad. You don't... Like, if you injure multiple survivors, and then at that point you just hope that they play bad so that you can make a play, you are basically grasping at straws and hoping against hope that they are really, really uncoordinated and bad. The crazy thing is that sometimes it works. If you play this on Legion or Plague, because you injure people so often and sometimes indirectly, it can mess with them a little bit. And on other killers, I've seen it had some moderate success when I get this perk as part of some random perk. Like, I've seen it every now and then give me a critical hit or a critical down on someone that wasn't expecting me. So every now and then it's okay, but it puts a lot of power on the survivor's hands, and the Oblivious status effect is just not that insane. Many killers are too loud, or your position might be called out too much, or the map is super big. There is so many other perks that that punish survivors for being injured that you should probably be running them instead of Hysteria. Next up, Battery is included. A fun little perk that encourages you to chase survivors around a generator that's already been completed. At the end of the game, every single generator counts as completed. So in the end game, basically almost the entire map should have some area where you have batteries included. And that's kind of cool, right? Like, being able to be a bit faster, sometimes for a sustained amount of time, maybe, you know, whatever time you spend there plus 5 seconds after you leave it. That sounds good. And on some maps, because gens are stacked on top of themselves, you could walk under a generator, get the effect from above, and benefit from it. I am yet to see this perk do absolutely anything. I've tried this perk several times. It is absolutely terrible. Any perk that gives you some more consistent, less area-dependent effect, like Coup de Grâce, or Play with Your Food, or that has some, you have more control over it, is better. The thing about batteries included is that it encourages you to do something that is just fundamentally unsound as a killer. As a killer, you want to chase survivors into generators that are not yet done, so that the generators get interrupted or the survivors are forced to find other generators, right? If you chase a Claudette into a gen that's already done, the entire, like, first of all, after you down her, even if it's a bit quicker, now you have to go to the other gens that need to be done, and you're wasting time. And during the whole chase, however long or short it is, the other 3 guys are just doing gens uninterrupted. That is just, it doesn't, even if this perk made you 1 billion% faster, I still think it would be somewhat problematic and sometimes bad for your own plan. So yeah, it's just really, really bad and incredibly situational. You know, Bloodhound, seeing it here next to these other really bad perks, I'm actually thinking that might have been a bit unfair. Bloodhound is a cute perk. It makes the blood on the ground a little bit brighter, actually quite a bit brighter. I know some people that have color blindness that would struggle to play the game if it wasn't for Bloodhound. So for them, it can be a bit of an accessibility crutch. I'm sad that it's not a base kit thing for them. And also the blood stays on the ground a bit longer. Critically, the blood stays on the ground longer for the killer, but not for the survivor. So a survivor might go into a locker and not see any blood next to them and be like, "Ooh, I'm safe." The killer has no way to track me, but the killer will see the blood stay longer. Every now and then, thanks to Bloodhound, I do find people, and it is a little bit easier to figure out where the blood is headed. So it is actually a nice tracking perk, but utterly inferior to most of the other good auto reading perks that we talked about, or info perks that we talked about at the start of this video. Not to mention that some perks like Lucky Break can actually remove the blood entirely. So not super good there. Unnerving Presence is a Trapper perk that honestly should never be used on Trapper or any regular killer. It makes skill checks smaller within the terror radius. One fun fact is that smaller skill checks are often often hit by survivors. I did some tests with Unnerving Presence and I found, it's a bit anecdotal, that when a skill check is smaller, survivors actually hit it more often because they focus their attention more. It's not very good. As a general perk, it's just not very good. It does not affect the skill check size of Decisive Strike, which it used to do many years ago. That could make it quite good. It does not. And it's just overall a really, really bad perk. However, when it comes to small skill checks like Overcharge, like Oppression, like there are a few others that I might not be remembering. When it comes to like special skill checks that are already a bit smaller, this perk can make them quite difficult. And if on top of that, you're running this on a doctor with a big terror radius thanks to the add-ons, with random skill checks, with all the noise and distractions and so on and so forth, it can get a little bit overwhelming. So Unnerving Presence, I think, is an okay choice for a skill check type build on doctor, especially against beginners. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much all it is. Is it even good then? No, because these builds nowadays have much better perks. Merciless Storm is way better. Lullaby is still quite threatening. Other hexes to support Lullaby are pretty good. So yeah, not the best stuff. Territorial Imperative shows you the aura of survivors that go into basement, and it does a little bit of a sound to let you know. Honestly, if you want to find people at basement, Human Greed is maybe even better. Hoarder can be even better and does not require you to be far from it if they're going to touch the chest, right? It's not super hot. Most survivors avoid the basement because there's no good reason to go there. There's only a few side objectives that they could do there, namely the chest or the invocation perks, but let me tell you, nobody does that, especially at high level. Nobody does that. Every now and then, though, you will see a survivor go into basement and you'll get an extra kill, or you'll find them at the start of the game and you're playing Cannibal and you get an insta down. And there's also a few builds that you could do where you hook someone in basement and then you wait for someone to rescue and then you teleport back with a certain killer, thanks to Territorial. You could have Make Your Choice Territorial. We've made a video about that some years ago, but there's just better. It's just so outdated. There's so much counterplay. There's so many ways for survivors to play around it. It's just not that good. Strider. People's breathing is a bit louder. Their normal breathing. I hear some time ago that this might have been bugged. I hope it's not. I don't quite remember. And their injury sounds are louder. Keep in mind that if they have the perk Off the Record, and it's one of the most popular perks in the game, they still make zero sound. So Strider does not help you against that. It does, however, counter the also quite popular Iron Whale. Instead of being silent, they will actually make a little bit of noise and let you know that they have it. The first thought that some people might have is, oh, should Strider be used by Spirit players? Because Spirit is all about hearing. That sounds really good, right? It used to be a bit of a choice, but I highly recommend that you don't try Strider on Spirit. It is a waste of a perk slot. Survivors that sound louder appear as if they are closer. It's actually going to throw you off. The best case use for Spirit is to give it to a killer that can injure people very easily, and then it will be like a passive way to track a little bit better. Fun fact, the nurse would benefit from this, but she already has a brown add-on that does a similar effect, so you don't even need it. Yeah, overall, it's a bit of a waste of a perk slot. Other tracking perks are better, and it's quite imperfect in the way it is. It might also throw you off, because you might think the survivor is really close to you and check behind something. Yeah, it does mess with your sense of perception a little bit. Iron Grasp. It makes the survivor's struggle on your shoulder a bit less kicky. It doesn't quick you side to side as much. For beginners, I know that this is something that they find annoying, so that can be quite okay. And it also makes it so that you last a bit longer carrying a survivor. Overall, Agitation is, in 99 out of 100 cases, a direct upgrade to Iron Grasp. With Agitation, you go further and you get to a same distance closer. Iron Grasp doesn't really help. If you pick up a survivor and you go not a big distance, it doesn't really help you very much. I don't think it's a great perk. I think it has very, very little effect. And with a bit of experience, you'll get used to the survivors wiggling, and it's not going to bother you as much. Could you run Iron Grasp and Agitation and Mad Grit and Starstruck and this and that? Yes, but it's overkill. Agitation on its own, or Agitation Starstruck, is more than enough in most situations. It's a bit of a gimmicky build to have this many perks for one thing that might not be all that relevant. Unrelenting makes you recover a bit faster if you whiff an attack by hitting the air. Mind you, if you hit an obstacle, it does not have an effect. So if you're playing Dredge and you're breaking the locks by hitting the lockers, which is a thing that you need to do, this perk doesn't help you there, unfortunately. This perk is okay for maybe 3 types of people. Beginners, complete beginners that don't have any other perk and will be attacking randomly, and they are not super, they're not super used to the lunge, and it's okay. It can help them a bit. It's not great, but it's okay. People that play killers that swing often, such as the Hag or the Spirit. With the Hag, you sometimes teleport and swing and recovering faster. I mean, it's not a terrible thought, right? You can even teleport sooner as well. And then there's actually a killer that actually uses this perk very well, and it's the Singularity. It's not an incredible perk, but the only reason why this perk isn't even lower is because Singularity can actually use it pretty well. As a Singularity, you can sometimes lunge with Unrelenting into a pallet. And if the survivor keeps running around the pallet, you recover faster and you go around and you hit them. And if the survivor drops the pallet, you are close enough to automatically break it thanks to the overclock that happens when you teleport. So basically, you use Unrelenting as a way to make sure that you reach the pallet, so that if you get stunned, if the pallet would have stunned you, you immediately destroy it and recover faster. That could be okay for Singularity. So it's a bit of a lose-lose. Other killers can also try to do this, by the way. As a killer, you can also swing into a pallet, and if the survivor goes, haha, he missed, haha, I can go another loop around, they might get hit. Important caveat though, might get hit. Sometimes missing an attack, even with the Unrelenting, is not that good. The 30% is not that insane. So yeah, it's not an amazing perk. One thing that can also be helpful on any killer is dropping from a ledge. As a killer, right, there's actually a fairly common trick that you can learn very quickly to speed up the process of dropping from a high altitude. If you're on a platform, right, and you need to drop down and then go back underneath your platform, it's actually better for you to lunge, do an attack towards the platform edge. Since you move faster while you're lunging, you save time, and when gravity is dropping you down, you don't move any slower. Moving the normal slowdown from moving slower after missing an attack doesn't apply to gravity, obviously. So basically, you're on a platform, you swing, and then you turn around as you below, and it's actually faster than dropping down. It's quite nice. With Unrelenting, this becomes an even more effective trick, but by very little. So definitely not a great perk. Hex to Complete. Honestly, possibly the hardest perk to rate in the entire game. Whenever a survivor blinds you or stuns you after the perk has triggered, they also get blinded and they don't see anything for 2 seconds. I have played against this perk as a relatively experienced survivor, and I can do exactly the same thing that I can without it. Like, after you stun a killer, unless you are really, really, really disoriented, for the next couple seconds, you already know the direction that you're gonna run. You can do it blindly. Just like a killer that's blinded at a pallet can sometimes follow you blindly and still hit you a few seconds after, Hex to Complete is exactly the same. It's really not that hot. It's really not that good. I imagine that as a beginner player, if you get blinded in the middle of your animation, that might throw you off a little. And every now and then, this perk could make a survivor a bit confused. But I personally think that it's not worth it. If you're a beginner, use other perks that are going to help you more. This perk is just a little bit strange to me. And now, unfortunately, we move on to the perks that are truly abysmal, perks that have very redeeming quality. Septic Touch exhaust and blind survivors that heal within your terror radius. This is sad because the killers that would prefer to run this perk would be stealth killers that cannot use it. So if you play this on Dredge, the killer that this perk comes from, you cannot use it during Nightfall, for example. So that sucks. So yeah, long story short, you have Mindbreaker, you have Genetic Limits, you have Languid Touch, all of which are better, Blood Echo, all of which are better ways to apply exhaustion. And if the survivors don't heal next to you, or they don't heal in your terror radius, or they don't heal at all, this perk does absolutely nothing. Terrible, 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 terrible. Overwhelming Presence makes items consume faster when next to you. The best thing this thing can do is make a key or a flashlight, which are often used next to the killer, run out of charges a little bit sooner. Guess what? A key with half charges is still really good. A flashlight with half charges can still do its job more than enough. Killers are not always close enough to survivors to make this matter. Survivors at the start of the game can destroy their toolboxes immediately on a gen and immediately, get value from them. And then Overwhelming Presence does nothing. And most of the time, survivors will be healing outside of your terror radius. So yeah, making them lose a bit of progress on the medkit nowadays with the add-ons that are popular is just not a big deal. Distressing makes your terror radius about 8 meters bigger, depending on your actual terror radius. You also get more XP on deviousness, more blood points, but forget about that last part. The extra blood points are generally not going to matter. I cannot overstate just how absolutely terrible Distressing is on a normal killer. If you put this on a normal killer for the blood points, God bless you, you're never going to find survivors. Survivors have such a wide warning, such an early tell that you're coming, that they're going to hide so often, you will generally get less points in everything else, and it will be really, really bad. Having a bigger terror radius is generally a terrible idea. If you want to have a bigger terror radius for Starstruck, use Agitation, which only makes your terror radius bigger during the pickup. If you want to have a bigger terror radius during Chase for Infectious, run Monitor and Abuse, which is basically the same idea. Distressing is just awful. It can be used on big terror radius builds, in specific maps, most notably on Doctor, to have a terror radius that's like basically enveloping the entire map, right? And then have other perks that apply through terror radius. This seems appealing at first, and it can be quite nasty and be a bit uncomfortable for survivors. In some instances, you can have survivors that spawn in the map and already hear your terror radius. But have you thought about what's going to happen if the survivors send you to a map of their choice and you go to Ormond or something? You have such a dead weight of a perk. If you're going to play Skill Check Doctor, you can have a build that is good against beginners, but also against decent survivors that does not include Distressing. So even in those situations, I think there's better choices. Hoarder spawns extra chests on the map, which I think is just weird, and also lets you know when a survivor A touches a chest or B picks up an item, even items that they have dropped from Franklin's or add-ons like the spinning top on the twins. This is nice, honestly. Being able to know when a survivor picks up an item is kind of sweet. You know what else you could do? Run Weave Attunement, which would show you way more information and is better off with Franklin's. So yeah, this perk is weird. Punishing survivors for touching chests is a very sadistic thing. Most survivors don't even care about chests. They already bring strong items from home, and it's a complete waste of your time. The information sometimes can come in handy, but almost any other info perk that's consistent will be better. Cal O'Brien, when you kick a gen, the gen regresses a little bit more. It's a big number. It's 125% of the normal regression, so it sounds really good, but it's truly not. And it lasts for up to 60 seconds at most, and it gives you information if a survivor doesn't hit great skill checks and only hits good skill checks. Now, in a best case scenario, where you kick a generator and it regresses the entire 60 seconds, this perk adds a little bit more or a little bit less than 4 seconds. That is abysmal. 4 seconds worth of survivor repair. So that means that at the best possible end of the spectrum of this perk being useful for the slowdown, a survivor on the gen 3 more seconds completely outdoes it. Compared to any other regression perk, this is one of the worst things ever. This makes Thanatophobia and Dying Light look godlike. Really, really awful. This perk used to be really strong. It got nerfed really hard. Now it's pretty garbage. Now, one thing about this perk that is still somewhat respectable is the fact that if a survivor gets back and they get a skill check and they don't hit a great, they might hit a great or they might get no skill check. But if this specific scenario happens, you will get a notification which will let you know that a survivor's back there. You know what else would work? Dragon's Grip, which would warn you immediately, or Surveillance, which would warn you almost immediately. So run those perks instead. This is a joke of a perk. Unbound. Conditions, conditioned by more conditions. You need to injure a survivor, and then you need to vault, and then you need to be in a situation where 5% haste is useful. Legion sometimes injures a lot of people, and sometimes vaults, and sometimes ends their power after a vault. Legion might be able to get some value out of this. Let me just tell you, even if you manage to injure a survivor, even if you follow them through a window, and even if all of this happens, which is already like asking for a lot, what are the chances that the survivor is in a situation where you being 5% faster for 10 seconds is going to actually make a difference? None whatsoever. It is, honestly, if you have value from this perk, please just show me, and then I will tell you, okay, you could have just had Bamboozle. If you had Bamboozle, you won't have haste, but it will be very similar as if you had haste, because you will start to move sooner. And the window will be blocked, and there's no conditions, and you can use it as many times as you want, and it has no cooldown, and it's just such an unbelievably bad design perk. And honestly, I'm glad, because if this perk had very big numbers, it would probably not even be fun to play against. Hangman's Trick. It makes every Scourge hook in the game have, including the ones in the basement, if you have the basement perk Monster Shrine, have a little area of detection around them. So whenever you pick up a survivor, you should be looking around the map, and you might see people around the hooks. I have wanted to enjoy this perk, and I've tried running it more times than I care to admit. It is unbelievably disappointing. I think on average, I will see one aura from this perk, not one great value, just one aura every 2 games. It is an unbelievably mediocre perk. The design makes absolutely no sense, and I'm going to not insult your intelligence by trying to over-explain something that I hope is obviously just garbage. Terrible, terrible, terrible. The only good thing that could come out of this is if a survivor has Saboteur, and they try to get ahead by preemptively sabotaging your hook. You could know a bit ahead of time. That could be okay. In some situations, you might also be getting a lot of downs, assuming that you're doing well. I don't know how you're going to do well with this perk, but regardless. And then when you pick up another survivor, you might see 2 survivors still healing under the hook. There are so many other perks that would give you this kind of information more consistently. Yeah, terrible, terrible stuff. Shadowborn. If you get blinded, you have 10% haste for 10 seconds. Out of those 10 seconds, a couple of them will be you readjusting and not knowing where the survivor is. So this is not a perk that's going to generally help you. Unlike Lightborn, which triggers immediately once they try to blind you, this only triggers if they successfully blind you. In almost every situation where they blind you, the extra percent, a little bit of speed is just not that good. If you don't want to be blinded, have Lightborn. If you want to catch up to people, have other chase perks that are better. This perk is just so bad. Not to mention that survivors don't always bring flashlights, and when they do, they might not use them. If you pick up a survivor and you get flashy saved, and then you become stunned because you lose a survivor that you're carrying, you have like 3 seconds left of this extra speed. Absolutely pathetic, even though 10% is a significant increase. Undone. Every time they miss a skill check, you get a point or 3 tokens, I think, right? Yeah, you get some, let's just call it 1 point. Every time a survivor misses a skill check, you get a point, and you can accumulate certain points, and when you kick a gen, those points are cashed in. The gen takes more damage, which is good. Instead of 5, it will take 8 or 11 or 15 or whatever, right? It will take more damage, but it will also block itself, which means that it does not regress for a few seconds. So it is a bit more damage, but it's also a little bit less regression if a survivor wasn't around to touch it right away. So this perk is a little bit weird. The ideal place for this perk, other than complete beginner lobbies where people somehow miss skill checks, is in a skill check build. I have tried this in a non-skill check build, or a partial skill check build on a killer that wasn't Doctor, and let me tell you, you can go entire games where survivors miss 1 or 2 skill checks, and this perk does basically nothing. If you run this on Doctor, yes, people do miss skill checks against Doctor more often because of all of the passive abilities he has, right? Or some other killer that comes out in the future, maybe that can work. Even then, it's pathetic. If you're gonna have a skill check build, Merciless Storm, Lullaby, Oppression, these are perks that can do so much damage with almost no condition, and then there's Undone. Absolutely terrible. Beast of Prey. When you're chasing someone for a long time, you become undetectable. If you've been chasing them for a long time, they know where you are. Not having a red stain for 2 seconds is not a big deal. Getting the extra blood points makes absolutely no difference because it doesn't go past the limit. You're probably going to be at the limit anyway. So do not be seduced by the extra blood points. This perk is absolutely terrible. And the best thing that can happen is that you chase someone for a long time, then you go for someone else and maybe it catches them off guard for like 2 seconds. An absolutely terrible perk. If you're chasing people for a very, 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 very long time, other perks like Coup de Grâce or Bamboozle or Brutal, like these perks would help you turn longer chases into more productive chases where either you get a hit or at least you get rid of resources, right? This perk does absolutely nothing. I've run it so many times in random perk builds and so on, and even when you are like aware of its existence, you might get it to trigger once per match, and even then it doesn't make a difference. Absolute mistake of a perk. Insidious is honestly, I'm just going to spend as much time talking about Insidious as the developers have since it came out. That's it, done, terrible. Actually, let's go back. Insidious is just awful. Oh, but what if I sit by the hook and then I camp and then they don't know about it? That might work in the end game, but if you do it before, they will see the Insidious, the camping bar go up. So even solo players can honestly play around Insidious. It has so little use. The best thing you could do with this is kick a gen, right? And wait by it and take the risk that they will come back. But nowadays you have perks like Unforeseen and Trail of Torment that can do that for you. So, you know, it's really not that good. Next up, Shattered Hope. This perk does literally nothing. It does literally nothing. Only if survivors run boons, you can use this perk to destroy the boons and see people around you, but then they can set those boons again elsewhere. So against boons, this perk isn't even that good. The only major thing that you could do with this that I did back in the day was to run this with Pentimento. Back when boons were very popular, you could destroy a boon, set up a Pentimento afterwards, then set up then they do another boon, and you know you could exchange a boon for a Pentimento for 2 perks. And that was already really risky because what if they don't bring boons? Well, nowadays boons are not very popular. They are not super mega strong. Watch the Survivor tier list if you want to see how strong boons are. Not extremely popular nowadays. So basically you have a perk that only works if the survivors bring a certain perk that you cannot possibly know that they will have. What an absolute mistake of a concept. Instead of balancing boons properly, they released this perk and were like, oh, maybe this makes things right. It did not make things right, and boons had to be still changed. Yeah, terrible, terrible, terrible. I end this with a sour mouth because some of these perks were so bad. But let's not forget about the good ones, all right? Let's not forget about the good ones. Also, do not forget to please rewind this video after you're done watching it. I've been told that some of my viewers leave the videos unwinded. They don't move the cursor back to the start. And that makes it so that the next viewer has to do that. It's just really rude, man. It's just really rude. Can we please stop doing that?